broaden the reach of the program. So fame but no fortune, sorry. All right. Without there we go. I just have to switch off the sound on YouTube so I don't get a double fix of myself. So without further ado, I'd like to, you've all received the program by email. Those basically will be the slides that will follow through. And so I'd like to invite Lena Johansson, who is the president of IFAJ, to give us a few words of welcome. Lena.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good day, whenever you are listening to this. Welcome to our second eCongress and to this Professional Development Day. Professional development is important to IFAJ, so I'm glad that we can arrange this, even if we can't meet in person. We have a very good program ahead of us with important topics and interesting speakers. For example, you can listen to how agriculture impacts the global trade, see how Belgium became a potato powerhouse, and hear about the Russian internet trolls who are a real threat to freedom of press and democracy. I'm sure you don't want to miss this, but I understand it can be difficult to attend the whole day. And as Hugh said earlier, we will be recording the whole day, so you can watch it from the website whenever it suits you. Thanks to all the organizers, presenters, moderators, our global office, and everyone else who have made this possible. Enjoy the day.
Okay, thank you, Lena. So now I'm just going to put up the program for us, just to get us started. Okay, so just to run through the day, of course, we've had the welcome. We have a panel, we have a presentation session on agricultural trade, which is going to start in a few minutes, followed by a virtual tour of Belgium, potato powerhouse, and then another panel with climate change in agriculture, which all those times are GMT. Take us through to about 12:30, and we're going to take a break. Some of us will need some sustenance to keep us going for the rest of the day, and then we'll come back at 1:30 GMT to talk about rural youth and agriculture in the post-COVID era, and to close the day presentation on freedom of the press with a couple of people who are actively involved in that whole dossier. So it will be a very jam-packed day. So please feel welcome to stay with us for the whole day if you can. If not, come and go as you please. Everything will be recorded. So if there's a session that you miss and you'd like to catch up, it will be posted next week on the IFAJ website. So I'd just like to go into the intro for the first session. Oh, sorry, it's the wrong one. There we go. Thank you. So unfortunately, Jane Craigie, who was going to be the moderator today, has no internet, which is unusual at the best of times to have nothing, but until she can get a technician over in a while and get it fixed, hopefully she'll be back for this afternoon's presentation on rural youth. But as a standby, and I'm eternally grateful, Steve Werblow is here, so he can act as the moderator in Jane's stead. We have two presentations, one from Phelim O'Neill, with the Irish Farmers Journal, who's going to talk about many of the ins and outs related to Brexit, and I guess along the lines of be careful what you ask for when you change a very significant trade agreement. And then the second part will be an interview with Carlo Dade on the Belt and Road Initiative and the implications for agricultural trade with China. So, Steve, at this point, I'll hand you over, and you can do your introduction of Phelim, and we'll connect him up with his PowerPoint, and we have about 50 minutes for the entire session, and the interviews around 20 minutes afterwards.
Sounds great. Well, I appreciate your being here, Phelim, and Carlo. I actually do not have introductory materials, so we're going to just go right into the opportunity to introduce yourself, if you don't mind, and we'll be listening in and moderating from there. But thank you for being here, and please take the mic and tell us tell us a little bit about yourself, and we'll take it away.
Okay, do we have a running order? Do I go first?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I believe you do.
Okay, right. Let me just okay, I've just got a couple of slides by way of background, I hope. Okay, so listen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, depending what part of the world you're in. As has already been said, I'm Phelim O'Neill from the Irish Farmers Journal. I know, Hugh, you sent out a little resume of everyone that's speaking today overnight, so I won't bother repeating the details of that, other than to just say that I've been working with the Farmers Journal now for a number of years, having previously worked around the agri-food industry on the beef side for most of my working life in one way or another. It is indeed an honor to get the opportunity to engage with colleagues that are involved in communication about agriculture from around the world. Our sector is regularly misunderstood, particularly in mainstream media, never mind the whole social media space. And I think it's our job as communicators in the sector to ensure that the debate about the place of agriculture in the third decade of the 21st century is informed by facts. It is the sector of society that provides the raw material for much of the food that everyone consumes. But I would also caution that while we seek to communicate its importance, we should never, ever shy away from being honest and frank in our communication, calling out bad practice where it's found, anytime it's found. I've been asked to speak about the trade in the European Union and the aftermath of the UK leaving the EU single market and customs union, which came into effect at the start of this year. And given where I'm from and my employer being the Irish Farmers Journal, the thoughts that I'll share with you are very much what I see through an Irish lens. I'll focus on the impact of Brexit on trade between the EU and the UK, including the special arrangements that have been made for Northern Ireland. This is where we...
Yeah, your slides are not showing yet. You need to click on something.
Oh, they're showing with me now. So
We see your screen, but not the slides.
that's not coming through there, Hugh, no?
Am I the only one who doesn't see the slides?
I don't see him either.
No,
Oh,
I
dear.
don't see them either.
Maybe disconnect the share and try again.
Okay. Stop share. Apologies for this, folks.
Not yet.
I suppose technical problems are the theme of the day, so it would be. I just think that I wasn't part of it. Is that
There we
working
go.
at all?
Yeah,
Right.
we're good.
Okay. Right. Listen, I'll just leave it there then. For now. Okay. So right. The point that I got or I was about to make was that the impact of Brexit. And the special arrangements that have been made for Northern Ireland. Now, again, I know for many of our global audience that this conundrum is something that may not have occupied much of your bandwidth in recent times. So just to explain very briefly, Northern Ireland is the part of the United Kingdom that is also part of the island of Ireland, and the only place apart from Gibraltar where there is a land border between the EU and the UK. And I suppose, like many borders around the world, this is quite a controversial border. It was created exactly 100 years ago when 26 of the 32 counties that make up the island of Ireland left the UK to go their own way to form an independent state. And that had meant then until the creation of the single market in the early 1990s, that there was essentially a trade border on the island of Ireland. That period also coincided, I suppose, with a period of, there's been several outbreaks of troubles over the past century, and that would coincided with it. And this was a continual point of friction. The arrival of the single market and the customs union in the early 1990s at a stroke removed this, and trade was able to operate back and forth across the Irish border in a completely seamless way. And that was particularly welcome for agriculture, where there's huge flow of trade both ways. It is very much the island of Ireland, a single market for agriculture and produce. 1/3 of all the milk that's produced in Northern Ireland, that's the part that's the shaded area, if you like, here in this, is processed in the Republic of Ireland, south of the border. 400,000 sheep go from Northern Ireland to the Republic of Ireland as well for processing, whilst 450,000 pigs go the other way from south to north for processing, as indeed do 100,000 cattle. As I say, the creation of the single market removed the need for border controls in the island of Ireland. And then the challenge became what to do after the UK left the single market. And that was a major negotiating point ahead of the trade and cooperation agreement that was concluded between the UK and the EU. It was solved, or so it was thought at the time, by the creation of the Northern Ireland Protocol. And this was to, if you like, enable Northern Ireland to continue trading in the EU single market, unlike the rest of the UK. But with Northern Ireland being treated as part of the single market, that meant seamless trading continued across the border on the island of Ireland. There was no restoration of the border controls that had been there for the first 70 years up until the 1990s. But what it introduced was EU border controls being carried out at points of entry to Northern Ireland. And this is a politically sensitive issue when the checks are being carried out on goods entering Northern Ireland from the other parts of the UK. And it extends to the fact that some products, such as fresh processed meats, are banned altogether. And I suppose in the wider things, in terms of being careful what we wish for when it comes to trade and trade arrangements and making major changes, a standoff has now developed between the UK and the European Union on the enforcement of sanitary and phytosanitary border controls between Britain and Northern Ireland. And extended grace periods are due to run out in most cases at the end of September this year. And the big issue, and again, the sector that we're from is part of it. It's the one that sanitary SPS controls apply to. The biggest problem is for goods of animal and plant origin, as they require a veterinary certificate for each individual consignment, whether that consignment be a 1 kilo package or a 20-ton container. Trade between Britain and Northern Ireland is for small quantities or mixed loads of multiple products, each requiring their own veterinary certification. And that reflects the fact that many of Northern Ireland's supermarkets are supplied from distribution centres in Britain, and operating on full EU border controls means innumerable checks, innumerable certificates, and effectively makes that trade impossible, certainly commercially impossible, if not indeed practically impossible. It's been a similar problem for British exports to the European Union. British exporters from Great Britain, from England, Scotland, and Wales, they have faced the problems with bureaucracy of border controls, and the effect there has been a huge drop-off in trade, particularly for smaller export businesses. On the other hand, EU exporters to the UK have not yet had any issues with border controls, and that's quite simply because the UK will only start introducing border controls, SPS controls, at the beginning of October this year, with physical checks to follow on the 1st of January 2022. This will present another and a particular difficulty for Ireland, as the UK is the largest destination for the exports of agriculture and produce. Businesses are familiar with the export procedure, as all sectors of Irish agriculture export beyond the UK and European Union. It is just that the sheer volume of certification that will be required that will put a big extra strain on the businesses, a big extra administrative strain. So that's a little bit, if you like, about the protocol, where it fits in and things. The Trade and Cooperation Agreement concluded on the Christmas Eve last. It does provide for a basic agreement that has no tariffs and no quotas for product that is going back and forth between the UK and the European Union. And that was something that was of huge concern to Ireland, because if that had happened, Ireland was going to be absolutely crippled from the point of view of agricultural produce. Let me just try and bring it up here, if that works. The reason for that is if there was no trade agreement between the EU and the UK, and we were working with full tariffs being applied, Ireland, despite only having 5% of EU trade with the UK, would actually carry 19% of all EU tariffs that were paid. And if we compare that with, for example, Germany, who is the biggest trade partner in the European Union with the UK, having 28% of all EU business with the UK, they would be paying just 17%. And that is simply because such a high volume of Ireland's trade with the UK is for agriculture products, and they carry, in terms of WTO tariffs, they carry the biggest tariffs by far. And I thought the other interesting thing to note in this was that in terms of the EU countries that are exposed to trade with the UK, the 7 countries would pay 83% of the tariffs. And that means basically that of the EU 27, 20 countries in it would have little impact from Brexit from a trading perspective, even if there was no deal. It is the 7, I suppose, closest countries to the UK, and as I say, with Ireland at the top of that list. Just then, to briefly reflect on, what else this means apart from the direct consequences of it. The EU have several different types of trade deal with external countries, and more are in negotiation. Comprehensive deals are in place with Canada and Japan, and a deal with the Mercosur countries has been concluded, though not yet approved. The UK are now out and have started making their own deals separately from the European Union, and they have already concluded the first one of these, a major deal with Australia. The view in Ireland, and indeed much of the European Union, is that Australia have done exceptionally well in this negotiation from an agriculture perspective, with huge access for beef and sheep meat secured. And this will have a particular consequence for Ireland, who currently supply up to 80% of the UK's imported beef requirements, and the UK consume 20% more beef than they actually produce. This market space is about to become much more competitive with Australia's entry into that market. And I suppose what is also of concern to Irish farmers is that it won't be just Australia, because the view is that the Australian deal sets the bar on expectations that other countries will have in terms of securing access for agricultural produce. And with the trade deal with New Zealand, that's now very close to conclusion, an indication by the UK that they're willing to negotiate with individual Mercosur countries, not just with Mercosur as a bloc. The UK marketplace could become a crowded place, very crowded place, much sooner than maybe was expected. And this would have a particular serious knock-on effect for Irish exporters, to say who are the top supplier of imports to the UK. I know it's also, and it would have been interesting if Jane had been on here to get a UK perspective on this, because I know UK farmers are also concerned by the UK open door approach for agricultural produce and trade negotiations. But they do have considerable protection from the fact that the UK retail sector are very loyal to UK production. And I suppose there's also a twist in the whole issue, in that whilst the UK market will open up to global suppliers, the UK has full non-tariff, non-quota access to the rest of the European Union as per the Trade and Cooperation Agreement. So we can actually see then potentially perhaps something of a revolving door, that the UK will import considerable additional product, and they will actually perhaps get into exporting more to the European Union at the same time. So I suppose just to wrap up these remarks, then, the post-Brexit world will be a very different place for Irish agriculture. There's a framework in the protocol for continued uninterrupted trade on the island of Ireland that will hopefully continue, and the teeth and problems can be worked out. However, UK trade policy will create huge competition for Irish exporters. This has been happening, of course, progressively within the EU with trade deals, but at a much slower pace, and with more controls and restrictions in place. The effect of UK trade policy is that it's likely to hasten the move to beef and sheep meat trading at world market prices, as has been the case with dairy, pig meat and grain. For major exporting countries outside Europe, that'll be welcome news, less so within the European Union, where the burden of production controls on farmers are considerably greater than elsewhere in the world, and they are probably likely to increase further as the EU's farm to fork strategy becomes implemented. That finishes just in terms of my opening remarks, but happy to take any questions, and indeed happy for anyone that wants to make contact on any issue, either now or at a future point. p.o'neill@farmersjournal.ie will get me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Phelim. That was fascinating, and you packed a lot of information in a very short time, and very informative. We have a couple of minutes for questions. If anyone has questions for Phelim, either raise your hand using the little reactions button, and I'll call on you, or type a question into the chat. Just to get things going on questions, I noticed I had a little bit of internet difficulty at your last couple of minutes, but you mentioned
Seems the gremlins are with us.
Yeah. I think I see, Hugh, that there's one question there in the chat.
Let's have a look. So yes, the question is, will the September transition deadline be extended once more?
Again, I can't.
if so,
I suppose just to pick up on that question, Hugh, while I wait there. I think that will be a big part of the negotiation. There's a standoff in place at the minute between the European Union and the UK. Both sides set out position papers ahead of the August holiday, where politics, if you like, takes a break in this part of the world. And that, I think, will become a major focus now of a negotiation to try and hammer out some sort of a workable arrangement in September. My guess is that both sides will be anxious to avoid rolling extensions, if you like. But what would be, I think, a big push made to have a more permanent arrangement. And again, it's interesting to note that I know from an administrative point of view that a recruitment process is going on for senior civil servants to implement this process. So I would say the straight answer is an extension will be granted if necessary, but I think it would be the ambition that a more comprehensive operational agreement would be put in place.
Okay, good. Thank you. There's another question in there. So how are Northern Ireland farmers reacting? Or are they lobbying? How are they pleading their case?
And Northern Ireland farmers have been relatively passive in this matter because apart from the issue of getting stock back from the rest of the UK, from shows, etc., the day-to-day impact on them has been negligible. The Northern Ireland Protocol has been a politically sensitive issue at big politics level, but operationally for business and farmers on the ground, you know, they have a remarkable resilience in how they adapt to whatever circumstances they have. And I think there's a recognition at a farming and certainly at an industry level that Northern Ireland is in a particularly good place in that they have full uninterrupted access to the EU market as well as the UK market. And the issue with the operation of the agreement is not in terms of what goes out of Northern Ireland, it's what comes into Northern Ireland. And I think if that conundrum can be solved, then that the protocol or a variation of the protocol, I think can be the basis for that future trading relationship and managing that unique position that Northern Ireland's in there, where it shares the land border with the European Union.
Steve, are you back? He was. I could see his eyes moving, but now he's not. Okay, another question.
I am trying to be back. I'm trying to switch to my hotspot, but that's not working. So I may or may not succeed with this. So, Phelim, we saw, oh, here, we have a question from Chris McCullough. Have you any figures to support the increase in agri-trade between Northern Ireland, UK, and the Republic of Ireland since Brexit? So statistics.
There are comprehensive statistics available there, Chris, but the reality is no, I haven't prepared them for this presentation. I was keeping them at a higher level rather than go into the gritty detail. But you know, the usual source of statistics that are available in Northern Ireland, Republic of Ireland, or indeed the rest of UK would give the indication. And I think at a top level, it has been clear that trade between the UK and the European Union, including the Republic of Ireland, has dropped from the point of view what the UK has exported. Trade on the island of Ireland has increased significantly. Again, it's very early to draw any conclusions, however, on what might be the long-term effect of this, because so far we really have just about 6 months of trade data. And given that there was a degree of stockpiling and carryover of stocks at the beginning of the year as people prepared for the change, we also have the effect of the pandemic that's still, well, it's affecting everywhere in the world. So I think it'd be very dangerous to draw too many conclusions on 6 months data, but the early signs suggest is that it is more difficult for UK exporters of agriculture produce to do business with the European Union. It hasn't happened vice versa yet, but the only reason it hasn't happened is because UK border controls haven't come into force fully yet.
So, Phelim, I've got one for you, and that is around Christmas, New Year's. We saw tremendous backline, lineups of trucks. And, you know, that it was clear that there were huge delays that you had alluded to early in your talk. Have those lines cleared up? Has there been, and if they have, is it because of a reduction in the movement of products, or is it because the controls are, although they're still sound like they're very strict and very onerous, have they become more efficient?
The Christmas problem was very much related to the pandemic and difficulty of getting entrance into France. That was caused the backlog. Now, again, that was, if you like, a test project almost for what delays might happen in the post 1st of January situation when the new trading arrangements come into place. So far, there's been no delays of any great significance. A part of that is, yes, less trade. There's been no delays or little delays coming into the UK because the UK have not yet introduced border controls. And I think as is always the situation with trade and businesses, they do find a way to make things work. It might add cost, it might add bureaucracy, it might mean less product choice and less product availability in some cases. But by and large, workarounds are found, and the good and increased port capacity has been added, certainly at the EU end, to take in the border controls. And I know additional storage capacity or parking lot capacity has been added at the UK and is being added at the UK end. So the issue of Christmas was very much pandemic related. So far, similar types of delays haven't happened, and they're not expected, I don't think, either at any time in the immediate future. Okay.
Yeah. So maybe just to wrap up, last summary, are there any lessons learned for other nations that want to take the plunge and drastically change their trade relations?
Yeah, I think the lesson from this is that in terms of making a major change, and this is the first trade agreement in history probably that reverses back to a previous position. Most free trade agreements, or most trade and cooperation agreements that are concluded by countries and nations around the world, move to freeing trade between them, to removing barriers, to coming together, to create a coming together. Whereas this is the case of a member that has been part of a trading arrangement for 30 odd years, deciding to leave it, to reverse out, and that by its nature restores barriers. And I suppose for those of us that are old enough to remember the previous life when those barriers were in place first time round, it meant doing business was that bit more awkward, it was more cumbersome, it was more bureaucratic. And I think the thought that maybe in this here, before you unravel something or unpick something, that you probably need to put a degree of planning and forethought into it before you actually do it. And the thing I suppose about Brexit that was unique in that a decision was taken in principle, and it was only after that decision was taken in principle that the debate took place on what effect that decision should take. Should it be a close relationship maintained, or should it be a distant relationship? And as it turned out, it's quite a distant relationship. That brings non-tariff trade barriers as a matter of fact. And look, it remains to be seen over the remainder of this decade if the discussions will lead to if you like, more of a coming together whilst retaining the political separation, or if they will indeed stay in place. Industry, I know in general, want less barriers rather than more. So I think if I was asked to sum it up in one line, Hugh, I would be saying is, look, before you make major change on matters like this, think very, very carefully as to what the knock-on effect will be in 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, before you make that commitment.
Great, thank you, Phelim.
Okay.
It's a good overview, and certainly I think some good advice for countries that will be thinking about these similar type. Think ahead. How unusual.
Okay.
Maintain good relationships. Sounds pretty basic. Great. Well, yeah, feel free to stay with us as we go into the next session.
Hugh, have to actually drop out here for half an hour, but I will log in back after that for the next session.
Great. Thank you, Phelim. And everybody, if you have any questions, you can always contact Phelim directly.
I like you put my email address into the chat here before I leave.
We're going to send out contact information to all.
Okay, then I won't bother. Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
We've got all that. Thanks. And poor old Steve is joining our technological gremlins that we've got this morning. So we'll keep on going. All right. So the second half of our presentation this morning, this afternoon, this evening for some of you. I'm just going to put up on the screen. There we go. So the next session is impacts on agricultural trade. Carlo Dade, unfortunately, he had a change in schedule and was anticipating not being able to connect this early in the morning, so we did a recorded interview. I'm going to pop in the chat box in a couple of minutes a reference document that you can use afterwards. And so what we did was late Friday evening was we recorded the interview so that we could have his presentation. And just going to stop share. And there we go. All right, so we have a YouTube video up. Yell at me if you don't see it.
Oh, it's there.
So agriculture is the basis for engaging with China. Where do we start?
Have we started?
Yep.
Oh, sorry, that was okay. So, you know, in the Canadian context, the question is extremely important. It grows out of the attempts to diversify Canada's agricultural exports. 50% of Canada's agri-food exports go to the U.S., and this has always been a concern. The U.S. is a great market unless you're trying to sell beef and they impose country of origin restrictions, or you're trying to sell softwood lumber and they put on restrictions, illegal according to the WTO, to Nasty Tribunal's restrictions. So these worries about the idiosyncrasies of the U.S. market has had Canada looking to export. China, the largest consumer for a lot of what Canada produces. China, a country that is now has left absolute poverty behind and is firmly in the global middle class camp. It has been a natural place to look for growth. So Canadian exports to China have been growing about 12% a year over the past decade. So for Canada, it's been very important in terms of being able to grow agricultural exports, but also with worries about dependency on the U.S.
But China is also of interest to many countries. Does it become a competition of who can play one against the other to get in there?
Now, that's not unusual in terms of global markets. Buyers and sellers have certain strategies that tend to be standard or just part of human nature. And you know, there is the approach of a country like, say, Japan, long-term relationships, valuing quality, valuing certainty, and other countries that are too numerous to mention, where it becomes a race to the cheapest price. How can we cut a couple cents per ton off of what we're buying? And I think the struggle from the agriculture exporter perspective is, how do you work your way towards those better customers? In the Canadian context, you know, the relationship with Japan and also with the Americans, despite the problems we have, is an indication of some success. But you know, the problem with Canada is our trade infrastructure. And we've reported extensively and have an extensive research program on this at Canada West. If you look at the World Economic Forum, the World Bank logistics, just examples of two indices, you see that ratings of confidence in Canada's trade infrastructure have plummeted in the last year in the World Economic Forum's rankings. So, you know, we do have problems on that front in Canada, and we really don't pay enough attention, I think, to the foundational elements of trade, which is not just production, which is not just variety, which is not just quality. All of those things mean nothing if you can't get goods to market. And I'm sure the Brazilians could give you chapter and verse on why that's a problem. But it's also a bit of an issue. It's becoming a bit of an issue up here in Canada. One that I think we can nip in the bud if we devote some more attention to it. But it's not the focus, unfortunately, of attention in Canada right now. Sorry, I should also note that this is a government issue. The private sector is fully invested in this. The ports, the railroads are spending massively on infrastructure, but it's the government role that's really lacking in Canada. The ability to coordinate investment, to set priorities, to make trade infrastructure a national priority for a country that exports as much as Canada does. It's the government role in guiding, setting policy, working with the private sector that's really missing. But that's a side note to China, but it's an important one for Canada.
well, also a contrast when you look at the Belt and Road Initiative, so-called, to build infrastructure of all kinds right through the heart of Asia and into Eurasia and Middle East, and obviously through the land and the sea routes into Africa. They seem heavily invested in infrastructure. What are the implications there for agriculture?
Well, that's an excellent observation, and it's one that we're trying to bring to Canadian audiences. The fixation in Canada is on the bilateral trade relationship with China. Are we too dependent on China? Have we become too dependent on the Chinese market for peas, for canola? But we tend to miss the implications of China as the world's largest economy and the largest producer and consumer. As obsessed as are we in Canada with diversifying our markets, China, if you look at the 5-year plans, is equally obsessed with diversifying its sources of agricultural produce. In Canada, we have trade commissioners, government agents who try to open markets and assist companies getting into new markets. In grain and agriculture, that's really not needed. Richardson and Viterra can take care of opening markets for themselves. But nonetheless, the levers that we have in Canada to facilitate diversification are really, really limited. China, on the other hand, as you mentioned with the Belt and Road Initiative, can put trillions of dollars into literally opening new markets by creating the infrastructure, funding the infrastructure to allow products from regions that were essentially off the global market to come into the global market. The best example of how this works is with soybeans and Brazil. If you think back to the 1970s, when President Nixon cut U.S. soybean exports, suddenly, one of the many things that Nixon did, cut soybean exports, the Japanese suddenly found themselves cut off from one of their largest suppliers of soybeans. And at that time, I forget how much of Japan's soybean imports are coming from the U.S., but it was substantial. In response, Japan decided that they could no longer trust the U.S., so they began investing in soybean production in Brazil. The Japanese International Cooperation Agency came out of this experience, for example. But Brazil went from producing very few soybeans to nowadays rivaling the U.S. as one of the largest producers and exporters. So you can see what can happen when one country, concerned with diversification of supply, invests in one crop in one other country. What China is doing with the Belt and Road is doing this across many crops, across many countries. So even if China is only hitting 1 out of 10 on this Belt and Road projects, that's still, looking at the example of Brazil and soybeans, it still has potential to really disrupt markets. So Kazakhstan and wheat, legumes or pulses coming out of the Black Sea, these are things that aren't currently on the minds of Canadian producers, but they really should be because of the Belt and Road Initiative.
And so, well, I mean, trade is, there's two sides to the balance sheet always, right? And so what's good for one, perhaps for the other. So am I reading this right, that infrastructure is potentially going to be good for areas like you mentioned, Kazakhstan, Africa, others that have not traditionally been exporters, and it opens the market? But then for others like Canada, what are the implications for what had been perhaps not a secure market, but a steady market over the past few years? Can they pick and choose?
Well, it's going to affect global markets. Obviously, China's bringing production online primarily, we think, to improve food security in China. You can do that by having supplies guaranteed for China, or you can do that by influencing global markets to the point where there is more abundance and you can get at food security that way. I don't know how this is going to play out, but we can certainly see the building blocks of what's being assembled. Even though we don't know what the final structure is going to be, you can see some of the blocks and you have kind of an idea. And again, the Brazil example with soybeans, I think, is an object lesson, if not illustrative, for where this could go. Don't count on things not to change. And you know, the real issue is it's amazing. We talk to people about the Belt and Road Initiative, and the knowledge of it is very, very low in the agricultural producing communities. The knowledge of the 5-year plan in Canada, I joke that if you ask most folks out in Western Canada, 5-year plan, they'll say, oh, Chinese, it's 5 years and it's a plan. That sort of level of detail is going to get us into trouble, especially because China is telling us in the plan what they are going to do over the next 5 years with a degree of certainty we do not have with the Americans. American foreign policy, will it make it through Congress? How will it be changed? Will it last until the next Congress comes in a year and a half from now? So the uncertainty we have with the American market is really offset by very clear signals in China, but we're not reading them and not paying attention to them. The knowledge that these signals exist is low, let alone the use of these signals. So there's a heck of a lot more we could be doing and other countries could be doing to manage the rise of China, to mitigate potential disruptions, to move more quickly to new opportunities as the world's largest economy by purchasing power parity. As the world's largest economy shifts and the policies that it sets to manage its growth and shifts are evident for us to use.
So farmers are always facing uncertainty, number one, from the weather, right? From one season to the next, even local markets. What should they be paying attention to become better informed or have a better understanding of where China's Belt and Road Initiative may lead them to?
So I think there are certainly sources of information. There are monitors. Our good friends at the Center for Strategic and International Studies in DC do a lot of work on the Belt and Road Initiative. There are a couple others globally. That information really needs to be translated more for the agricultural community, made easier to read. This is a project we're engaged in at the Canada West Foundation, trying to look at the 5-year plan, figure out what's important for Western Canadian interests, focus on those and translate that literally and figuratively, translate it so that it can be used by producers and exporters. That's the type of work that really needs to be done. I don't know the extent of information in other countries, but I know in Canada we have very good information at a very high level, the pinhead level. People like me and other sinologists and experts who hold a conference in Ottawa or Montreal every year for other academics. The knowledge exists there, but it's not translated, again, literally and figuratively translated to where it can be used. And I would say that that's a major project that needs to be undertaken, certainly in Canada, and I would guess elsewhere. You know, we're used to having the US as the world's largest economy and mover of markets. We now have a completely different economic governance system. It's not the old Soviet system, and it's certainly not the American system.
Yeah.
This is a completely different system. And I think Australia is probably a bit more up on this. The Kiwis are probably a bit more up on it, but certainly here in North America, we are not. And we really have to do a lot, not just capacity building, mind you. And my academic friends say, we need to increase knowledge, we need to increase research. And I pull out my hair, which is very difficult given how short it is, but say, no, we need to produce knowledge that people can use and to work with them to actually use it. Huge difference. And that's what we're looking at. That's a project that we're looking at the Canada West Foundation, and we're talking about in Western Canada, but I would say that would be a model. And agricultural journalists are key on this. So in Canada, we work very closely with Real Ag Radio. We work very closely with Glacier Farm Media. Glacier Farm Media is actually a member of the Canada West Foundation. And we work very closely with them in reality checks on the research. Can it be used? Can it be understood? Are we getting it out? And I say that that's a model that's a hell of a lot of work. It's not always a hell of a lot of fun for journalists that like traveling to capital cities. You've got to get down to the smaller farm communities, which we do, and talk to folks. But I think that's the only way to really do this.
Is there anything then, as this knowledge gets transferred, mobilized, is there anything that farmers should be thinking of over the short term, 2 to 5 years, let's say, that they should be adapting to, planning for, investing in? What should they be doing to respond to this opportunity?
Well, here in Canada, the farmers, the information that they get is important to understand the larger picture in where things are going to go next year or the year after. The ability to use that information at the farm level is constrained by intermediaries. Farmers sell the elevators, they don't sell the countries. So selling to the local elevator, selling to with the grain companies as intermediaries doesn't give the producers a lot of leverage. But interestingly, what we're seeing that does change this is the diversification, not of markets, but the diversification of products. And this is something that we've been doing extensive research and advocacy on here at the Canada West Foundation. So, 70-some% of our peas go to China. It's worse than canola seed in terms of dependence on one market. So trying to find other markets globally to sell peas is very difficult. There are a limited number of markets for dry bulk peas. But we've begun turning peas into proteins, fractionation. We're creating the ingredients for Beyond Beef burgers. Those ingredients aren't going to China, which is already awash in plant protein because they've got all our dry bulk peas that they turn into pasta and they've got protein left over. But if you're in California and you're making a very high quality, very expensive consumer product like Beyond Beef, you're not going to buy bulk ingredients from China. You're looking at places that have reputations for quality, for assurance on health and other factors. Also, sources that are closer to market. So as we change the product mix, instead of just selling bulk peas, we sell bulk plant protein, we change markets naturally. For farmers, this means you're not driving just to the elevator, but you're potentially driving to the plant that's processing the peas into plant protein. That gives you leverage. That gives you a new opportunity. The same thing with canola. Rather than simply driving to the elevator to have it trained out to the port to go to China, you can drive to the crushing plant or put it in rail to the crushing plant and get a better return. You now have options. And that crushed canola, of course, is going to the US, where it will go into biodiesel. Corn and ethanol go for cars, canola and diesel go for trucks. So it's a separate market. We're not worried about competition with the Americans on that one. So we have the potential to move pretty much close to our entire shipment of canola seeds to China, to crush that at home and instead sell it to domestic markets. You take away the vagaries of international trade, and you also give producers options. So product diversification, as opposed to market diversification, is the real key. Product diversification can naturally lead to market diversification, but if you're producing at source, it also gives options for farmers. And this is something we're really, really excited about on the prairies. We did the foundational research on the plant protein opportunity for Western Canada, and we've been pushing more research and thinking about product diversification as a result of that experience.
The wild card in all this are the politics, and it's been quite volatile. The previous US administration tore up arrangements and agreements and other kinds of things that seemed almost at will. But this initiative is huge amount of investment. I don't know what the billions of dollars worth that are going to go in, but it's more than just a trade agreement. What is the potential for political disruption in this, again, over the next 2 to 5 years, given the situation we're in?
So uncertainty with the U.S. has certainly grown, as has our awareness of uncertainty with the U.S. You know, it's funny, with the new NAFTA agreement, the U.S. Trade Rep office, they modeled the benefits of the new NAFTA agreement. And the only way they were able to get positive benefits out of the agreement were to do a new type of modeling, factoring in uncertainty, the removal of uncertainty on digital trade. They really had to work hard to try and gin the modeling to come up with positive benefits. All of the modeling showed negative returns from the agreement. The agreement actually subtracted from welfare gains and other things. So this uncertainty with the U.S. is going to grow. It's going to continue to be a problem. And things like crushed canola and moving it across, you can only hope nowadays that it becomes so important for the Americans in terms of GHG reduction targets that it doesn't run afoul of canola, that it's allowed to go in. As long as the Americans really, really need something, you stand a fairly good chance of them not cutting it off. Of course, softwood lumber belies that argument. But what else are you going to do? You really don't have any perfect choices, or you don't have certainty. At the end of the day, when you look at all the factors, this one lines up as looking really good, and you've got to take that risk. But you also have to acknowledge the risk, and your point to acknowledge the risk is excellent.
So go just to conclude this conversation, going back to the beginning about the need to have more understanding of this Belt and Road Initiative and its implications. So where should agricultural journalists and communicators, what should they focus on to become better informed, so that they can then, as you say, translate that information out to the audience, which ultimately is the farm and rural communities that are affected by this?
Well, it's the 5-year plan, I would argue, as much, if not more, than the Belt and Road Initiative. You can look at the Belt and Road Initiative as an implementation tool of policy objectives in the 5-year plans. So looking at the 5-year plan is a great place to start. The Chinese government publishes a summary of the plan, and they have one on the agriculture chapter. You'll also want to look at the national security chapter, where they talk about, well, food security under national security more than under agriculture. So there are certain sections that are digestible, and if you've got Google Translate, you can get more than a clear enough idea of what's in there. That's a good place to start. I don't know that anyone wants to read the thousands of pages of the plan or has time to read the thousands of pages, but there's some work being done on looking at the 5-year plan in agriculture. It would make a great symposium for the Federation to put together. We did a symposium at the Canada West Foundation on the 5-year plan and had one day on agriculture. So I would suggest that people may want to listen in on that symposium, that one day of the symposium, and I think that may give a start. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Aussies were doing a bit more of this, and that may be a source of information as well.
Great, thank you. You've given us some links. We're going to put them up at the end of this presentation and share them with the audience. So thank you for your time, and I'm quite sure that people can contact you directly if they have additional questions that they want to add. I'm sure we're going to be in touch again soon to keep track of this. I think it's a very fascinating development in the trade world that you're quite right, we haven't paid enough attention to recently.
Well, thank you. And again, you can also listen in to Glacier Farm Media. I don't know if I can give the particular outlet a shout. I think they do work with you. And Real Ag Radio. So if people want to hear other interviews, what some of their journalist colleagues are doing in Canada, those sources are good too, to get some information from us on this.
Indeed, they're good friends of IFAJ. So we'll get some of that information posted as well.
Good. Great.
Great. Thanks very much.
Okay. Pleasure.
That was
Okay.
a great interview.
Okay, Steve, you're back.
Yes.
You carry away. I've done enough talking.
Okay, well, no, you did a great interview. That was really interesting, and hopefully we can take advantage of some of those links and listen more to what Carlo Dade has to say, through some of the media that he's pointing us to. We're just about on time, so I am going to very quickly hand it over to the next program, which is our very first virtual tour, which is extremely exciting. So Melanie, I'm going to hand this to you, and we're going to learn all about Belgium.
Okay, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to our session on potato production in Belgium. My name is Melanie Epp. I am the Secretary of the Belgian Guild and your moderator for today. While we initially hoped to actually bring you to a farm and give you a live virtual tour of a Belgian potato farm, logistically, this was impossible. So instead, we commissioned Plattelands TV. It's a Belgian television station that specializes in agriculture and country living to create a brief overview. So what we have following this is a 12-minute video, so just hang in there. It's a bit longer than you probably want, but it's full of interesting information. We have an overview of the potato production and processing in Belgium, provided by Christophe Vermeulen. He's the CEO of Bellepom. Bellepom is the Belgian Potato Trade and Processing Industry Association. And then that's followed by a brief description of Watch It Grow by Jurgen de Kloot. He's the Business and Relationship Development Manager at Vito. And then we visit with Jean-Pierre van Pombroek, please excuse my pronunciation, a potato farmer based in Walloon, Brabant. Following that, we will have a panel discussion on the challenges, opportunities, strengths, and weaknesses of the potato sector in Belgium. We have a diverse panel of 4 industry experts, all of whom are here right now, but they will introduce themselves following the video. And finally, we've put together a press kit. So for those of you who want to write articles, the press kit contains supplemental information to help you with your writing. And it contains bios of each of the speakers, high resolution photos that you can use, and contact details. And so I'll put that in the chat box there. So it's a link to a Dropbox where you can just download whatever you need. And then as well, there'll be a link. I can put that at the end for the video that you're about to see. But the session is being recorded, so you can rewatch it later if necessary. And at the end, there will be a brief question and answer period. So please post your questions in the chat. And because we have 4 panelists, maybe you might want to include the name of the panelist that you want to direct the question to. Okay, so Hugh, when you're ready, we can launch the video.
All righty. So I broke my own rule and didn't check.
It happens.
Do you have sound?
No,
No sound.
the sound is muted.
Decades. In 1995, a mere 5.
Third time lucky. There we go.
Hello, I'm Christophe Vermeulen, CEO of Belgapom, the Federation of Belgian Potato Processing Industry and Trade. The Belgian potato industry has really boomed the last 2 or 3 decades. In 1995, a mere 500,000 tons of potatoes were processed in our factories. Last year, that figure amounted to more than 5.08 million tons, which is about the maximum possible. We export every year 2.6 million tons of fries, mashed potatoes, croquettes and so on to more than 160 countries, and counting. Although the COVID crisis hit many of my members quite hard, as of course it did with a lot of other industries as well, the flexibility and the maturity of the sector ensured that we could limit the damage. Unfortunately, some people lost their jobs, albeit in most cases temporarily. But I am very proud to say that each contract between farmer and processor was fulfilled. In the end, we all hope for more prosperous times to come, and they surely will. Because this is Belgium. Which bears the question, why Belgium? Well, we are standing right in the heart of Europe's potato cultivation. In the ideal soil, loam, clay, sandy, and with the perfect climate for a long and rich growing season. The real key to our success, though, are the people behind the potato, because they are the true craftsmen with profound know-how and expertise in product and production. They know how to grow a rich diversity of potato varieties with the world's highest average yields. It all starts with high-quality potato seed, which makes our potatoes very fleshy and tasty with a natural yellowish color. Throughout the entire cultivation and production process, we stay in constant control of quality, thanks to modern, sustainable technologies and quality systems. Of course, this demands continuous investment and innovation. Last year, for instance, the sector invested more than 250 million euros in innovation, and that in a bad year. The year before it was close to 300 million. We have succeeded in limiting the use of chemical plant protection products, and we've taken it even further. So, what does it all lead to? High performance, automated equipment, expanded storage capacity, enhanced food safety, and even new packaging concepts. And you know what? Original Belgian fries are always nearby. Here, in the heart of Europe, we are blessed with a dense transport network, so we can easily reach export destinations all over the globe. Fast deliveries, flexible production lines, and flawless traceability. We have our reliable supply chain to thank for that. So, we cultivate our potatoes, we produce and export our fries, and then there's something else. We know how to prepare them in the best way possible, and we willingly share that knowledge. Let me tell you a secret, and it has been a secret for far too long. French fries aren't French at all. They are Belgian. In the 17th century, people in the Belgian Meuse Valley were already frying potatoes. And then, during World War I, American soldiers fighting in that region discovered our fries. And because the official language of the region and the Belgian army was French, well, you see what happened. Now, that's settled. So let's see what original Belgian fries are really about. They are about the art of frying. We rinse the raw potatoes or cut fries thoroughly. Then we fry them twice, and then we enjoy them abundantly. In Belgium, 60% of the people eat fries at least once a week, preferably homemade or straight from the fry shops, or frietkotten as we call them. Simply delicious, deliciously simple. You really should try some.
Let's move from the studio to the field, where farmer Jean-Pierre von Peyenbroek will tell us how he grows these delicious potatoes. In Belgium, as in other parts of the world, much emphasis has been put on improving production efficiency. Technology can help with that. Jurgen de Klutz of Vito explains.
My name is Jurgen de Klutz from Vito, and I would like to tell you something about What You Grow. What You Grow is a remote sensing driven data platform that we developed for arable farmers, for the potato farmers at start, and that should help farmers increase their yields in a sustainable way. So remote sensing data means data coming from satellites or drones, where we use this data to assess the performance of crops on any field every day for every field. We complement this remote sensing data with various other types of data like meteo data, soil scan data, user data, and data coming from machines, IoT data. The application, the platform was developed by Vito in 2016, and the platform also really aligns with the vision of the European Commission that has been put forward in the Green Deal. The application has three main lines, storylines that are being followed, and one is we aim to deliver precision farming solutions. We support ecological farming and climate neutral farming. So precision farming, obviously we provide lots of data on the actual situation of a field to farmers, but also variable rate application maps, where we provide maps where we indicate for every location in the field which quantities to apply of crop protection or fertilizers or irrigation on the right time and in the right quantities. Since we started in 2016, we collected quite a bit of data. As it is a data-driven platform, we mine that data, and we start to deliver now the first data-driven advice to farmers. So we know the performance of any field in the region that we monitor, and we know the climate conditions, the meteo conditions, the soil conditions. Based upon all this data, we start to give advice on the most optimal crop rotation sequence, for example. In ecological farming, we provide or we developed the water radar. We started with that, where we link the supply of treated wastewater with the demand of farmers that want to irrigate. Especially in dry years, this is very, very relevant in the region that we live. And last but not least, we also are developing solutions to support climate neutral farming, where we are developing a solution to objectively monitor in a scientific sound manner the carbon capture in the soil by farmers in the light of the carbon credits, obviously. So we believe that data platforms like What You Grow will become more and more important for farmers, and we are dedicated to support them in the sustainability journey, and we'll keep on trying to help them and support them as much as we can.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Jean-Pierre Van Peumbroek, je suis agriculteur à Tourine-Saint-Lambert avec mon épouse et mes parents. Nous avons une exploitation de polyculture. Nous cultivons de la betterave, de la chicorée, 4 types de céréales, du froment, de l'escourgeon, de l'orge brassicole et de l'avoine pour les semences. Et nous avons une activité pommes de terre sur plus de 300 hectares. Pour les pommes de terre, nous travaillons depuis plus de 20 ans avec la même usine. Pour l'industrie de la frite, c'est-à-dire McCain, nous avons 4 variétés, l'Innovator, la Daisy, l'Amigo et la Marquise, ce qui nous permet d'étendre notre saison d'arrachage sur une plus longue période et ce qui permet aussi de répartir nos risques. On va parler un peu de durabilité en pommes de terre. On va commencer par des analyses de sol l'été, des analyses de sol pour voir la qualité en phosphore, en potasse, certains oligoéléments comme le magnésium, pour en fonction de ça faire un choix de variété aussi, voir les doses que nous devons appliquer. C'est très important, nous sommes sur un sol limon ici. Après ça, nous allons avoir l'implantation des engrais verts, des cipans, des mélanges. Souvent nous mettons une facélie en mélange avec du trèfle pour avoir cette légumineuse qui apporte le complément d'azote naturel pour la facélie. Et nous effectuerons un labour durant le courant du mois de l'hiver pour avoir un sol propre au printemps et ne pas devoir utiliser d'herbicides totaux. Et puis nous allons aller sur une analyse aussi du profil azoté pour essayer d'appliquer la quantité d'azote la plus juste en fonction des résidus dans le sol, pour vraiment éviter tout lessivage vers les nappes phréatiques. Puis quand on vient sur un travail du sol, nous avons la plantation, et à la plantation, nous ferons d'office des interbuts. Ces interbuts permettront d'éviter les ruissellements des eaux et garder l'eau partout dans le champ, complétés par des rigoles qui se font dans les creux pour évacuer plutôt l'eau que de la boue. C'est vraiment intéressant aussi au niveau communal, au niveau social, au niveau relation avec nos voisins. C'est super intéressant. Il y a toute la technique culturelle, mais les traitements fongicides ont dû être répétés à multiples reprises. Tout cela avec du matériel, avec des jets anti-dérive à 90% pour vraiment éviter toute dérive sur le voisinage, avec des coupures de section. L'agriculture de précision a fait son entrée il y a déjà plus de 15 ans dans l'exploitation. Via la récolte qui doit s'effectuer dans les meilleures conditions possibles. On doit essayer de stocker uniquement des pommes de terre vendables. Ça ne sert à rien de remplir le bâtiment avec 5% de tare. Nous avons 15 000 tonnes de stockage à long terme, donc pour des livraisons mai, juin, juillet. Ces 15 000 tonnes sont équipées tous de ventilateurs EC. Ça nous permet de faire varier la vitesse de ventilation des ventilateurs en fonction de la nécessité pour le produit, donc pour la pomme de terre. Cette diminution permet aussi de réduire jusqu'à plus de 50% la consommation en énergie, ce qui est très important aujourd'hui aussi et dans le futur pour l'impact carbone. Voilà, nous sommes ici dans un des bâtiments de stockage. Elle est vide depuis mi-juillet. Elle va être nettoyée dans les prochains jours et on y restockera donc 5 000 tonnes de pommes de terre au mois d'octobre, début novembre au plus tard. Ce sera pour conserver des désis jusqu'au mois de juin de l'année prochaine. Ce bâtiment-ci, dans la récolte passée, nous y avons stocké des royales et sur lesquelles on a utilisé l'antigerminatif, le One Foresight. C'était une nouveauté pour nous puisque l'année avant, nous travaillions encore avec le CIPC qui a été interdit, qui a été retiré du marché. Le One Foresight nous a satisfait sur son utilisation, mais nous avons un coût supplémentaire rien qu'en produit de 8 fois par rapport à l'ancien CIPC. Donc le coût de la pomme de terre devient de plus en plus cher aujourd'hui.
Okay, so we have lots to talk about here. But first, I want to take a moment to hear from our panelists. So if you guys could take just a quick moment to introduce yourselves and tell us who you are and what you do. We'll start with Roman Coles. You're muted. One sec. Can we do that?
I have found it. Now you can hear me.
Hello.
Hi. Hi, Melanie. Hi, everybody. Nice to meet you. My name is Roman Coles. I am currently President CEO of World Potato Congress, which is a PEI Canada-based NGO trying to set up a global network for the potato sector to promote potatoes all over the world. But my career has been for 30 years in the Belgian and European potato industry. I've been for 30 years Secretary General of Belgapom. So you've met my successor, Christophe, in the video. And I left that position to him on the 1st of January of this year. I've always been 15 years Secretary General of Europotat, which is the European Association for the Potato Trade, and 7 years of EUPA, which is the European Potato Processing Association. And at this moment, I'm connecting from Ireland, where I'm currently preparing the next World Potato Congress, which will be in Dublin, Ireland, and start on the 30th of May next year, 22. So you see, connecting from all over the world is not that difficult.
And that would be why I call you the potato guru.
Could be.
Okay, and Amandine, can you take a moment to introduce yourself?
Okay, hello everybody. I'm not such a good speaker as Romain. My English is not that well, so I'll try my best. I'm Amandine Eekhout. I'm here as one of the vice presidents of Bell Potato. I'm in Bell Potato as a Flemish farmer. I represent the Farmers Union Boerenbond at Bell Potato, and in the Farmers Union, I represent the Flemish women in the arable farming group. I am a farmer. I have a farm together with my husband. It's a mixed farm. We have the arable grounds and we have the Belgian blue animals, the beef cattle. The specialty on our farms is potatoes. We grow all sorts of potatoes, the very early ones, mid-season, and then the long-term potatoes, but not so much for the storage. I'll tell about that later because we didn't do investments for CIPC yet. We also grow sugar beets, wheat, carrots, onions, and food for our animals.
Excellent. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Steven de Kuiper.
Hello, everyone. I'm Steven de Kuiper. I'm Agro Director at Agristo, responsible for the Agricultural Department. This department is responsible for the supply of 1.5 million tons of raw potatoes to our 4 production facilities on a yearly basis. I started as a bioengineer and gained in the meantime roughly 20 years of experience in the agro-food industry and more specific in the potato industry. So Agristo is since 1986 developed an world player for development and production of frozen potato products. And as a Belgian company, we have our headquarters in Harelbeke and 3 other production sites, which one of them is in the Netherlands, in Tilburg. I'm also currently the president of Vegaplan and the vice president, one of the vice presidents of Bel Potato, the new potato branch organization in Belgium.
Okay, welcome. Thanks for being here. And Kurt.
Hello, everybody. I'm Kurt de Mullemeester. I'm working at Inagro, a research station in the province of West Flanders for agri and horticulture. Myself, I'm responsible for the department arable crops, and I have been active in potato research for about 24 years now. I'm also vice president of EAPR, European Association for Potato Research, who is trying to promote research in potatoes within Europe and also outside Europe. And that's very brief what I'm doing.
Okay, welcome and thanks for being here. Okay, so as you can see, we have a lot of expertise here between the 4 of you. Okay, so let's begin by talking about some of the challenges the potato sector faces. So the most obvious challenge in the last 18 months has been the COVID crisis. And while we don't want to dwell on it too much, I'm hoping that we can just unpackage it a little bit. So Romain, I think that you're the best person to do that. So maybe you can start by giving us a quick overview of what happened and how the potato sector responded.
I think we don't have to explain the pandemic. That's the advantage of a pandemic and a global journalist organization. So everybody knows about the pandemic. But of course, specifically, the influence of the pandemic on the potato sector in Belgium and in most European and also Northern American countries was quite important because we have seen during the last decades a switch from fresh potato consumption towards more processed products. Convenience is, of course, important. People are eating outside all over the world. You see a growing middle class everywhere in Asia, even Africa, South America. So the advantage of that is, of course, that these products, potato products, are available through fast food, but also restaurants, hotels, and also in tourism. Of course, all these certainties became uncertain at a certain time, and we were confronted with the fact that these potato products were contracted by farmers and by processors, were being processed, were stored, but were unable to be sold because all the contracts collapsed. So we have noticed 2 movements. First of all, we saw that consumers were directing more to fresh food again. As I've been talking to some people from the potato industry in Ireland this morning already, and the same happened over here. So more and people were cooking at home and they needed fresh potatoes. So there was an increase in fresh potato consumption, But in the Netherlands, north of France, Germany, and Belgium, most of the potatoes, let's say about 90% of the potatoes, were destined to be processed and were destined to be exported also into European countries, but also 1/3 into the rest of the world. So, of course, that was all blocked. So there was a state of emergency because we had to find a solution for those potatoes. Not all of them could be processed. A large part of the potatoes were contracted. Christophe mentioned in the video that all these contracts, or by far most of the contracts, have been fulfilled and the potatoes have been purchased and paid to the farmers. But for farmers, it were hard times because they also have part of their income due to sales of free potatoes on the free market. And that free market completely collapsed. They were really down to prices for animal feed. So, of course, this caused a lot of trouble to farmers, and Europe, the European Union, has decided, just as it happened in Northern America, to help the farmers, to support them in these difficult times. But again, this was not helping all of them, and it have been really difficult times for farmers, but also for traders and for processors, because they were also confronted with problems. To conclude, I'm not going to make it too long, how far are we today? We see that the operations are picking up again. More and more countries are opening restaurants. You see demand growing again, but the effect of that pandemic year on farming, on potato processing has been there. Just to give you one example, at this moment, and perhaps Stephen can talk about that also, you see the prices of transporting by container transport all over the world have rocketed. They are very high because there is still a shortage of containers at the moment, which is, of course, influencing trade at this moment. So I'm very glad to tell you that our industry is picking up again, that we see again a brighter future. We see that more and more people want to eat outside. And I think this is creating opportunities for the farmers again, but also for the industry, and for consumers as well. So hopeful for the near future, but still suffering from that past experience.
Okay, great. In our conversation leading up to this event, Stephen, you mentioned that COVID actually created opportunities in terms of new product development. Could you expand on that for us?
Yes, of course, it's not that we're waiting or expecting some crisis, but of course, each crisis gives also some opportunities that you can detect. And if you focus on that, okay, we learned something also, because all the things that Romain said, I can repeat them. They were very true, and I will only confirm it to keep it short. But what did we see then as opportunities? We saw indeed shifting the markets completely, never seen before. If we look, we have food service and retail. We saw some movements going on there. Of course, food service collapsed completely, and retail took up a little bit of that, but globally we were still a lot of impact on that, on the volumes. But what did we see of opportunities? There was some specific branch taking up, and that was the takeaway business. That was something. Yeah, all the restaurants were looking for some alternatives, and what did they do? They just prepared the meals, and people could order them, and everyone was starting with home deliveries and etc. And then we were looking, okay, that type of business, what products of us and our frozen potato products could support them and also take that with them and the meals. And of course, French fries is not such an easy product. Nobody is expecting a fry that's already cold or is not firm anymore and not crusty anymore. But you have other products that are supporting that a little bit more, that keep their crustiness, that keeping the heat more, and that's with some better products and etc. I won't go too much into detail, but that type of products need to be developed and during the crisis. And we saw, okay, this is a sort of new market taking up. We believe also that this will stay in a certain amount, maybe not in in the same level as we saw during the COVID. But of course, we see also the takeaway business evolving during time, and that did we learn also to take an account in our research and development to focus on that type of branch for our products and with those characteristics that they're looking for. So sort of an opportunity we saw.
Right, excellent. Another challenge that we've seen in recent years has definitely been changing weather patterns, and no one knows this better than our farmers. In the previous 3 years, we experienced extremely dry weather. Now, I've lived in Belgium for 7 years, so I wouldn't know how abnormal, but I know that those years were extremely hot. And then this year, we've had really heavy rainfall, and some of the potato fields we visited were completely underwater. So Amandine, as a farmer, how have changing weather patterns impacted your farm, and what are you doing to prepare for future weather events?
We are very lucky in this region that we didn't have that very extreme rainfall, and we don't have fields who are underwater like a lot of other regions in our country at this time. But we do need to adjust. For several years already, we are planting all of our potatoes with little, how do you call them again? You saw it with Jean-Pierre, also the little ruts we make between the regen of the potatoes. I'll talk about that later. But you have to know, in this region, there's a high problem with erosion. So we do that therefore in the first place, but we can see in the drought years also that that's very good to keep the water also. The little bit of water that falls is kept better into the ground. What we also did in our farm, and we did that together with Inagro, is we built erosion dam to keep the water on the hills, and we digged ponds to keep the water when it falls, and that has a double function. When it rains a lot, it stays longer here before it goes on the lower fields, and we can use that water to spray, but also to do irrigation if needed, and to have water for our animals that we don't have to pump out of the ground. So I think those are the biggest adjustments that we made on our farm.
Great. And so Kurt, in our conversation earlier, you also mentioned that you are working on projects directly related to these issues. And also what Amandine mentioned, and maybe you couldn't see very clearly in the video because it was a little bit glitchy, were those dams in between the rows. But if you want to look at it later, you can watch the video and see it more clearly. But Kurt, maybe you could expand a little bit on some of the projects you're doing related to climate change mitigation, and maybe mention a little bit about working with the machinery experts.
Yes, maybe to continue on the erosion problems and the creating of micro dams between the ridges at planting. In the video, you can see some machinery is making the little dams after planting. That was the first stage in the evolution of that technique. But since then, construction companies who make the planting machines like AVR and the Wolf we have in our region, they adapted their planting machines with little plates who are attached to the machine and who are creating the micro dams while they are planting at the same moment. So that make that the farmer only has to do one passage when he's planting, and when he finished planting, also the micro dams are present and are ready to accept the water that is falling on the field. So that is one topic we are working at, raising climate change or impact of the climate. Amandine also mentioned irrigation. So in Flanders, potatoes are not irrigated that much. We aim about 3 to 5%, depending on the region. Water is quite scarce in our region, so we are looking more and more to the possibilities of drip irrigations to be useful maybe for potatoes, to be implemented and to be more efficient with the water than the sprinkling irrigation. It's a technique that's now starting a little bit for potatoes. It used to be, it's used more in vegetables, but now it's coming to potatoes, for example, also. Another impact of the climate is on diseases. For example, on the fungal diseases like late blight and early blight. And the previous 3 seasons were quite easy on that because of the dry and the hot weather. But for this season, with the moderate temperatures and a lot of rain, we see that late blight has attacked really bad our crops, and farmers had to come back to treat the crops very often. Together with the colleagues of PCA, another research station, disease models are developed since about 25 years already for the late blight. And these disease models can predict how the fungus will develop during the growing season, and depending on weather, like temperature or rainfall and things like that. And then we can advise farmers when they should apply fungicide at the best moment to protect their crops as good as possible. That's one thing we are looking at also for early blight. It's a disease we developed a model in more recent years. It's another disease. So it's important to advise farmers and to help them to advise to apply the fungicides at the right moment to have the best efficacy as possible from the products. And that's some of the topics we work on regarding climate change.
Okay, excellent. So in recent years, Belgium's potato farmers have faced considerable challenges due to loss of plant protection products, including dicat, if I'm saying that correctly, for home killing or vine killing, and CIPC, a sprout suppressant used in long-term storage. So Amandine, how concerned are farmers about the loss of these products, and what are they most concerned about going forward?
Well, CIPC is a very big one. We lost it last year, and it made, especially in this region where we have the mixed farm, a big difference for the storage of the potatoes. Until last year, it was quite easily to storage the potatoes until June, but now that's past time. So now we have to make the decision of what are we going to do? Are we going to invest in a new storage? And are we going to keep the products we have now to do the storage? Because some countries don't want some of those new products. So when we do an investment, are you going to invest for those products, or do we have to think about the storage with the cooling systems or things like that? So adjustment and thinking a lot. But that's not the only problem. There's also loss of other products, spraying products. So we have seen last year when it was very dry, there were a lot of problems with to keep the weed under control because some licenses are gone. And this year, Phytophthora is really a difficult one. We have to come back much more to spray, and we have to look out very well which product we use and how much times we can use it.
Okay. And then Kurt, you mentioned that you're involved in projects that evaluate the efficacy of these new plant protection products, including alternatives to CIPC. So what are some of the challenges or opportunities going forward for that?
When we look to the alternatives for the CIPC, we have been doing research on that for the last 5 to 6 years. So the alternatives, it's like Amandine mentioned already, the stores have to be equipped to apply these alternatives because the CPC, we used most of the time the liquid formulation at the entrance of the potatoes in the store. But the alternatives have to be fogged during the storage season. So this means that the store has to be ready to fog products into the store and to have a proper ventilation through the potatoes. That was not the case in all stores in the past in our region. So that's why Amandine is talking to the important investments for her farm. When when we evaluated those alternatives, we saw that they had to apply it multiple times, 3, 4 to up to 6, 7 times to cover the whole storage season. It's not that evident. You need the proper material to do it, to fog it. For the farmers also, the alternatives cost quite a lot of money, and they are quite more expensive than the CPC we used to have. It was also mentioned by Jean-Pierre in the video. And also the efficacy of the alternatives, we are starting to work with them, so we need to learn how they work at the best. And in the trials where we compared the CPC with alternatives, we saw that the alternatives have it quite difficult to obtain the same level as efficacy as a CPC, especially an issue more to the fresh market potatoes, and when potatoes are unstored. CPC had a good residual activity after washing and packing. For those alternatives, it's quite more difficult to have the same residual activity.
Yeah, and it's my understanding that some of those products, they work very differently depending on which variety you're storing, right? Like some of them, like the chipping varieties need something to, yeah, I can't remember which ones were for which because I don't store potatoes, but yeah. Okay, so we're going to switch now to sustainability. So adopting climate-friendly solutions on farm and in the factory will be crucial going forward. So Stephen, what steps has Agristo taken to reduce its carbon footprint?
Yes, within Agristo, so as a processor, we focused already the last years on different topics. You have the topic of energy, you have water, waste and transport. So that's the little ones, those that I will explain a little bit. As of energy, of course, we use a lot of energy, not only the electricity, but also a lot of gas. We need a lot of warm water, heating, steam, the oil heating. So a lot of energy is used. So as of the different topics, where could we look for sustainable goals? One big example is the cooperation with the nearby factory. We're lucky to have a neighbor that's focused on green energy and it's burning wood waste into electricity. In that process, they have a lot of steam coming out, and they cannot do anything with that. For them, it's labor to cool that down, to have the cold water again, so heat them up again to that steam. So we have a pipeline now of a few kilometers running till our production facility, where we can, by means of heat exchange and etc., we can use a lot of heat that in our process again, and so not using fossil energies or other things. So that's already a point, and we have a lot of points. Yeah, solar energy is of course also one that's implemented in our facilities. So we have to think about also the future and the circular means of energy. Out of water also, as a processor in a production line, we use a lot of water, or more specific, we need a lot of water for cleaning the potatoes, peeling them, transport them, and pipelines throughout the factory. So from where comes that water? So we had a project also in our facility, the newest production line. We are close by the river Leie. We take water out of that river, we purify it till production standards. There we can use it in different departments where we need it. And after the process, so we also use it some circular times, several times. And after the process, we purify it again to the right standards, and we give it back to the river. So that's also a mean of not pumping up water and more using water in a more durable way. Out of waste also, we have a lot of projects going on. We have a lot of starch coming free, or potato peels coming free. And we have to learn to not see that as a waste. it's a sort of raw material for another production type. Not that we will everything or do it ourselves, but as a next step, we have to see it as biomass and raw material where we can use it also durable in other ways. And as the last one, of course, transport. Sometimes it's easy, but just to take it in account in your projects and in a strategy. Of course, if you can, for farmers also, if you can choose more for nearby farms instead of long distances, that's one that has a very quick impact. But also for our finished products, I mentioned already the river layer, also for transporting our finished product. The market is worldwide, but at the first step, we don't put it on a truck, we put it already on a barge, where we can transport it to the bigger seaports, and from there on it's loaded on the sea ships. So we also use it already in a circular way that these barges are going up and down with our reefers, with our finished products. So and all sort of things, but of course a very important one is also our raw material, and a very big link with agriculture, and also thinking about sustainability at the farmer level. But I think I can give that better to a colleague of the panel.
Yes, and Dean, you also mentioned that you work a lot to improve the sustainability of your farm. Can you expand on that for us?
Yes, okay. So like a lot of other farms, like every other farm, we have to keep up to the rules of Vegaplan and the IPM rules, but that's the basic. You have seen with Jean-Pierre what he does, and a lot of things you can compare with what you've seen on the video with Jean-Pierre. But we have a mixed farm, and on our own farm, we try to keep a balance between the mixing of the farm. So we keep a good rotation of our crops, and because we have a long rotation in years before we have back the potatoes, we have less problems with nematodes and things like that. But also we try hard to use our own nutrients on our own farm, or also a little bit with other farmers, neighbor farmers who we do that. And then we take a very good look of what do we have to adjust. So you saw with Jean-Pierre, we take a lot of examples of the soil, and we do that during the season. So we have in the beginning of the season or the year before, we put our own litter, our own manure, and then we adjust with manure, stickstoff, nutrients, and we do that with precision techniques. So when we plant, we do that already in the row, but it's a system that costs a lot, and we have to do a lot of investment to make that even better in the future. We tried that the first time this year on our farm, and during the season we do in little frequencies the rest of the nutrients. So that's a very important one. And for me, the most important one is that we can keep balance between our animals, and all sorts of crops. So we don't have to grow potatoes every 2 years. We try to keep it on 4 years. And that's also something that's important for the sustainability.
Okay, excellent. Kurt, you also mentioned that you're doing work on improving fertilizer management, and specifically you mentioned focus on nitrogen. Can you tell us more about the problem with nitrogen and what you're doing to address it?
Yes, nitrogen is one of the main nutrients for potatoes and for other crops also. But in Belgium, we have quite a strict regulation on nitrogen. It's part of the European directive on nitrogen present in surface water. So you cannot have too much nitrate in the surface water. Because the intensive region we have in agriculture and cattle, pig breeding and things like that, we have quite a lot of nitrogen, so it's difficult. We have to do an effort to respect the the nitrate content in the surface water. Therefore, legislation implies that we cannot use as much nitrogen as we would. Agriculture is seen to have the good yield of potatoes. The dose we can apply is reduced year after year, let's say. And in that way, like Amandine explained, you are looking to apply nitrogen in less big doses or to let it use is more efficient. So taking soil samples is the basic tool to work on that, to see what's present in the soil already and what will be needed to grow potatoes. That's the basic rule, let's say. We are looking to that already for a long time. Another technique is when you have an advised dose of nitrogen, not to give all the nitrogen at planting, all at one time, but to split the applications and to give, let's say, 70% of the advised dose at planting, then follow up the soil or the crop to see if more nitrogen is needed later on in the season. So to avoid the surplus of nitrogen that won't be taken up by potatoes. And a technique now that's getting more in the picture, also Amandine mentioned, is to apply the nitrogen at planting in the row. So the idea is by putting the nitrogen close to the seed potatoes and where potatoes are growing, that we will need a lower dose of nitrogen to grow the same yields and quality, and to have less residue of nitrogen at the end of the season, and that can lead to the surface water. That are some of the techniques we are working on at this moment.
Okay, great. So one of the factors that contributes to sustainability is diversity in the field, so diversity of varieties. Yet more than 50% of hectares in Belgium are devoted to a single variety. So this is also a little bit of a problem going forward. Amandine, what makes adopting new varieties challenging at the producer level?
Well, when you have a new variety, it's always an adjustment to try to do the storage. So we used to have the bencher who wasn't that difficult, but that's past time. We don't have much benches anymore. I think most of it are Fontaine and Challengers now. When we have a new sort, we have to adjust how to do it, and we have to learn from experts how to try that, but we still have to do it once to know what or why. At our farm, we try to breed some early potatoes, half season, so we don't have to do that storage so much.
Okay. And Stephen, what makes adopting new varieties at the processing level challenging?
For us, of course, you have some mainstream varieties that are working, what are working for a client, what he's looking for. If you come with a new variety, it has to fit up with some standards. And there we see some big movements or criteria. One standard can be, okay, a client needs a long fry, a very long one, and a very dry, crusty fry. Another one is maybe more looking mainstream, with a creamy color and such certain texture and moisture. Each variety that you come up, it's difficult because you cannot link that directly with one client. It has to fit within a spec that the client comes up. So for me, it would be easier if you see, okay, for one spec that client needs, I can work with these 5 varieties, for instance. And those 5 varieties can be a mixture of, okay, what soil type, what region is suited, what weather type is suited, so you can spread up the risks, not only for us, but also for a farmer. But of course, coming up with new varieties, it's not that easy as it looks. That sometimes we fail at farmer level already, and that can be yield, that can be storage, as Amandine says. It's so much things that have to come up also as of diseases. If you see, okay, yield and it's less than a standard, or the disease sensitivity is higher than the standard, yeah, you can almost say already that new variety is lost, and we won't keep it up. But I believe we have to focus more in future on the new varieties. Climate is changing. If you look at level of fertilizers, if you look at level of disease level, yeah, we have to come up with better varieties to cope with this challenging future. And of course, we know there are some scientific means that are available already for doing this research. Unfortunately, it's not that easy to defend it also at the European level. But yeah, it remains a focus. For me, it's a little bit the same. How we come up with those new varieties, it's only something as today. We need them, and we have to look for them and try and do our utmost best to come with those. Yeah, and as I said before, the success won't be only at the processor level, but also at the farming level. And for me, that comes both as a main priority. Both has to be good to have a good new variety at that level. And for me, as much as possible.
It's a challenge for you going forward.
Yeah, indeed.
So switching gears a bit, and Romain, I feel like we haven't heard from you, so it's your turn now. We've got a guru here. So in the beginning of the video, Christophe Vermeulen mentioned that Belgium is at its capacity in terms of potato production and processing. So I'm hoping you can expand on that. What did he mean when he said that? And what threats do you face going forward? And then maybe how do you plan to maintain the current position that you're in?
Well, I mean, Belgium, people who know me know that I have always looked at the whole thing in a bigger picture. I believe that historically, if you look at the potato industry in Belgium, I think the Netherlands have played a very important role in the past. They developed the industry. They are also well known for their new varieties, for seed potatoes, but also they were ahead of Belgium to install a potato processing industry. And as a matter of fact, the first wave of companies were more or less related to the Netherlands. So we've seen some investments of Dutch companies setting up new factories in Belgium. The reason was very simple: excellent soil, the same language, certainly in the northern part, and also the capacity of farmers to invest more in potatoes and become more professional potato farmers. So that was interesting for them to go south because, of course, potatoes have to be grown, and Amandine mentioned it, in a rotation scheme. You can't grow potatoes on the same field every year. That would destroy your land. And I think large parts of the Netherlands were confronted with certain nematodes, which were resulting from intensive growing of potatoes in the same fields. So we have to avoid that. And that's also the reason why the Dutch came down to Belgium to plant potatoes. But of course, also Belgian potato traders noticed this, and they started their own factories. And that's where the first wave in the 80s, I think Agristo is one example of them, half the 80s, we have a new wave of Belgian processing companies starting up smaller sizes to process potato products. And that evolution went on and went on. And at this time in Belgium, also not only the northern part, Flanders, where Dutch is spoken, just like in the Netherlands, but also the southern part, which is speaking French, is more and more covered with potato fields. And of course, the reason was very simple. Farmers got money. There is some music on the screen now. But anyway, farmers were earning. Hello. I don't know who's responding. Yeah, it's gone. So you have to smile, Melanie, and then it goes away. Anyway, the more and more Walloon farmers were also heading to potatoes because everybody knew that potatoes really was nice for their income as an arable crop farmer. And this is why also the southern part was more and more interested, but it went even more south because at this moment we see that also the northern part of France, which is excellent soil for potato crop for processing, is now also investing more and more in potatoes. So I always say, look, the true potato belt of Western Europe is Belgium in the middle, the Netherlands, Germany, and the north of France. And now we see also in Poland, but that's a different climate. But you see that is really the true potato belt. And I think that what we see now, that in Belgium, we have about 100,000 hectares of potatoes. So I think we are facing a maximum, because if we want to rotate, if we want to respect nature, if we want to live in a sustainable crop, and we want to assure that also the next generation of young people in the factories can produce potato products, we have to take this into account. So for me, it's very clear that or we develop our crop further south, and that is what's happening in the north of France. We have more and more potatoes being grown there, being processed in Belgium, by the way, or even in the Netherlands, and then go back to the French market because they want local product. So this is happening, but also I believe that more and more our companies in Western Europe will expand towards other parts of the world. You see that also, Stephen did not mention it, but for instance, Agristo is also looking into starting up a potato processing industry in India, for instance. So I think McCain is an example of that. You see also Lamb Weston, Farm Frites, Avico, more and more companies are also expanding towards other parts of the world. And don't forget, we are not alone in Europe. We have also a lot of American companies like Simplot who are expanding their production. And one thing is for sure, they will go for excellent soil, they will go for capacity to grow excellent potatoes, and they will go for capacity of excellent farmers. So that whole story will expand to the rest of the world. And this is also why I believe in an organization like World Potato Congress, because I believe that we can help to develop new projects. Why not even in Ethiopia or in Kenya or in Asia somewhere? China is a big grower in potato production and processing industry. So you see figures of the AMRO Bank in the Netherlands study illustrated that there is an annual capacity growth of demand of frozen potato products, which is really resulting into the need to create more production all over the world. So I'm truly believing that we will keep our capacity, that we will keep our product. Don't forget, bigger picture. We are not only selling fries anymore, we are selling fries. Europe is the only area of the world where CIPC is forbidden for health reasons. So in other parts of the world, they can still use it. So we have to explain why we produce without CIPC, because this is our thing. Europe is investing a lot of money into new schemes like the Farm to Fork strategy in the climate change program of the European Commission. I believe that this is an example of making a difference. I believe that people will not buy potatoes only because of price, only because of quality, but also the climate adaptation and the sustainability of the product will be part of getting access of certain markets. So I believe that this is a story which is creating opportunities for the Belgian and European potato industry, also for other parts of the world. Buying local, it has been mentioned already. So local fries, I think certain parts of the market will go for that. So there is an opportunity for a lot of people, but also for the Belgian industry, if it can cope with the challenges, if it is able to move on to be sustainable, but also competitive, price-wise, quality-wise. And this is the challenge our industry is looking at. But I believe that in the landscape which we have in Belgium, with a strengthening value chain, and that's really a message I've been supporting all my career, together with people from the Farmers Union, with people from the industry, with suppliers of machines, equipment, technology, but also pesticides and whatever, fertilizers. I think that at the long term, the strength of the value chain, wherever you bring it, is going to be decisive for the future. And I believe that, for instance, with the instruments we have in Belgium, that we are capable to continue to play our role. And don't forget, it's not French fries. I have to learn my people in Belgium much more about that. It's Belgian fries. So we have some advantages.
Okay. So I would be remiss if I didn't mention, especially with an international crowd here, the anti-dumping accusations that Belgium faced, I guess at the height of the pandemic. Countries like South Africa, I saw an article just last week again, countries like South Africa have complained that below-cost French fries, Belgian fries, sorry, have crippled local farmers. So, Romain, how do you respond to those accusations, and how do you see the future in terms of export markets?
That's a very nice question. Thank you for that. I'm not going to be very detailed because it's a very complex situation. You know, to be very honest, there's one rule. I think we believe in fair trade. I believe, and our industry is believing into, let's say, a competitive market which is based on level playing field. So I think there is no place for dumping. And the framework to cope with that is a global one. It's the WTO, the World Trade Organization, is the platform which is installing rules on fair trade. And also dumping is a legislation which is very strictly described. What is dumping? By definition, dumping is selling products out of foreign market at a lower profit rate than the one you have on your local market. That's basically dumping. So what did we see is, of course, that it's not against Belgium. It's also sometimes against Belgium, the Netherlands, Germany, and also France sometimes, as depending on who's doing what. So what do we see is, of course, that we see that some people are importing fries from these countries, also from the United States, from Canada, from other parts of the world, and they are selling them on the local markets. And of course, they are competing with local produce. Now, if the production of fries in the potato belt, like Northern America or like Western Europe, I mentioned, is more efficient, is creating a better value, a better product, but also at a competitive price, it can compete with local production. If your production is not local and not efficient, if your distribution is not efficient, you will be cost inefficient and you will lose competition. And of course, if you believe that you can stop imports from countries by using certain instruments like anti-dumping measures, some of these countries, and South Africa is an example of that, but also Colombia tried it, also Brazil tried it, and also New Zealand tried it. So there are 4 countries. Well, if you look at all these dossiers, then you see one clear signal. I mean, the Belgium, the Netherlands, and Germany and France always opposed the fact that there was dumping. Apparently, for them, there was no dumping. But the whole system is, and I have to go into detail a little bit, is that a country makes a research on the potato sector of Belgium, for instance. And if the country, like South Africa, decides that for them there is dumping, they can impose measures. And the only reason to fight them is to go to WTO and to bring them to a WTO panel to fight the decision of South Africa. Who can do this? The only constituency that can do this in Europe is the European Commission. So basically, you have to convince the European Commission that there is no dumping. South Africa is for Europe a developing country. That means that if they go and fight South Africa, you're fighting a developing country. So you don't like to do this. Brazil, similar-wise. So, and then Colombia was the 3rd country. And at a certain time, the Commission said, we want to go deeper into the dossier. They went into the dossier. They made the whole calculation again, because it's all figures. So they made a calculation again. The outcome of that research was that there was no dumping. So what did Europe do? They went to the WTO and asked to start up a panel. I mean, there are judges who are now recalculating everything again and will come probably next year with an outcome of the research. We are sure, based on the figures which we have and based on the calculation done by the European Commission, that there is no dumping installed in Colombia. I mean, if we get free from accusation and Colombia is convicted because they did a wrong conclusion, the whole dossier will explode in the face of the countries that used. And to give you one final example, some farmers, unions, and companies try to set up a similar anti-dumping procedure in New Zealand. The government of New Zealand took the whole dossier seriously, made a calculation based on the figures from the individual European companies, and came to the conclusion that there is no dumping. So they contradict the position of their own farmers by saying, sorry, friends, we want to help you, but we cannot help you with the rules of anti-dumping because there is no dumping. And I think this is just an illustration of the whole fact that it has been misused as a dossier. And to come to one last thing, I think that at this moment, there is, of course, a challenge for local potato initiatives. But I'm pretty sure that if you look at the capacity of some countries to grow potatoes and to work together with international companies or with national companies to install potato processing industry, they can manage, they can make a profit, and they can compete with product from imported origin. But it takes, of course, it takes a hard work. It's not easy, and yeah, at the end, the market wins. That's the whole story. If you believe in a free market, and to conclude with one simple thing, also, I think that I told you already that it's a bigger picture. The Belgian potato industry is also helping potato projects in Peru and Ecuador to set up. So we are like, the Belgian potato industry, together with the NGO Trias, has set up the first ever small potato, how do you call these, tuntas or chuños? I mean, frozen dried potatoes, very typical product from Southern America. And they're now being produced in the first factory ever doing so. And it has been constructed with the help of the Belgian potato industry. And at this moment in Ecuador, we are helping also a chips factory to start up a local production of potato chips. So, I mean, we are working together, we are supporting developing initiatives, but at the end, of course, we are a competitive product on a competitive market.
Great, okay. So just as your international reputation is important, so is your reputation as a farmer and to your reputation to consumers. So consumers are turning a critical eye to the farm and to the factory, and they're questioning what you do and why. So our last questions go to Amandine and Stephen. So Amandine, when we talked, you mentioned that your farm is in an area that's surrounded by a non-farming community, and that you're often being watched by the people that live around you. So what does working in a close proximity to the public, how does it impact you and on your farm?
Well, it has a big impact because we live in an area who has a lot of people around the farm. We don't have the big plains, the big fields with the big machinery and nobody around. We have very little. We have a lot of little acres with houses in it. So a lot of it happens a lot that people come to us and ask questions, especially this year when we had to spray a lot for Phytophthora. People come and ask why do you have to spray that much? So we have to explain to people that it's much more healthier to spray in little dosages with special machinery than to spray once, like when I was a little girl, with a product that lasts for more than a week. And also other things when we have to work around people a lot at night and at the right times. So that's very difficult. And also people, they act like they don't need the farmers. We will buy our food at the supermarket, and we will it will come from out of the blue. I don't know. So we have to explain where it comes from. How do we grow our things? And I do put a lot of time in that to explain to people what we do and why we do it. Also in schools and for our children. Because otherwise we can't stay here. There's a lot of political pressure here from the more the green boys, or how do you say that in English? So I think it's a challenge for us to explain to people what we do, how we do it, and that we are needed, and we have to do that on a way that people can accept it and can comprehend it. because like we are doing it now, screaming and have in the media always being picked on as a farmer for everything. The farmer has some blame on it. And we need to find something to turn that around and tell people we are needed and sell our products. As Romain told, he is convinced that people want a product that's sustainable. And I'm sure of that when I talk to people, they tell it has to be sustainable and the climate and everything around. But a lot of people, when they go to the market, they just buy the cheapest one. So I think we really have to do more promotion of our own products and tell people what we do and be a little more of a chauvinist. That's something that we don't have enough as a Belgian farmer.
Yeah, and Stephen and I had a similar conversation about license to operate. And so I'm going to give the last question to you, and then we'll move on to the question and answers. So Stephen, what do you think needs to be done in order to earn and keep your license to operate?
Yeah, we have to change a little bit. We're always now forced in our defending role and explain, yeah, why do we do that? Yeah, I think our sector needs to turn this over in a more proactive way. Yeah, through the right storytelling, what we do it right, that we are bring our complete industry in the right picture. We're feeding the world quite in a sustainable way. The topics passed by already, as Romain and Christophe said in the video. Yeah, we have to bring that as the right story, why the culture is here. I don't think the normal people in the street know this complete story. They only see what's in them for them and what's the impact for them. So if you bring out the bigger picture, maybe we get more understanding also for our sector. So I think that's an important one. We even in the carbon dioxide, we capture a lot of that also with our crops. We can take that into account, a lot of positive effects. And the usage of water also, how much usage of water is there for our crops compared to other crops. So in short, we need people to understand what we do and in what perspective it is. I think that's an important one. In respect of license to operate, license to produce, a lot of questions come up in the public and the politics. So we need to be prepared for that.
Okay, so we've reached the last 10 minutes, so we should probably open it up for questions. But first, I really want to thank all four of you for being here. You've offered a lot of perspective and on a very diverse subject. So thank you so much. I have a little gift coming for you in the mail. I was going to show it to you, but then I forgot to put it in my office. But basically in Ghent, we have, where I live, we have a new distiller that distills vodka from potatoes. So I was there last week and I thought, what a fitting, perfect thank you gift to all of you. So you'll see it when it arrives in the mail, but thank you so much for being here. And we can now open it up to questions if anyone has questions. I think there was one earlier from Brian Donaldson. He's in Ireland, Northern Ireland. He says, has the COVID pandemic or changing weather patterns resulted in any changes in the areas planted with potatoes in Belgium and elsewhere? So who would like to take that?
I think if you want, I can try to give an image based on my perception and my information I've got. I think that, of course, the first sign of COVID in Europe was March last year. So that was in the middle of a plant, let's say in the middle of a season. So the crop of 2019, 2020, you couldn't do anything about it except finding solutions to get rid of it. We were lucky that there was a lot of demand from the animal sector to have it as animal feed. So as a matter of fact, the price the farmers got for their free potatoes, I mentioned there are contracted potatoes, there are free potatoes. The contract potatoes were paid, but the free potatoes had to go, most of them, to the animal feed. and they received a certain amount of money, but certainly not enough to cope with the cost price. So they lost money. Of course, that should have had an impact on the following season. The only problem is the whole crisis was really popping up for Europe in March. That's just the start of the planting season. As a matter of fact, most of the farmers had contracts signed for the new season coming up. So they didn't change a lot of their planting plans for the new season. So probably have been planting a little bit too much. Luckily, or bad luck, the weather was not nice. It was a very hot summer last year. So the yields were certainly not high, which has resulted in a certain balance, more or less balance, for the crop. Again, for the contracted prices, again for the free potato prices, they were a bit cheap. Exceptionally, at the end of the season, demand went up because it was then also the first CIPC free season for storage. So, all these elements came to the farmers. And let's say what we saw for, and I think I can say the same for other parts in Europe. But I can see that this year, in most of the countries in Europe, the potato acreage, the area went down, not with 10% or 5%, but let's say about 2, 3, 4%, depending on the region. But again, in potatoes, reducing planting is one thing. But you also have to look at the yields every year, because you can reduce plantings and have a super yield, which will result in more potatoes than with a higher planting acreage with a lower yield. So the combination of the two is difficult. At this moment, it is still too early to see what's going to happen. But apparently, it has been said, we had a lot of pressure of late blight, of course, due to the weather. Very wet weather. So some fields were difficult to be treated against late blight. So there were some losses. But on the other hand, we are now facing, just like in Ireland, you see behind me, the sun is shining here. The same will happen also probably in Netherlands, in Belgium, Germany now next week. So we will have good growing conditions. There's enough humidity in the soil. So normally the month of August and the beginning of September, for some areas, the potato still can gain a lot of weight and size. So for the potato processing industry, it will be decisive weeks now whether the crop will increase. And more or less, we are expecting a normal crop. So, but taking into consideration for this area that demand of processed product is going up, I think there is a certain optimism that we will have a better year than the 2 last years, which we all need. Because to be very honest, if we would have a very dull year again, like the last 2 years for farmers, it could really put too much pressure on some farms. So that is not what we like, because we all need the farmers. The consumers do need the farmers, because without farmers, no potatoes, no fries. But also the whole processing industry, it needs farmers, because when we have no potatoes, we have no raw material. So that balance is really needed. So reduction, yes, not by that much, but all depends on the future 2-3 weeks. And of course, don't forget, when potatoes grow and they're in the soil and they're good and they are a good quality and they are nice sizes, we don't have them harvested yet. So a lot will depend also on the harvesting weather. So I don't know whether there are many journalists, agriculture journalists, which are not working on potatoes. But potatoes is one of the most tricky and difficult crops you can grow, but also one of the best crops you can have for many reasons. So that's the situation, more or less. I don't know whether Amandine or Stephen might add something to that.
We've got one last question here and about 3 minutes. So unless there's a burning comment, maybe I'll move to that question. Because it's a good segue to this question. So it's given from Olivia Cooper, I think she's in the UK, given the production and storage challenges with reduced plant protection products, will Belgian potatoes still be competitive on the world market, or will farmers produce less? So who could take that? keeping in mind we've got about 2.5 minutes.
Stephen can deal with that, I think.
Okay.
I was waiting a little bit if Amandine should say something, but okay, no problem. Yeah, it's a very important one. We need to be competitive on the world market, and that will rule itself. So it's a quite honest system that we have. We have partly our contracts, and then we have our free market prices. Of course, both come up with some average price, let's say, and then that's compared in our world market. Indeed, most of our clients can choose from where they buy. They can buy out of European processors, but there are others also coming up. So that's a little bit the game of the future, and very challenging for us also. I don't have the right answer, but that's why we have to be very efficient also. It's not only a point of can we use the products or not. I think more or less that's not only on the times itself, but you have the self-leveling system. Products come out, but I'm convinced some years later on that's also the case in other countries. So that's maybe not at the same time you come up with those challenges, but everyone comes up as a matter of time with these challenges. But we have to be competitive also in efficiency. As we said also, we have the highest yields in the world. We are very nearby our seaports, as of the logistics, also our production sites, not only us, but also I see it, the competitors. We are very efficient with the product as a potato itself, and most of them we try to vulgarize or to come up with a product, as I said, also with waste and etc. We have to deal with that, and it's logic with all these rules coming up as of potato plant production products with sustainability and etc. It has a price, but we have to take that in account also and try with that to stay competitive. So it's quite a big picture. Will that evolve that farmers produce less? Of course, if the culture is not efficient anymore financial for a farmer, of course they will produce less as a matter of time also. So that's also a balance that has to be looked for. But as Romain mentioned, climate has a big role in that also. And for a potato crop, you cannot really make a clear conclusion out of one season. It's an average that has to be good, because farmers need to be able to invest in the right technologies and the right storage houses with the right technology. So it's self-fulfilling prophecy that we put up.
Very short.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, very short on this one. I don't think that the average farmer here will plant more potatoes from one year to the other. They have a rotation on their farms. They have their investments they have to pay off. So that can change a little bit from one year to another, and some companies may stop planting potato or just start planting a lot of potatoes. But the average farm, I think, will keep the same amount of acres of planting potatoes.
Melanie, if I can add one thing, which I learned already, is the fact that we see that when Europe is changing rules, and they are doing this, you see that also Asia, like Vietnam, Japan, Korea, is following these rules rapidly. And I can tell you, I have a meeting with Potatoes USA coming up in November, also in Belgium at Interpom, our big show there, where we will talk about all that new legislation coming up, because the farmers in the US are aware that also they will be confronted with similar evolutions in the upcoming months or years.
Okay. Thank you so much, all of you, for being here. We're a little bit over time, so I'm going to hand it to Hugh. But just a reminder that I included a link there for the press kit. So all the supplemental information is there, bios, pictures, all that stuff. And also maybe Hugh will send it out later, I guess, post. And I'll send a link also for the video on YouTube. Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks for the invite, Melanie. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
For being here.
Thank you, Melanie, for moderating. That was a great job. And thank you for our panelists. Very, very informative. I'll have to go and get some Belgian fries as soon as I see them on my supermarket shelves. Thank you. Thank you. It's very good.
Thanks.
All right. By the way, in Canada, being 3 minutes over time is perfectly fine. We're right on time. Exactly. It's wonderful. Good. So after that, we need to take a quick, okay, all right, 7th inning stretch, as we say in North America at the baseball games. Just move your arms. Do something on TikTok, maybe, liven up the scenery. And so now we're going to move into our next session. And it's on climate change and agriculture, which is a very topical issue that's on everybody's minds these days. Just gonna pop up the program here before I introduce our guests. There we go. So our moderator, Farah Atiyat, who's from Jordan and a member of this year's masterclass. And we have 3 presenters, Sita Tudujian, Jez Fredenberg, and Dr. Maj Al-Naber. And you can see their details of their profiles, so we won't go through all of those. But I'll now hand it over to Farah, and she'll do some quick introductions, and we'll spend the next hour talking about climate change.
Yeah, thank you, Hugh. I'm very happy actually to be here with you all. Today we are going to talk about climate change and agriculture. And as you know that now there's an powerful evidence about the impact of climate change in in all the regions. Actually, it's not only in the MENA region as well. We see lots of countries suffered from this impact during the last days. Actually, we saw the flooded in Germany and in other countries, and we saw as well the wildfires in some countries like Turkey, for example, and Greece, and even Lebanon as well. So these are the real evidence that it's come actually, and it's meant the impact, what is it's needed from the country. Come with their new NDCs plans, and they have to reduce actually what we call the greenhouses emission, and so we can keep the temperature of the actually the whole in the whole world due to 1.5 degrees. And so we keep this range of the temperature for the Earth in this actually range, and it's not going to raise up to the 2.3 or 4 degrees. So the impact is going to be disasters. So today we're going to have our speaker with us to talk about the climate change and its impact. So we're going to start actually. She's the director of a program in the International Center of Bioline Agriculture, and she is an advocate and a change champion of sustainable development and sustainable food system. So we're gonna now invite our presenter to present her actually present her to the audience. So Sita, the floor is yours. Sita, she's with us, right? she's supposed. Sita, are you there?
Her colleague Shokat is there. Is that the connection?
Sita will join us. So we're gonna go to the next presenter, Jess Fredenberg. She's a freelancer journalist in the UK, and she's most involved in investigative reporter about agriculture and climate change. And she did a very actually a lot of reports around this topic. So maybe Jess, you can please start your presentation. And also the floor is yours. Are you there, Jess?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're good.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great.
Yep.
Hi.
Yeah, please.
Hello.
You can
Thank
start,
you.
actually.
Great, sure. Hi everyone, thanks for having me on. I don't have any visuals or anything like that, I'm afraid, because I'm a bit of a last minute slot into this. So I'll have to try and just entertain you with what I talk about. But yes, basically I was awarded an IFAJ prize last year to go and look at wildfires in Portugal, but also elsewhere. Obviously, COVID meant that I didn't get that far. Luckily, I was in Portugal when that all happened. So mainly I looked in Portugal. But my idea was to head there in 2020 to look at how the farmers had been impacted by wildfires and how things were changing 3 years on from some really, really severe wildfires in 2017 in Portugal that had essentially, they were the most devastating wildfires the country had ever seen. In July and then in October, 120 people had died and hundreds of thousands of hectares of farmland and countryside were burnt. And so I kind of went with quite a simple idea of finding out what had happened 3 years on, but it quickly became clear that this was a really complex topic and just so many different factors were involved when you start talking about wildfires. So I think it's important to say that climate change is like one really important factor that we need to understand here, but there are also lots of other ones which are all related to like land use and farming and economics and politics and all sorts of things. So I guess bringing us back to today, I mean, just looking at the news online at the moment, obviously a lot of places are really suffering from wildfires. We've got Canada, the US, Siberia, Greece, France, Portugal, Algeria, Bolivia. You know, it really is global right now. And I think it's important to note some of these fires may be fairly normal in the sense that certain areas such as Southern Europe have always experienced wildfires, and they're actually quite an important part of an ecosystem's natural regeneration in some cases. But what we do know is that the nature of wildfires is changing. So they're becoming more intense, more frequent, and they're moving more quickly and covering larger areas. And crucially, their behavior is becoming less predictable because traditionally, you know, firefighters have been trained to deal with wildfires. But what's happening now is that when those firefighters are getting to them, they don't actually know what's about to happen. And that's when they become like really, really deadly. And you know, they're starting to then cross into the human world more, I think. And we're obviously seeing that in Greece at the moment. And I think in Canada, some really devastating kind of consequences. So I think there are some other significant changes to note with wildfires at the moment. The first is that these big wildfires are starting to impact areas geographically far from them. So just because you're far from a wildfire, perhaps across an ocean, doesn't mean that you won't be affected anymore. right now, for example, smoke from wildfires in North America has reached Spain and Portugal and brought high levels of carbon monoxide. So this is also becoming like a health crisis, not just where wildfires are happening, but much more globally. The other point that is changing is that extreme wildfires are now impacting the weather, not just the climate, but the weather. And I'm guessing everyone understands the difference between weather and climate here. We'll come on to climate change more in a second, but this is something that I looked at for the BBC, and basically the fact that extreme wildfires are now starting to create their own weather systems around them. The most extreme of which is something called a pyrocumulonimbus cloud, which is essentially where the fire gets more and more extreme and a lot of smoke gets funneled up into the atmosphere in a huge column, and it reaches a very, very high level of the atmosphere, like several kilometers up, and it builds and builds and builds, and then it essentially collapses. And this is what happened in Portugal in 2017 and one reason why so many people were killed is that it's essentially like a bomb going off. You imagine it's like a huge mushroom cloud really high up in the atmosphere, and then suddenly the energy kind of switches the other way and it whooshes back down through this column and explodes outwards at extreme speed. So that's something to bear in mind, how it's changing, and this is something that a whole bunch of scientists around the world are really looking at now and trying to understand how that's changing. As far as farming and food production goes, the damage is definitely being felt. Like right now, for example, over 100 vineyards are being affected in Provence in France. In Greece and Portugal, we know olive groves have been destroyed previously. I'll carry on. Ecologically as well, some ecosystems are maybe now getting to the point where they can't bounce back from this. So because either the fires have become more extreme than what they are naturally like adapted to, or because the fires are happening more frequently, so these ecosystems are getting like pummeled one after the other, so they don't have time to recover. Or what's also happening is that some of these ecosystems are just not adapted at all to wildfires, which brings me on to the next point, which is that the other change that we're seeing is that wildfires, these extreme wildfires, are moving further north. For example, like, Siberia at the moment, but they're also happening in Europe. They're moving further north into often places that are very highly wooded, which is also a bit of a worry, such as Sweden, which have very little natural defense because, again, the landscape, the ecosystems are not adapted to this. The people as well are not used to it. The firefighters are not used to it. So we're kind of, the danger is, spreading all the time. So I think obviously this is very much a man-made disaster, like very definitely in many ways. And like I said earlier, climate change is one of those factors, but the other factors are that essentially humans have changed the landscape, the ecology of places, and like I said, the climate. And so we've actually removed a lot of the natural defenses against wildfires, such as more like diversity in our forests. And at the same time, we've kind of turbocharged it all with climate change. Now, obviously, farming is linked to all of these things in like very big ways. But it's also like very complicated, and things they're not always clear cut, and they're different in different places. So for example, in some places, actually a lack of farming and an abandonment of the landscape and a lack of use of controlled fires now is actually increasing the likelihood of wildfires because that vegetation is no longer being cleared away. So there's a whole myriad of different things going on here. And just to explain it a little bit more, I want to just quickly zoom in on Portugal because it will show you a few more examples. Some of these will apply to other places, but others, sometimes it will be unique to Portugal. So for example, some of the things I found out in Portugal that had led to these extreme wildfires was it kind of almost started with a law change that was passed several decades ago, which meant that when a farmer died, they had to, the people that inherited the land, it had to be divided up between multiple people, which meant that all the farmers ended up with all these tiny, tiny little parcels, often only 1 hectare in size. Obviously, this made it very, well, just completely economically unviable often to actually farm that as a business. So what then happened in Portugal was that a lot of villages and rural areas started to be abandoned. And there are now entire villages in the country that don't have anybody living in them at all. So what we then had was a lot of that farmland around the villages was not farmed anymore. And it started to become overgrown. No one was clearing it manually or with fires. So we're sort of gradually building up all this biomass ready to be, that can go up in flames really easily. This change in the ownership also made it very difficult to then manage the landscape and create things in the landscape that could halt a fire. Because in one small village, and I spoke to a mayor in a village, it's almost impossible to organize something because so much of the landscape is owned by just hundreds of different people, and you might not even know who they are because often that land has been completely abandoned because it's sort of a bit worthless. So there are all these absent landowners. At the same time, the paper industry, which is very important, has planted a lot of eucalyptus trees, which are non-native, and they literally have evolved to burn and spread their seeds via burning. So a lot of landowners have, as a quick buck really, as a way to use this tiny parcel of land, have also planted eucalyptus trees, which obviously have just, when the fires have happened, it just goes, boom, it just goes straight through them. Politically as well, the money has been spent more on firefighting than prevention. So anyway, so that's just one example in one place of what can happen. Hugh, am I right for time? I have no idea how long you want me to speak. I'm about to get on to climate change specifically. Shall I carry on?
Yeah, go ahead, but you have 3 minutes actually.
Okay, great, cool. Okay, so obviously it's a very complex picture there, all related to land management. Now onto climate change and how it all sort of fits into that. So I spoke to a few different scientists around the world about this, and it was actually quite hard to pin down an answer about whether, really how climate change fitted all into wildfires and whether climate change was actually causing more wildfires. But I spoke to a Canadian climatologist called Mike Flanagan at the University of Alberta, and he had been saying that climate change is causing more extreme wildfires for 20 years now, because of a myriad of different reasons. Basically, what has been happening is that we have warmer winters. So what happened, with lots of rain. So there's warm, wet winters in a lot of places are causing vegetation to grow much more quickly. But then we have longer and drier summers and springs, which dries out everything. So we end up with this massive vegetation that is all dry, that is then, more easy to burn. So that's one reason. So basically, yes, it's that drying out fuels and extending the fire season. So he does think climate change is impacting it like that. What is less known, though, about wildfires is how they might be contributing to climate change. So he said, there's a lot of checks and balances in our climate system, and some of those things might bring warming and some might actually bring cooling. So he says that, for example, obviously burning fuels is releasing a huge amount of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, which is definitely not going to help climate change. But there are other mechanisms that then become less clear. So for example, when you've got big wildfires, a lot of the carbon that gets released, essentially the soot, the black soot in the atmosphere, it can actually create warming in the atmosphere by either like blocking the sunlight or falling on snow and ice and absorbing like solar radiation. On the other hand, smoke can block solar radiation and can cover a large portion of the globe and actually cause regional cooling, which is something that happened in Australia last year, when a large cloud from the wildfires actually cooled for about a month. It cooled a part of the landscape there. So anyway, there's a whole range of different factors all sort of coming into play. So it's not an easy thing. And just very quickly to sum up the solutions to this, that I mean, when I talk to people, the solutions that they suggested were political, physical, and social and economic solutions. So political is redirecting the majority of funding from fighting fires to preventing fires through long-term policies. Physical solutions include clearing vegetation using fire, creating a landscape patchwork that breaks up forests, placing a kind of net of measures across a land that can respond to fire behavior and stop a fire in its track, having more ecologically diverse forests, bringing back extensive livestock grazing and crop production. So that's a whole sort of, land managers' area of interest there. And then social and economic solutions is things like developing the bioeconomy of forests so that they're better valued and protected, capitalizing on the green economy, for example, for natural plastics, cosmetics, things like that, and agritourism. So yeah, so basically there's a whole range of different things that need to be looked at, but the overall message is that it's not simple, and how climate change fits into this is not simple either.
Yeah, thank you very much, just for this important information. And I agree with you that dealing with the climate change and its impact, and especially in wildfire, it's not that easy, but at least we can use the new technology to predict about the wildfire and to draw the map where it can happen and when. And so they can deal also with the farmers with the new technology. They can actually give them like a training how to use the new technology, and maybe we can help them, because some of the farmers, they cannot find the fund to have these kind of new technologies. So we can actually also help them, the government help them in this way. So thank you very much again, Jess. And now we will move to our next presenter, Sita Tontonjian, and she's gonna speak actually about more concentrating on the climate change emergency and what it's needed on the topic of the food security, because we know that also one of the climate change impacts, it's threaten actually the food security in all the regions, and what it's need to be done in this sector, and how we can actually also produce the food, and how can we actually deal with all the process of the products until we ensure that the people will have all the resources for food actually available. So Sita, the floor is yours. Sita?
Yes, thank you, Mert. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning to everyone. Apologies for being late. Just give me a second. I do have a presentation just to put it on.
Go ahead, please.
I need to share my screen. Okay. And share. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Is it in screen mode? Because
no, actually, no. You need actually to press on the previous. Yeah, please. Now okay. It's okay.
Perfect. And let me open the, okay. So a quick, is it moving?
Yeah, it's moving. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a quick introduction about myself. I'm Satat Tunjian. I've been working on advancing sustainable development in arid regions, specifically over the last 25 years. I started my career in Jordan with changing social norms and behaviors revolving around water demand management, as Jordan is a heavily water scarce country. And then I moved to work on this topic in the region. And in 2014, I joined the International Center for Biosaline Agriculture, which is headquartered in the UAE. And we focus on marginal environments. And when we talk about marginal environments are those that are constrained by biophysical constraint. So we talk about degraded lands, we talk about scarce freshwater resources, difficult terrains, and these are coupled with unfavorable climatic conditions from heat, drought, dust, which further accelerates the biophysical constraints. And a large proportion of those environments, because of lack of economic opportunity, we notice that there are also socioeconomic constraints and limitations. And these constrain development even further. And globally, we have around 1/3 of the global population lives in such environments, and including the 1 billion poor and most of the malnourished people. Or undernourished people, because malnourishment also includes overeating and obesity. So we're talking about malnourishment particularly. And with climate change, these biophysical constraints are expected to increase in scope. And these constraints will be faced by more and more farmers in the coming decades. And so if we look at the planetary boundaries that the Stockholm Resilience Centers issued, first of all, we noticed that humans and our activities are causing such large impacts on the life support system and processes that regulate the whole Earth system, that we are currently the largest driver of change on the planet. And 4 of the 9 boundaries are compromised. 2 of them are heavily compromised, which are the biosphere integrity, which basically refers to loss of biodiversity and extinction, which just referred to. And the second one is the biogeochemical flows, which primarily refers to pollution. And these are really, if we look at on the lower right side of the screen, we know that these zones are really in a very high risk factor. And then we have the 2 other planetary boundaries that are in increasing risk are the land change system and the climate change. So demand for food and for water and natural resources, and the large percentage of that demand for water and natural resources is driven by food, and food demand is the main cause that is affecting all ecosystems. So if we look at the lower left side, the land resources, we will notice that 77% of terrestrial land is already modified by human activities. And if we look at water resources, and these are really, it's not so evident to us because water resources are either underground or in oceans that we don't visit a lot, but 87% of water resources are modified by human activities. And many of the ecosystems, whether they're land, terrestrial ecosystems, or aquatic ecosystems, are on the verge of collapse. And this, of course, has serious consequences, which also just covered on from one aspect, which is fires, but they have consequences for human well-being, for development, because biodiversity and the other ecosystems, they provide vital services. For instance, they maintain healthy soil, they pollinate plants, they purify water, they purify air. They protect against extreme weather events, and this is only to name a few. So as we are compromising those ecosystems, particularly on biosphere integrity, we are really heading towards a growing crisis that would affect not only food production, but also our way of life. So the next one is we're looking at land system change. So 40% of global land is currently used for food, fiber, and feed production. And a quarter of terrestrial land is actually degraded today due to human activities. And this is causing many, like beyond fires, there are many other consequences. For instance, this is accelerating soil erosion. So currently, soil erosion is 100 times more than soil formation. And this leaves farmers struggling with falling yields, or they try to compensate for these falling yields by buying chemicals to replace essential nutrients. So this, first of all, raises their cost if we're looking at the human dimension, but then it also leads to runoffs that further exacerbates the geochemical flows that, or the pollution to our resources. And because the other aspect is because of the current industrial system of agricultural production, we have widespread agricultural pesticide use. So 64% currently of global agricultural land is considered at risk of pesticide pollution, with 31% at high risk of pesticide pollution. And while if we look at mitigation efforts, we will notice that most of pesticide contamination efforts are currently focused on water and air, overlooking soil contamination, which is further exacerbating this planetary boundary. If we look at water, 70% of freshwater resources currently are used by the agricultural sector. And at the planetary scale, the additional amounts of nitrogen and phosphorus that are activated by humans, and these basically affect the next boundary, which is the biogeochemical flow boundary. These elements are extremely overloaded currently. And we have 1/3 of all the rivers in Latin America, Africa, and Asia are contaminated. The ocean's chemistry is changing with dramatic and serious increases, whether it's deoxygenation due to the phosphorus and nitrogen overload, or due to acidification because of CO2 increases in the atmosphere, which the ocean absorbs increasingly higher amounts of. And this leads to acidity increase. This is on top of that, we would notice that the excess pesticide, the excess fertilizers, they go into rivers, and these also end up in the ocean. So we have been seeing an accelerated number of dead zones rising up throughout the coastal areas and in the ocean. So climate change, which is today's topic, according to the IPCC report, which was issued last week, global surface temperatures between 2011 and 2020 was 1.09 degrees higher than between 1850 and 1900s. So we have already hit we're above the 1 degree mark. And we notice larger increases over land than over ocean, which further reinforces the point that Jess mentioned. And the latest report, assessment report 6, was very clear in its message that climate change is due to anthropogenic or to human activities, and that human influence has warmed the climate at a rate that is unprecedented over the last 2,000 years. According to the same report, over the last 70 years, which is since 1950, hot extreme weather events have become more frequent, and they've become more intense across most land regions, with cold extremes becoming less frequent and less severe. So if we take the agricultural sector or the food system, let's talk about the food system, because really we cannot talk about agriculture without looking at the full food system, which includes agricultural production, but it also includes the transportation, the processing of food, the consumption of food, and even the disposal of waste that remains, because they are driven by each other. So the food system in its entirety is responsible between 21 to 37% of anthropogenic greenhouse gases. So basically, the food system is both a driver and also part of the solution. It has to be part of the solution for the climate crisis. So I think the main message is that we are in a planetary emergency, and there are several interconnected and reinforcing environmental crises. We cannot really look at the climate crisis without considering the biodiversity and the pollution crisis. And these unfolding environmental crises are impacting, and at the same time, they are being impacted by rising social and economic crises, from inequalities to poverty, to food insecurity, to health risks. Even we see a rise in conflict that is related to natural resources depletion. And all these different threats are affecting and are being affected by others. So as for our food system, it is part of the biosphere, and the resilience of agricultural production and of our food is dependent on remaining within planetary boundaries. And when we talk about the full planetary boundaries, because the health of our planet Earth is dependent on these 9 planetary boundaries. And climate change and biosphere integrity, which is biodiversity, are the 2 most critical for the resilience of the food system. But also, if we look at water resources, land change, and the others, they are also important. And if we hone in on climate change in particular, the Global Commission on Adaptation's report that was issued in 2019 says that only if we take climate change by itself, it can drive an additional 100 million people into poverty just in the next 10 years, which is during this decade that we are in. So a safe future for humanity requires radical transformation. And here, when we talk about radical transformation, we are talking about agricultural production systems, but we're talking about dietary patterns as well, and about waste disposal. Our demand for food and what we are demanding is driving agricultural production. And then the way we consume food and the way we dispose of food is also very important. When we look at 1/3 of global food production is basically wasted. So if we look at it visually, we're talking about agricultural production that covers the size of Russia that goes to the waste dump. So any kind of future approach must be an integrated approach. And based on the also latest IPCC report, which was launched 2 weeks ago, we really have very limited opportunity for action, because the change that is happening in the environment or in climate change is happening at a faster scale than we had considered earlier on. So we are living currently in an era where there are advances in science and technology. There is a growing recognition among policymakers of these challenges. It is not as much as we would love to, but there is a growing recognition globally. There's also rising citizen awareness and involvement, which is all positive things. But the main message, I think, that needs to be communicated more, in my opinion, moving forward by the media, by journalists, by everyone, is that we cannot separate adaptation from mitigation. And here I mention adaptation and mitigation without climate change, because it's not only the climate crisis. We do have several crises that are unfolding together. And when we talk about adaptation, about mitigation, about really reinventing our food system, we should be looking at all of those crises in like together in one holistic way. Thank you. And I guess we can cover more specifically about agricultural how can we do adaptation and mitigation, or what we're calling climate smart agriculture in the questions and answers.
Thank you very much, Sita, for this actually important presentation, because also I agree with you that we cannot separate the adaptation from mitigation. And unfortunately, most of the countries, they concentrate in mitigation, the greenhouses emission, but they don't actually care more about the adaptation programs. And this is why we are now saying that the NDCC plans, when they are actually need to be reviewed this year before the COP26, it's need actually to concentrate on this issue. Because this is why we are suffering from the climate change impacts. But also, one of the actually information, it is very actually important that you highlighted that 70% of fresh water, it goes to agriculture. And this is why most of the countries, like, for example, Jordan, because it's the poorest country in the water resources, we are suffering from that issue. So now here we can actually to move to our next speaker, Dr. Majd El-Naber. She's actually the team leader and senior researcher, sustainable development in the WANA Institute. She's gonna talk more about the implications of water shocks to vulnerable communities. So Ms. or Dr. Majd, the floor is yours.
Sorry, the mute thing.
No worries.
So good evening, esteemed expert, colleagues, and attendees. Thank you for this kind invitation, and thanks to you for highlighting the urgent and important topic, climate change and agriculture. Actually, I want to double your idea and also see the idea between regarding that we can separate adaptation and mitigation. We need to work and balance between adaptation and mitigation, and this is the message that I always try to advocate, because normally in different conferences, not only in Jordan, we always say, okay, we need to concentrate on the adaptation activities because we are not that much contributed to the CO2 and the emissions. But I believe that this should be shifted and changed, and we start to advocate to implement a balance between both adaptation and mitigation. So I will share my screen. Okay, no, that's this one. Okay. Just 1 minute. Okay, and I will stop the video for the connection. So before starting, please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Majd El-Naber, team leader and senior researcher for the Sustainable Development Pillar at WANA Institute. So WANA is a policy think tank. We are a nonprofit organization. We are located in Jordan, but we have a regional mandate. We are operating under the chairmanship of His Royal Highness Prince Al Hassan bin Talal. WANA promotes research based on evidence for four main themes or pillars, as we call it: human security, economic growth, social justice, and sustainable development. We adopt different approach in conducting our work, but we always have a mission to decrease the gap between all users by adopting bottom-up approach. So today I will highlight the topic, the implication of water shocks on vulnerable communities. Before starting with defining water shocks, because there is a lot of scholars regarding water shocks, how it's defined, what is the water shocks, and how we can mitigate and adapt to these water shocks. So I will start by presenting facts related to water availability in WANA region. So water availability and accessibility are essential factors to achieve and sustain country development. The global water withdrawal have more than doubled since the 16 without any sign of slowing down. We are not adopting any concrete methodology in order to decrease this decrease in water availability, not only in MENA region, but also worldwide. Globally, there are 17 countries that are facing extreme high water stress. 12 out of the 17 are in the Middle East and North Africa, and 5 out of the 12 are located in the Levant or Al-Mashriq. The availability and accessibility of water resources in MENA are normally associated with population growth, accelerated demand in these water resources, food insecurity, insufficient management, and augmented by natural disaster associated with climate change. As it appears in this figure, and as also Farah mentioned, Jordan is one of the most water-stressed countries based in water stress index, and it's followed directly by Libya and then Algeria. Normally, the water stress is accelerated with the effect of climate change and also man-made activity. Since the 18th, the effect of climate change has been obvious in the region. Based on the Environment Prediction Report for MENA region, drought, earthquake, flood, and storms were observed between the 80 and 2008, and as a result, more than 37 million people were affected negatively, both socially and economically. But please, this number, the 37 million people, are only between the 80 and 2008. So by nowadays, there is a lot of increase in that number, I believe. Water become more scarce, environmental degradation become more obvious, and demographical change were quite evident through urban and rural migration. And this is one of the effects of water scarcity, water shocks, migration, urban, rural migration, and in some time, it's considered like a trigger for some tension in specific countries. Based on several scholars, it's predicted that deforestation rate will increase by 4% in the future. Annual temperature will increase between 2 to 6%, and the crop yield will be decreased between 30% and 60% based on the increase in temperature. Natural disaster normally or globally have doubled since the 18, but in MENA region specifically, it have tripled. Drought normally it occurs between 6 to 8 years, but nowadays it takes place every 1 to 2 years. And the same of for the flash flood, the number of people affected by a flash flood have doubled over the past 10 years. So due to climate change and man-made contribution, several water shocks are noticed in the region. And in this context, we define the water shocks are flash flood, salinity, drought, seawater intrusion, pollution, heat waves, wildfires, and cyclones. So maybe you will say that heat waves and wildfire, how it's connected to water shocks. It doesn't need to be directly connected to the water and water shocks, but it's gonna be like a side effect of these water shocks in a way or another. So in this slide, let me provide you with some example of water shocks. Where did it occur in the region and what its effect on the community? Let's start with Syria. Before March 2011, before the tension in Syria started, Syria has always been known for its food self-sufficiency. 2/3 of the cultivated land in Syria is rain-fed and the rest is groundwater-based agriculture. But since the beginning of the 18th century, a flocculation and precipitation event has been noticed, and this was associated directly with frequent drought seasons, especially between 2006 and 2010. The USDA meteorological map data for Syria indicated that the winter season between 2007 and 2008 saw the peak of the drought, which had an average precipitation dropped by 50% from north to south in Al-Raqqa, Deir ez-Zor, Hasakeh, and Homs. This changing condition exacerbated the demand for existing water as rainfed farms began to depend on groundwater. So farmers shifted and started digging hundreds of illegal wells to meet their water demand, and that directly affected the groundwater resources quality and quantity and caused an increasing the salinity of these groundwater. All of the above led to agriculture insecurity and caused massive agriculture failure and livestock mortality. And this dramatically reduced the groundwater supply and increasing Syria's vulnerability to drought. Accordingly to all these factors and sequences, 40,000 till 60,000 families were migrated from the countries that I mentioned before to Aleppo and Daraa. Moreover, flash flood occurs in 2018 and 2019 in Al-Hol and Arishe camp, led to flee of over 27,000 individuals. So the effect of water shocks doesn't only occur on in areas and in communities, but also it affects the camp. For Iraq, we can also notice the situation is not much different. In Iraq, there is a flood, there is salinity, there is a drought always, and the climate change is set to intensify Iraq's weather with higher temperature. Iraq recorded one of the highest temperature of 52 Celsius in July 2020. Intensive heat wave, the intense rainfall will cause higher rate of flash flood, rise of sea level, and drought incident. So accordingly, frequent harm drought events happened between the year of 2007, 2008, 2009, and 2010, 2011. The first drought episode between 2007 and 2009 was restricted to northern Iraq. Agricultural land in 2009 were also strict with high salinity. Accordingly, 40% there were reduction of 40% in the cultivated land in that area due to the drought season. And also around 8,000 families migrated due to several conditions, including the loss of crops and livestock. So some compensation were provided to farmers by the Iraqi government to overcome the drought consequences. But this is not always the case with every water shock incident, and this is not the case in all countries. This is the case for Iraq, and we can hear some of the example in Jordan and also some of the Turkish government. They try to subsidize and compensate farmers who are affected by water shocks incident, but we can't generalize that, that option. In Yemen, Hadramaut and Sana'a faced several tropical storms and heavy rain between 2008 and 2010, and accordingly 20,000 individuals were migrated internally. And for floods, also it occurred in Adan, Taiz, and several coastal areas in 2015, and accordingly 70,000 and 800 people were migrated also internally. In Lebanon, there is another story, there is another aspect, which is wildfire. In 2006, it happened in south of Lebanon. It's burned 2,000 till 2,050 hectares of frosty grass and cropland. And the flood happened in Aqar, Baalbek, El Hermel, and Biqa Governorate in 2017, where 4,100 IDPs were migrated. So, but who are the most affected? I started the presentation mentioning the vulnerable communities, but who are the vulnerable communities? From my opinion, and we can add to this list, they are small farmers, the poorest one, the one who can't pay to cope and mitigate with the climate change, the people who are less informative and less knowledgeable, if we can call them like that, the small household, and the people who are living by the sea or near the sea, near the rangeland and forest, and the people who are living in the downstream, because they will be more affected by the flash flood. How we can adapt and mitigate to these water shocks? I believe increasing country resilience toward the climate change through developing technologies and tools to predict the effect of climate change, increase the preparedness level and adaptive capacity through disaster management and risk reduction. This is from the governmental part of view. We can also increase the individual resilience toward climate change by providing required knowledge and capacity building to all users about the climate change effect, how they can cope with it, the science behind the climate change. We can provide the users with to know how, so they can use the technology that will be introduced to them when it's developed. Subsidies and compensation to the affected user to decrease potential economic and social tension. And thank you for your listening.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Majd, for your presentation and for highlighting the stress water in most of the countries, especially in the MENA region. And now it's most of the impact of climate change. It's now you can see it in most of the country. In the countries actually in the whole world, and this is what we heard from our presenters today, and they highlighted in the most actually impacts in different countries. So if there's now we're gonna actually open the floor for any question from the audience, if there's any question to our presenters. So please feel free to ask your questions actually. Okay. So, okay, I think we don't have any questions from the audience, but maybe I can ask one question for all of you, actually. You actually mentioned and highlighted the solution for dealing with climate change and agriculture issue, but let's say more what it's needed now before the COP26. What do you think we need from the governments itself so we can actually address and adopt more, let's say, in programs that it's actually really helps the farmers in most of the regions. So please go ahead. Dr. Majd, we can start with you because you are.
Actually, I will keep it very short. I believe we need well-defined priorities. We need to define the roadmap, what do we want to achieve, and how we can engage the end user, the local community, in that process to listen from them what activities regarding mitigation and adaptation they would like to implement based on the urgent environmental need based on their community, not only based on from the umbrella policymaker. But before doing that, I believe that we need to have a well-defined priorities and how we can decrease the effect of climate change in a collective way.
Okay, Sita.
Yes, thank you, Majd. So to add on what Majd said, in addition to well-defined roadmap and priorities, I believe that there should be a wide-scale appreciation and understanding at all levels within the countries of the extent of the emergency and the extent of the measures that are needed. Because some of those measures, if we throw everything on the government's shoulders, there are policy decisions that would have to be taken for the transformation that would be hurtful to us as citizens or to companies if we want to stay with our current way of life or our current consumption patterns, our current production patterns. So there is really more of a need and an appreciation at all levels that everyone has to take and do the role in that. As citizens, we have the role to change our consumption, because by changing our habits, we are sending a clear message to the government that we are willing to change. We're sending a clear message to the industry that they need to change if they want to sell us their products. The businesses have to change the way they produce. So I think we can't throw the extent of the transformation needed. It cannot be shouldered by one entity by itself. That's my opinion.
I totally agree. Before we go to Jess, there's a question from Jane. We know that climate change has become political. How political will water and wildfires become in the future? And how will this affect agriculture? What does the panel actually think? I think this is maybe for Jess and as well Dr. Majd, but let's start from Jess. We can't hear you. You are muted. Thank you.
Sorry, that was a bit silly. Yeah, I think I'll leave the water one, but I think, yeah, I definitely think wildfires will become more political, because again, it's about changing our understanding of what's happening. I think we have this real approach that is very like, oh, let's fix it, let's just fix it kind of thing, and it becomes like very one-dimensional, a kind of one-dimensional approach to dealing with it. And at the moment, that is very much happening in terms of governments, I think, are throwing resources at battling wildfires when they actually happen. But from what I can tell, like putting very little thought into how to stop them happening in the first place, or how to at least kind of slow them down and make sure they don't become so big. But it's all kind of, to me, also it feels symptomatic of how humans tend to think, which is the whole reason why we're in this mess with climate change, and it's not being able to see like a kind of longer term solution really. And I think a lot of people, when obviously wildfires feel so extreme, especially when people are having to run for their lives, that I think governments feel very pressured to deal with something very quickly, but actually it's not a quick fix. It's about landscape scale change. It's about like adaptation to climate change as well. It's about making more sustainable farming economically viable, educating consumers so that, and giving the tools to consumers so that they have the ability to choose food that is truly sustainable. So it's a whole range of things, but it's definitely going to become more political, I think, yes.
Yeah, Dr. Majd, you can answer the question before we go to Shaheen from Bangladesh.
Okay, I will keep it short. Actually, there's a lot of people or scholars who are blaming water scarcity to climate change. But I believe that the equation is more complicated than this. Water scarcity is increasing due to several factors, not only climate change. Climate change is increasing that effect, yeah, for sure, but there is population, there's refugees, there is the dams that are built in several countries that prevent the recharge of several aquifers, especially the downstream aquifers. Yes, you are right. I believe that some, until a certain extent, water scarcity and the link between the climate change are trying to make it more political in order to conserve more water for some country comparing to the other country. The solution for that, I believe that we need to implement transboundary water management in a collective way, and a collective approach that all countries will respect the agreement and the laws, and stop linking directly the climate change with water scarcity, because it's not only the main factor that affects the water availability, especially in our region.
Can I just
jump
in again? I just noticed Jane's little message. She just says fire and water don't know about country borders, and I think that's really important. yes, I think both like big wildfires and water scarcity and stuff they're obviously already creating migration like internally, but it will become like more across borders, and we're already seeing that. And of course, like I was saying earlier, with something like with wildfires, the impact of them, because they're coming so big and extreme, like the impact of them is being felt well beyond where they're actually located as well. So in terms of, like we said, like actually changing the weather somewhere that might be literally 1,000 kilometers away, changing the air quality somewhere else, all these things like that, they are just going to become, we just have to stop thinking of ourselves being like just on our own, like, oh, well, I'm all right. And it's like, well, no, you're not. So yes, they're going to become much more globally political, I think, and regionally too.
Yeah, thank you, Jess. Please, Shaheen, go ahead and ask your question directly to the panelists. We can't hear you. Shaheen? No? I think there's a problem with your mic, actually, Shaheen. If you want to type your question, or maybe it's going to be faster. I think he's cannot dealing with the.
Maybe he can type the question in the chat.
Maybe. Yeah. Okay, there's there's a question for Mirjana. She's saying, what gives the three panelists hope? Hope, maybe she's trying to say, is there's any hope? I don't know.
So I can
please.
So I think we're living in an era where we have unprecedented crises emerging, but we're also living in an era where we have never been as connected together as we are now. Advances in science and technology have never been this fast and expected to accelerate. And our understanding as well has increased tremendously. What gives me hope is looking at the grassroots movements that have started growing over the globe during the past 2 years. COVID halted them a little bit, but that's the seed that can grow, from my perspective.
Yeah. Any thoughts from Jess or Dr. Majd? Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Jess.
No, I was just going to pick up on what Steve
Can you
said.
hear me? Sorry.
Oh,
yeah, we can hear you, Shaheen. Go ahead, please, before moving to other questions.
Sorry for internet disconnecting. I have one question, and thanks for giving me opportunity. Earlier presentation, we know 30% of world agricultural land are risk of pesticide pollution, and 31% are high risk. I just mentioned one thing. As a South Asian countries of Bangladesh, here is, I think, pollution is more than world average. Just one information I can share you: more than 90% of agricultural land has shortage of nitrogen. So Bangladesh is a country of pesticides pollution and pesticides use and pesticides expansion. On the other hand, we see lots of production are going on in Bangladesh. So what is the dilemma and what is the role? What should be the policymaker and journalist role to prevent pesticides expansion, pesticides regulation, as you know, private company are pursuing farmers, fully pursuing farmers in South Asian country to use pesticides to give land getting more crop. They are pursuing farmers. So what should be the role for policymaker and journalists to prevent this kind of activities? Thank you.
I think maybe this question more to Jess, because it's about journalists and the political also. Yeah, go ahead.
I guess from the journalist perspective, I guess it's about using your skills and networks and everything as a journalist to give as much advice as you possibly can, give the farmers as many tools as you possibly can through like advice pieces and you know, like a real interrogation of the current method of farming that uses that amount of pesticides, and kind of helping to give the farmers the real tools that they can then like develop a different kind of farming system. But I mean, I don't know whether it's viable as well to be able to produce things that really like help farmers to question their use of pesticides and the intentions of these companies and possibly you know, people associated with them or not. But I think, yeah, journalism definitely has an important role to play, a bit more like as a kind of information advice sort of system, I think, and knowledge sharing as well between farmers who are moving away from that and leading the way and showing other farmers like what can be done alternatively.
Yes, Sita.
Yeah, so I'll add to that is that currently what's driving high pesticide use is the monoculture that is going on. The monoculture is driven by our food demand. Currently, 62% of what we consume as humans is 3 crops. And 15 crops comprise around more than 90% of our consumption. So that basically then mirrors on what farmers grow. So you have these vast areas of monocultures that are susceptible to pest infestations, which require farmers to use pesticide. So I guess it's the question of what comes first, the egg or the chicken, because you really cannot tell farmers don't use pesticides. And then on the other side, your demand is requiring wheat, rice, and maize, and that's what they're growing, which makes their field susceptible to insects. And as journalists, I think these figures, I'm not sure how much from the population realizes that they're actually more than 60% of what they consume is 3 crops. And if we look at the variety of crops, there are around 30,000 edible crops, of which 7,000 have been used by us humans throughout history. But currently, if we go across the globe, we're growing only 150 crops.
Thank you, Sita. There's a question, actually, there's 3 questions, so maybe we can answer fast because we are actually running out of time. So there's a Postini, there's a question. The IPCC has given its clearest warning about the climate change risk, comforting the word. If we continue to walk the slow lane of negation, food security is at the heart of the impending climate Armageddon. How do we get the political will for action now? I think, Sita, you can answer this question, and maybe as well other panelists. Go ahead.
I think in part we've answered some of it, which is it's difficult really to put our fingers around it. It's very big, but it is. I'm of the school that says you can't put everything on the government's shoulder. It has to be a collective decision and a collective action by everyone. So how open are we to changing our food consumption? How open are we to changing our habits of what we wear, what houses we live in? It's all connected.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Dr. Majd, there's something you need to add?
Actually,
Yes.
I would like to highlight the importance of the involvement of grassroots, community-based organization, local communities in trying to mitigate and adapt to climate change and also several environmental challenges and needs. But before involving them, we need to provide them with adequate knowledge, adequate capacity building, try to increase the terminology of environmental ownership in all countries, so they can be a part of equation and they can sense that the business as usual, we can't continue like this now. We need to change the business as usual, trying to adapt a new technology, new tools, and try to use this in order to decrease our consumption and make it more sustainable. And thank you.
Jess, do you need to add anything from your side?
Not really. I mean, I was just kind of go back to an earlier question about what gives me hope, and I think it sort of links to this one a little bit, which is that I think the younger generation, the people sort of in their teens and 20s, give me hope. Like, they're so engaged with these issues and they really want to fight for it, and I think they really want to make the right choices and things like that. So I think, again, if it comes back a little bit to what Sita was saying, it's not all about what government can do, and it's definitely not letting them off the hook because we can't do it without them, but it's about giving like citizens the tools and the information to be able to make the right choices as well. And in doing so, we start to then factor in the true costs of food production, because at the moment, like, the real costs of food production are not factored into the prices. So that then starts a whole set of things when that is factored in, I think.
Yeah. So there is also a question from Olivia. How do you think we can get to global action when there is such a big divide between rich and poor countries? Who wants to answer this question?
Oh, it's a big one, isn't it?
Yeah, I know it's a big one, actually. Sita, Dr. Majd, you have an idea?
So I think the divide is indisputable, that there is a divide, but it also allows developing countries the opportunity to leapfrog to modern technologies, while the developed countries are actually, many of them are locked into infrastructure that is already high polluting. So it would be costs and benefits.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't have much to add on that, more than that at the moment. It's a deep question. We really need to think of it much more.
Yeah, actually, Farah, I think that we need, first of all, to define what does it mean rich country and poor country, and which terminology, because, for example, in Jordan, yes, we are developing countries and we also have a good connection with a rich country. If I call them the EU, the USAID, and they can support us by financial capacity, and we can implement several projects that increase our resilience in a way or another, even if it's climate change or human security or different subjects. So we need to define who are the poor country, who are the rich country, how we can decrease the gap between these two categories of country by several cooperation, if I want to be optimistic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Jess.
No, I would just add, I think I don't know how we achieve it, but I think it's a mindset change as well, an understanding that we are completely interconnected, and it's just not feasible to kind of assume that what we do in one place doesn't affect other people anymore. Like it's so, it's so interconnected, and I think the COVID crisis and the vaccination rollout is a perfect example of a kind of lack of understanding about our sort of interdependence across boundaries, whether we're rich or poor or whatever we want to call it. It's not possible to just pretend that we're okay wherever we are and we're not going to be affected and we're not going to affect other people. So it's a mindset change, and I think it's about like in terms of food and farming, it's about understanding that our, that ecologically we have a kind of farm ecosystem, which then moves to a regional one, which moves to like a continental one, which is then eventually like the globe. We have like an earth kind of ecosystem that we have to look after, and it's, it's a shared thing. So
exactly. Yeah, we have a last question from Prospenda. It's actually, I think it's a French, but there's an English version. As the issue of lake and water management has no borders, in the DRC, this issue must be of the paramount importance given its wealth of water and forests. Today, we would like to have knowledge to develop agroecology through AGSC and the farmers' organization. What do you think about that?
I believe it's a comment more than a question, no?
Yeah, but from water perspective, what do you think, Dr. Majd?
Yeah, for sure, I agree 100%. We can't work in silos. We need the engagement of all users, regardless if even they are individual or based on as an organization.
Yeah, totally agree. So we are actually running out of the scheduled time for the session. But I would like to thank our presenters and our audience as well, and for the interactive between the audience and the presenter as well, the questions. It was really a very actually important session, because now most of the countries, they are affected by climate change, and if you turn on the TV, you will see a lot of news coming from different countries talking about the impact of climate change. And this is why we are saying as a journalist as well that this is the time that it's need the governments to deal with the impact of the climate change, even through the mitigation plans and the adaptation plans as well. And because we are now there's no time left before the COP26. So I think the countries need to raise up their ambitions and to come with really a new indices plans that it's giving hope to the countries that they're going to reduce the number of actually gas greenhouses, and maybe the rich countries that they dependent on oil in their actually economy, they can actually take a real action plan and help the development country to build programs that really help them to adapt to the climate change impact, and even the farmers as well, because they are maybe the vulnerable actually people who are suffering from that. And don't forget that in Tunisia, after we saw the wildfire, we saw one of the farmers in the TV. He was crying because his farm was actually harm from the wildfire around Tunisia, and it was really a very bad situation there. So yeah. So we hope so that the government will really take a real and a fast action in the coming period. Thank you very much again, and thank you for our audience. I think we're gonna have a break. If that's right, this is what it's mentioned on the program. And yeah,
yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Farah, for moderating. That was a great discussion, and thank you to our presenters for taking the time. Given that in Canada it's now breakfast time, we're going to take a little half an hour break. I think it's well worth to spend the time on the discussion, and we will come back for the question of rural youth and the future of agriculture post-COVID. So you can stay online. The link will stay open, but if you want to go off and do other things, switch your mic off, and we'll see you back here in about half an hour. Welcome back, everybody.
Hi, Hugh.
We still have 10 minutes, but now that Jane has internet.
How did you get on this morning?
Is it working?
Yeah, it's working now. How did you get on this morning?
Good. I got Steve to moderate and his internet connection went. So Steve and I swapped bits and pieces. It went good. It's just fine.
No, well, I'm so sorry. It was completely, there was nothing. And it wasn't clicking in. It was, anyway, it was a power issue apparently.
Yeah.
So
I've just switched to SpaceX and Starlink, which is the Elon Musk, for the same reason that the local internet provision was mediocre at best. So I now have super duper. I'm running 4 computers today and downloading and zooming and videoing and
yeah, it makes such a difference. We had ours, we've got line of sight, so it's all radio waves. Is yours the same?
Was the same, yeah.
Yeah.
Got rid of it. I'm gonna get rid of it because the trees get in the way and
yeah, well, ours works well, 98% of the time. But typical this morning, I got up really early because I thought, well, I need to get some stuff done so that I can get in place for the session. And went online, 6 a.m. this morning, nothing. So.
Yeah.
Hi, Jane.
Hi, how are you?
Nice to see you again.
Lovely to see you too. How are you, Ishmael? You well?
Thank you. I'm well.
Good.
Hope to see you in Turkey again.
Oh, I'd love to.
Yes, we have a plan.
Good. When for?
Yes, I'll let you know very soon.
You know how I love Turkey.
Thank you.
How is everything there?
Not bad. Not bad.
Good. Good. COVID's still a worry, isn't it?
At least the coffee pot works.
What time is it with you?
It is 9:24.
Civilized time. So
as I said to my wife, I said it feels like the middle of the afternoon.
What time were you up?
I was up at 3:45.
Oh. What about Steve?
Steve would have been about the same. But he's on the East Coast. If he was at home, it would have been 1:45.
And Lee and Sam are on their way to bed.
Just
Yes.
about.
What time is it with you, Sam?
It's 11:30 at night.
Get you your surfboard.
Yeah, surf and turf.
Nice one.
So is all your crew here?
No.
Jane?
No. Wyatt is here. Like the only one so far. That last session was great.
Yes, it's often too bad. Sometimes the conversation could go on for another half hour, 45 minutes, right? And really get value out of it.
Yeah.
But you never know.
No. That's Jody just come on. Hi, Jody. Hi, Jody. What time is it with you? You're on mute.
Sorry, it's 11:30 at night.
Oh.
Yeah, it's all right. I've got a second wind now, so I'm wide awake. And I've had a coffee.
I did warn her, Jane. I did warn her.
Yeah.
Wyatt, are you there?
Hi, Eddie.
Hi, Ismail. How are you?
Hi.
How are you?
Hi, Jane.
How are you? You good?
Very well. Good morning for everybody. Good night.
Good night.
4:30 p.m. in Turkey.
Excuse me?
4:30 p.m.
Yeah. Hi, Jody.
Hi, Wyatt.
Hello.
How are you?
Oh, doing good.
Good. What time is it there?
It's almost 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay, we're on time now?
Yeah,
You're
we're
exactly
still,
on time, Addy.
we are, Eddie. We're still waiting for some panelists.
Okay.
Is Fiona?
Hi, Owen.
Hello, Rowan.
Hi, everybody. Nice to see you.
Hi, Owen. Nice to see you.
Good to see everyone.
Hi, Fee.
Hello.
How are you?
Hello.
We're still waiting for some of our panelists, but I think we'll make a start. So thank you ever so much, everybody, for joining us today as part of the IFAJ eCongress. It's sad that we can't meet in person, but hopefully Denmark will happen next year as we've planned for the last 2 years. So today I wanted to cover 2 big consequences as a result of COVID. So 2 of the big things that have affected our rural communities are the obvious one, agriculture, but also rural young people, and the 2 are very linked. So we're going to have a discussion amongst some panelists. So 3 of our 6 panelists are here, and maybe the other 3 have got confused about the time zones, because I know
Claire is here too.
And Claire, hi Claire. So we have 4 of our 6 panelists. And then towards the latter part of this session, we're going to ask Jodie Gunders from Queensland in Australia to tell us about the IFAJ Caterpillar bursary that she was awarded. And she'll talk to us about her project and what she found. So we will do that towards the end of the session. But to start with, I'm going to ask our 4 panelists who are present, and then the other 2 when they join, to tell us a little bit about themselves. So we have from the USA, Wyatt, who is a rancher, a communicator and a journalist. We have Jodie from Queensland in Australia, who is a producer with ABC. We have Claire McCormack, who is a rural affairs and agriculture correspondent in Ireland. And we have Fionn Stora-Jones, who is very involved with rural young people and is based in Brussels, but originates from Wales in the UK. So Wyatt, I'm going to ask you to just introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. I'm Wyatt Bechtel. I'm from the United States. I'm here in Kansas City, Kansas, very center part of the country. Live in a community of 2.1 million where I'm at during the week. But on weekends, I spend my time on my family's ranch, where we have a population of about 2,300 people in the closest community, and we live 15 miles from that town. So we're pretty rural where we're at in Kansas. Cattle outpopulate people in my area like 13 to 1 in the entire county. And that's just in terms of cow calf. So my family ranch is there. We do what we call custom grazing. We take in cattle from customers around the country. They are yearling cattle, so they'll be grazed on us for 90 to 120 days and then sent to larger feedlots to be finished out for fattening. And right now we are shipping out the remaining cattle that we have for that part of our operation. And then we also take in, we also have 120 head of commercial Angus cows that my father and brother look after the remainder of the time. My job, I am a former ag journalist, worked for Farm Journal Media and Vance Publishing here in the United States, covering the beef and dairy industries for approximately 6.5 years, transitioned into ag marketing, work with a PR agency out of Wisconsin, but I get to work remotely, fortunately. And most of my clients are on the livestock side of things, in cattle, dairy, and sheep and goats that I work for. And a lot of my job is working with editors in media relations, pitching them stories and writing some content that's placed for them and bylined by some of our experts that I work with.
Thank you, Wyatt. And Jodie, over to you.
Yes, I'm Jodie Gunders. I'm the executive producer of a program called The Country Hour, which is a radio program in Queensland in Australia that's been running for 75 years. It would be one of the oldest rural, well, it's one of the oldest radio programs in the world. It's certainly the oldest in Australia, and it's been continually running for all that time. So we celebrated our 75th birthday at the end of last year. So we broadcast on radio, it's rural news, but we also do television and online stories and broadcasting as well, and social media. So our goal is to get rural stories to broader audiences. And I'm based in a city, I think you can call it a city, of about 130,000, just south of Brisbane, southwest of Brisbane. And we have a very broad range of agricultural industries here. So we have a lot of cropping here. We have sheep, cattle, pigs, chickens, everything pretty much. It's a really amazing place to live and work in rural industries.
Thank you, Jodie. And Claire.
Hello, everyone. My name's Claire McCormack. I'm a Farming and Rural Affairs reporter with the Irish Independent and Farming Independent in Ireland. We're part of the Media House Ireland company, which is a Belgian company that recently bought the Independent Group. So I write for mainstream media and for the farming media on agriculture. So we have a main national newspaper that goes out every day, and then we have the specialised farming supplement that goes out on Tuesdays. So I write on farming across both platforms and online as well. I cover all aspects of agriculture from across the sectors. Dairy and beef are very big in Ireland, as is sheep and tillage to a smaller extent. And I write on agri-politics, agri-business, international affairs, international markets, kind of human interest and rural life stories, so very broad spectrum. And I have a strong I have a mixed kind of a background with, I started out in my education actually in English and sociology, doing an arts degree, and then I developed from there into doing a master's in English and then a master's in journalism, and I finished a master's in sustainable agriculture and rural development recently as well. So my background is very mixed with mainstream media and farming media, which is an interesting space because you see different perspectives on agriculture, which is important to remember, I suppose, at the current in the current climate, because there's so many changes to agriculture. So that's some of my academic and professional background. I worked actually in the US as well, in New York and London, doing internships with various mainstream media outlets as well over the years before I settled into farming. I'm from County Westmeath, which is in the Midlands of Ireland. It'll be a very mixed farming area, mostly beef and sheep over the years, but you're seeing dairy farms crop up in the region as well. I, like everybody, I'm working remotely at the moment. Usually was based in Dublin, but now down in the country, which I think is great to stay very connected to the farming issues. So that's been a real positive. So yeah, get lots of my stories in this region. Lots of changes coming here as well at the moment. But yeah, so I'm a print journalist, digital journalist, and I have some experience in radio and television as well.
Thank you, Claire. And Fionn.
Hi everyone, it's lovely to join you this afternoon where I am in the world. I'm joining you from the coast of the Black Sea actually, so sorry for the slightly red appearance. The weather here is slightly different to where I grew up in Wales. I'm a little bit concerned about connection, so I might have to turn my camera off at some point, so sorry in advance if I have to do that. But as Jane said, and as I alluded to briefly, I grew up on my family's farm in mid Wales, but I've spent about the last 5 years working on Welsh, European and international projects. In the last 3 years have been spent between Brussels and home in Wales. So I've worked in a variety of kind of capacities, working a lot, particularly with fair trade, both working directly with farmers to set up brands, but also advocating for policy changes at both Welsh and European level. I've also, in the last couple of years, been working freelance, supporting different agricultural projects in Wales. As I'm sure you all know, there's quite a lot of change happening in Wales because of Brexit, and all that change is going to have a huge impact on our Welsh rural and agricultural communities. So there's lots going on there that I've been part of, and I work across sectors, if you like. I work in global health, I work in kind of civil space and civil action, in policy influence. I'm really interested in kind of how all of this fits together, food and farming, but also economics and health. And so I've done a variety of things in the last couple of years within those fields.
Thank you, Fionn. And I wanted to let our panelists introduce themselves first before I introduce myself. So I'm Jane Craigie and I'm your moderator for today. And I am the British representative for the IFAJ executive, and I sit on the British Guild of Agricultural Journalists Council. And I run a marketing and communications agency based in Scotland. And I think stimulated by my travels with IFAJ, which if any of you haven't been to an IFAJ Congress, then please come. It just opens up the world to you on so many levels. But one of the catalysts for me from my travels with IFAJ was my concern about the loss of young people from rural places. And when we lose young people, we lose the energy and the ideas, and also the potential new recruits into agriculture and other rural jobs. And so I thought today it was very fitting to talk about rural young people because they are so important to our sector. They're also important to the future of journalism. But also during the pandemic, I ran a number of conversations with this community to talk about how COVID was affecting agriculture. So things like labor shortages, logistics, and we're all still seeing the legacy of this now. So what I wanted to do, and unfortunately Emmanuel from Liberia and Pulak from Bangladesh haven't joined us yet, but I will introduce them when they do. But what I wanted to look at first was really to explore what we think the challenges and opportunities are going forward as a result of COVID, because it's highlighted the importance of our food sector, the food system itself, the farmers that produce it, but also our young people. And I know some of you have more interest in agriculture and some of you have more interest in young people. So I will direct the questions accordingly. And anybody in the audience, if you have any questions, please put them into chat and Hugh and I will keep an eye on those questions and answer them for you. So I'm going to start by asking each of you, we'll start with rural young people. From the research we've done as part of our project that we started 3 years ago, the Rural Youth Project, we've done a lot of research with 18 to 28-year-olds living rurally or remotely. And some of the research that we did during COVID demonstrated two important things. One was how anxious they are about the future. But the second thing is how much they want to stay living rurally. So Claire, you just mentioned how much you're enjoying living rurally, and that is common. And therein is an opportunity because young people want to live where they do, but we also need to deal with their concerns. So my question to each of you, and we'll start with you, Wyatt, is how do you think COVID has affected young rural people in your country?
I'd say at the beginning of the pandemic, it was worse, obviously, than what we're seeing now in terms of mental fatigue from the pandemic. It's improved now. I think the majority of folks in my rural community that I call home were able to maintain their jobs. Did see some people have some temporary layoffs at the beginning of the pandemic. Did see some restaurants close permanently. So that did impact young people in that area. But there's since been new job opportunities that have came into the community and helped out in that sense. We're seeing more opportunities for work from home because of the pandemic. That's helped improve what we can do. But one drawback is the lack of broadband internet in rural communities. So that's going to be a drawback for a long time until that can be solved. But in terms of people still connecting and congregating, I think unfortunately in rural communities, they didn't listen to some of the health experts and continued to meet and congregate. Like our local pubs, they still stayed open. People still went there. So they were still a meeting place, but maybe it drawed back on some folks going in for 60, 70% occupancy rather than 100% of what would be in there. I still gathered with a few of my friends periodically during the pandemic, so was doing that, but did not travel anywhere outside of our communities. So still, I think that things have improved, and we'll see what the after effects are long term. One thing that we are seeing is prices of homes has increased because people are leaving urban communities. Because we do have some improving internet and work from home aspects, but some of those people that are buying homes aren't necessarily living in those communities. They're buying them as investments or a vacation place. So there's a little give and take there.
Yeah, a lot of what you've said is very similar to the UK and to parts of Europe. And Jodie, Australia, you've got a lot of remote people that live remotely, have always lived remotely, but also some small towns and some larger towns. How has COVID affected your rural young people?
I think a lot of people realise now that living regionally and rurally is a great thing in terms of just being free from some of these issues. We have, I would actually say most rural communities probably haven't seen a single case of COVID in the entire pandemic. Where I live, we've got 120,000 people. We were locked down for 5 weeks at the beginning. That's the only lockdown we've had. So that was in March or April last year. Other than that, we've not been locked down. I don't want to get too excited by that because we have quite a significant Delta outbreak at the moment. We've got Sydney and Melbourne are both quite heavily locked down. However, we have been quite insulated in rural areas. Interestingly, there has been still a lot of anxiety and concern. People realise that, you know, with health, being remote means that healthcare isn't necessarily fantastic. And so there has been a fairly high level of anxiety because while life is continuing as normal, the worry is that it only takes 1 or 2 cases. And then suddenly, you know, we've got an issue and a lot of these towns may have 1 ICU bed, they might have a couple. And so there has been some anxiety there about what could happen. The other thing that's been interesting for rural communities is for people who like to travel around, particularly young people for harvest, that has been a little bit of an issue because states have, Australia's, it's interesting, we've never had this before, but, you know, COVID has brought out this where, you know, very much a commonwealth of 5 states and 2 territories, and we're locking each other out left, right and centre. So, you know, my state at the moment, we have a hard border with the military at the border between New South Wales and Queensland, and, you know, we've got other states that say no one can come in from, no one can come into their state. And so that has caused a few issues. One of the things that I'll mention too is because we have had such a hard border this entire time, it's been very difficult to get our, you know, usual seasonal workers out to Australia, the people who come, you know, for holidays and do harvest work. And so the government has tried to change that by making opportunities for, you know, young people to have a gap year, like Australian young people to have a gap year and go work on farms. Hasn't been very successful. There's also incentives. I think it's $6,000 for anyone who agrees to go and live in a rural community and work on a farm in terms of a setup cost. Those incentives haven't been terribly effective for a variety of reasons, but you know, we are struggling very much with labour shortages, but that probably has more to do, well, it does have more to do with farmers' inability to get that regular workforce from overseas.
And you've had a massive issue of movement of labour across borders and the lack of backpackers who do a lot of your picking and pruning and all of those tasks within your fresh produce and food sector.
Yes, and people have been bulldozing their crops. Like, so trees, you know, people are ripping trees in the hundreds and thousands. It's quite shocking because there just isn't the workforce. That they can't afford the water to water those, you know, tree crops, for instance, that, you know, there's no labour force to pick the fruit. So it's been quite an issue.
Yeah, just the legacy is going to be so long term, isn't it?
Very much so. Yeah.
And Claire, in Ireland, in rural Ireland, how has the pandemic affected your young people?
Similar, I suppose, to Jodie and Wyatt, it's been quite a mixed adjustment period, I think, for people. In Ireland, we have a really strong history of emigration. Whenever there's any sort of crisis or any serious economic shock to the system, we always have a huge exodus of our young people. So comparing the COVID pandemic to, say, the financial crash of the late noughties and into the 2010s, it's been very different, because usually young people pack their bags and they go to the farms in Australia, or they go to the US or to Canada or New Zealand, and you know, they don't allow the crisis to stop them from trying out different things. But it's been very different with COVID, because really the exodus was actually out of the cities and to the rural areas where people moved home. So that's been a really big shift. And that has been, you know, there's been positives and negatives to that for young people. And again, it's really different, the impact, I think, in urban areas and rural areas, because we have done studies, you know, short-term research here has shown that young people have been disproportionately affected, and the anxiety issue is huge. You know, just the uncertainty, and like Wyatt says, even home ownership and everything, that's all been really, you know, left up in the air. So people kind of under 35 who were hit in the recession in 2008 have been hit again now with COVID. So they've had 2 major impacts on their kind of youth development over the past, you know, 10 or 15 years. So that's been a really challenging and just adjustment period for people. The remote working has been, that's been a massive advantage for young people to be able to keep working. If they had their jobs in Dublin and they've moved home, they can continue working. Like if COVID had hit 10 or 15 years ago, our broadband wouldn't have been up to the standard to allow people to work from home. So that's been a positive, and some surveys have been done which show that people actually want to continue the work from home policy in their jobs where they're maybe in if things open up a bit more here, because we're not back in the offices yet, where people would have maybe a 3-day week in the office and 2 days at home. So that gives young people probably more flexibility there. Farmers are obviously delighted that their sons and daughters have come home, because there's that extra labour available on the farms, definitely, to help. So that has been positive. And, you know, a lot of the young farmers would be delighted to be at home for that period and to help out. One real positive, I think, that has come out of it is remote learning. So again, some surveys were done this summer with our universities here, and they did a survey with 50,000 students, and the vast majority said that they want a blended learning approach, basically, to continue, where they can access their lectures online so that they can watch lectures back, so that they take out the long commute, because a lot of our universities are not in rural areas. They're based in Dublin and Cork and Galway, the big cities. And so it's taking out that commute and the cost of living and everything. And it kind of opens up a lot of university or college options to young people maybe that wouldn't have had the chance before, because maybe there wasn't a university nearby, or they just didn't have the option of pursuing it. So online learning opens up, kind of, it makes the world more of an oyster for young people too, even to maybe look at courses abroad, but to do it from home. The biggest impact, I would say, has been the impact on social lives. Again, it's been an adjustment for people. Young people are doing a lot more activities outside. Some of the sports clubs have actually benefited from it, where the young people would have gone to the cities and wouldn't have been able to play football for the local club during the week, or, you know, they wouldn't have been able to play for their community clubs, are now playing for those clubs, and those clubs are doing really well. So that's another silver lining among it. But I think definitely the anxiety and the uncertainty about what lies ahead is a big issue, and home ownership I can see becoming a big problem for young people. Just access to housing now is really, really tough.
Yeah, and I think, Claire, that picks up on a problem that already existed, that housing is expensive for young people, irrespective of COVID. So it's made a difficult situation worse. Fionn, during the pandemic, you undertook a survey in Wales amongst rural young people. And you're also based in Brussels, so you have got a European perspective as well. What do you think the main challenges have been, but also maybe start to touch on the positives? What do you think the opportunities might be going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, we have heard from young people from kind of almost every corner of the world now. And I think the challenges have all been quite similar in a sense, particularly for rural areas. The research that I did, as you mentioned, did highlight those worries about challenges that already existed. Getting worse, connectivity wasn't great. It was making life a lot more difficult as more and more aspects of our lives migrated online. Home ownership and the cost of homes, a big challenge, particularly in areas of Wales that depend on tourism, their main kind of economic activities. I think the pandemic has, I think, kind of highlighted cultural, or not highlighted, I think kind of has exposed cultural challenges, and I think it might have a long-term impact on rural mindsets. Particularly, I think, you know, Jodie mentioning people not being able to travel to Australia and help, and, you know, the labour shortage is obviously a huge problem, but I also think you know, the soft skills that young people gain from those as well, the wealth of knowledge, the kind of richness of experiencing another country, of meeting different people, that's hugely valuable. It's very difficult to put a kind of a price on that, but that's really important, I think, for our rural areas longer term, that we are able to encourage young people to go to see different parts of the world and to bring that back with them. And I think my worry is that we'll see less and less people leaving rural areas to then come back. And I think that will affect our rural places, because I think, you know, touching on the opportunities, I think what the pandemic did give us was a glimpse of what our rural communities could look like. That my friends, for example, could be studying at Cambridge or at St Andrews and still be in Wales, or even in the US and still be in Wales. And let's say my friend who's a marketing manager in London could also be at home. And that gave us a feeling of, oh, wow, this is a completely different place when our young people are all here doing all of their variety of activities. What could it look like in the future if we improved connectivity, if we had rural working hubs, if we had affordable housing so that they could all live here? I think another thing that the pandemic put a stop to maybe was that movement of people back and forth, and not necessarily, for me, for example, between Brussels and the farm, but also between Cardiff and Mid Wales, or between London and Mid Wales. I think we've taken a very boxed approach to what is rural, what is not rural, and increasingly people are neither. And the more we look at people as one or the other, I think we miss out bringing that value of and richness of people together, and also at a more kind of you know, logistical and policy area. We look at people who have second homes as not being of that area, therefore they may not be paying into the local taxes, for example, and therefore not benefiting them. So there are challenges as well coming from the pandemic of this increasing us and them, those in their second homes coming to our rural areas, kind of putting increasing pressure on our already quite fragile health systems. So I fear about what the pandemic might do in terms of increasing that us and them, and kind of eroding away, I think, the great work that has been going on to make our rural communities more diverse. But I'm also quite optimistic that hopefully that glimpse of what our rural communities could be will serve to. The big issue is, and regardless of rural or urban, across the world, young people are not being listened to. And what we need now is very strong leadership to take that glimpse of what could be, to make it a reality. But we are not seeing leaders listen to young people, whether that be on issue of rural housing or climate change. That is my biggest concern, that we will not see these possibilities become a reality because young people are still not being listened to, and young people by now should be in the driving seat, and we're still shouting for someone to just let us on the bus. Let's put it like that.
Thank you, Fionn. I think that point about young people not being listened to and not being present in rural areas is very important. You know, agriculture depends on its local young people. Horticulture depends on its local young people. If they feel they don't have a say, and in our research, only 13% of young people feel they have a say in their local community. So it's very difficult for them to enact the positive change that they want to see. Jodie, in Australia, what would you see as the opportunities? What are you starting to see? Not just COVID related, but in rural places, because there is benefit, isn't there, of urban people coming to rural places. There's benefit for broadband, as Claire mentioned, it's been improved during COVID. What are the opportunities for rural young people, and maybe starting to look at agriculture as a result of that as well?
Look, that's exactly right. We've had some really positive stories. Just in the last week, a couple of colleagues did a story about young sisters in their early 20s that moved to a tiny town that just had a little cafe roadhouse, and they've decided they're going to start that themselves. And so they've set that up and, so excited to do that. And, people are seeing that rural communities have cheap houses, really, like relative to, if it costs you the median house price, this is Australian dollars, obviously, but, $1 million Australian dollars at a minimum in a place like Sydney or Melbourne, then you can come to a place that has for a couple $100,000, you can buy a property. And now that people see that it's possible to go to rural communities and be able to continue to do their jobs, in a city centre, that's made a huge difference. Just in the last couple of years pre-COVID, we were starting to see a little bit of that migration. We were starting to see people, come to rural communities and be able to either work remotely or be able to, travel a couple of days a week back to, a city. Now there is so much more acceptance of people working remotely. So that's made an enormous difference to being able to do that. And so many more employers are starting to see that, there's real benefits here. The organisation I work for, the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, we now have a policy that we want people to be able to have a work from home option. So post-COVID, this will become, more the norm. And jobs are now being advertised as not based in Sydney or Melbourne, but, location negotiable. And I saw just this week a job was advertised saying, you can do this from a regional location or from your own home. So there is that acceptance, of people working remotely. And just from our point of view as well, there's an acknowledgement that it's beneficial to have the input of people from rural communities because it adds to the diversity of opinions that you get in a business. And so the ABC that I work for, we've had in the past a huge percentage of our workforce based in Sydney. And naturally, you'll get people who are just sort of thinking, about issues that concern Sydney, whereas the more people who are working in the regional areas, the better. So we are seeing those opportunities. What we do need to have, what needs to catch up is educational opportunities in rural communities. We need healthcare to be improved in rural communities, especially young families moving out to rural locations. They want to know that there will be, opportunities for them. And I think one of the issues we have in Australia is pre-COVID, we had terrible bushfires, we've had years of drought. And so all of those things have already impacted the jobs that are available. And it's not just the jobs that are available, it's people's perceptions of what's happening. Rural industries, I think, struggle with putting forward a positive image of their industries. And really, agriculture is one of the biggest employers in this country. There are so many opportunities, there are so many jobs, and yet a lot of young people in cities just see the bad things because they see the media coverage of drought or they see coverage of, things going wrong. And so it's really important, I think, that those of us who work in agriculture really advocate for it as a real positive and get people out to these communities. But COVID has helped in that, and it's made it more attractive for people to go to rural communities.
Yeah, that's so heartening to hear some of that, and I think also there's opportunities from urban people coming to rural areas. Yes, it does push up house prices, but hopefully that diversity coming from the city to rural places will help with communicating agriculture, communicating rural issues, people becoming more conscious about waste and environment because they will be living within an environment which is affected by all of those things.
That's right. And I mean, I'll get to this when I talk about my project over at the BBC. But one of the things I learned there is that rural communities benefit when people in cities and urban areas understand what life is like for them. And so the more people you have migrating across to rural areas, the better it is for everyone. And then you don't have that real city country divide that we often see.
Yeah. And Wyatt, what opportunities do you see going forward for young people in rural areas?
Yeah, from an opportunity standpoint that we have in the US, there's maybe not the brick and mortar stores that we used to see that line Main Street, but we're seeing people doing online boutiques, selling their crafts on Etsy, those type of things, selling meat to people online, and they can open themselves up to a wider audience than what they have there in their rural community. So seeing more of that, especially during the pandemic, we saw a lot of people getting into the local meat sales, having cattle or hogs butchered locally, and then getting into marketing quarters, halves of beef, even selling some individual cuts. That's something that from the pandemic came about, and I think it's going to be a continuing trend, and people will be buying beef that may not be locally sourced, but they know where it came from, in essence. And we're seeing more meat processing facilities that are being proposed in smaller communities. There was a lack of packing space, and that was evident during the pandemic when we saw shutdowns in April, May, June of last year. So that's going to be an opportunity for some areas of the country. From a farming aspect, opportunities are going to be limited for younger people because of the access to capital to buy property. I was considering at one point moving back and buying some land, maybe close to my family's, to move back at some point. That's looking like it could be less of a possibility because of increased interest from outside investors, people that may not necessarily live and work on the land. They're buying it for an investment or for hunting property. Our area is known for white-tailed deer, and we'll have hunters from around the country even come to our family's ranch. And word's gotten out to other folks, and that's kind of driven up land rates during the pandemic. Before the pandemic, property prices for grazing land was around $1,800 an acre, which is still high. You can't really make a living off of that. But it's since risen to $2,300 on average, and in some cases, $2,800 for better grass. And a piece of ground that was 5 miles from my family's house that was only, I think, 30 acres, brought like $6,200 per acre, which no one's making a living off of that.
Yeah, so you're painting a picture of a complex situation. And Claire, Wyatt touched on, as did Jodie, on entrepreneurship. So there have been some really good examples of people becoming entrepreneurial, taking opportunities as a result of the pandemic. And in our rural youth project, we've seen a lot of young people start up businesses because they've been forced home, they've moved away from their jobs, lost their jobs, and been really entrepreneurial. What are you seeing in Ireland?
Yeah, we're probably seeing the early stages of that. Probably this summer would be probably the best example of it, because people couldn't travel or opted not to travel because of COVID. There was a lot of domestic tourism, and some examples would be locally people set up outdoor coffee shops, and they set up bike facilities to rent bikes to go cycling on the canals. So people definitely took the opportunity to encourage more people to come to the areas and to drive more rural tourism, and then to try and capitalize on that by setting up their own kind of tourism recreational type of businesses, and they've been going really well. So you know, there's actually a big buzz in communities that this, you know, that would be pretty dormant really a lot of the time of the year. So that's kind of one example. Another example would be even rural festivals that would usually be on physical cultural festivals that would be on in the region. Young people got involved in them and made them work online. So we had virtual festivals. For example, this year we had a festival I'm involved in celebrating the Irish poet and author Oliver Goldsmith. And it's actually one of the oldest literary festivals in the country. And we did it all online this year. And again, it was just a few of us came together with whatever expertise we had and made it work. So people are definitely being entrepreneurial. They don't want to, like Winston Churchill said, you know, don't waste a good crisis. You know, they're trying to make the most out of it and to stay active and to keep that kind of social fabric alive as well. But I would imagine that is really going to come to the fore over the next couple of years, because really the pandemic has actually slowed people down a lot. And if people had ideas going around in their mind of different, you know, things that they wanted to invent or ideas that they wanted to pursue, the pandemic, COVID has forced everyone to kind of slow down and consider, like, how would I go about this? And also for those fortunate to keep their jobs and everything during COVID, because there's been a lack of spending, people actually have a bit more money in some instances, and then they're willing to make those investments. So I would say, yeah, that's definitely a trend that will grow. We'd have a strong track record on entrepreneurial startups in Ireland, but it's definitely something, yeah, that I can see going further. Yeah.
And Claire, while you're on, we'll move a little bit onto agriculture. So there have been a lot of challenges. So logistics, supply, labor, and it's been the same the world over. But there's also been a lot of increase, certainly in the Western world, in eating whole foods, cooking at home, because food service has been shut. What have you seen in Ireland, the challenges and the opportunities for agriculture as a result of the pandemic?
Yeah, the pandemic really exposed the labour issue here quite strongly, say in the meat processing side and on the horticulture side. We definitely have lost out on it, but ended up putting a lot more pressure on the systems over the past 18 months because of that shortage of labour that has definitely come to the fore. And then obviously, say our cattle sales, our mart sales all went online, which again was a huge break from the norm. So you had online mart sales over the last 18 months, which was a big shock to the system for a lot of farmers trying to adjust to this. You know, farmers like to go and look at their animal and weigh it up themselves and, you know, make their decision on whether they're going to buy or sell. And having to do this now on a screen was a really huge change, and people kind of pushed back against it. I found that in the earlier days, they just, you know, a lot of times when it's some kind of big change like that, because you're not familiar with it, people are kind of scared of it and rather not do it. But actually, eventually, a lot more farmers embraced the technology and embraced all the efficiencies then it brought to their working lives. You know, the time that was saved, the effort, the energy that was saved by opting to go for that, using that online sale. So that has had mostly positive, I would say. The feedback on, say, the live mart sales has been mostly good, and has created a new industry, a new sector. And like we say about the entrepreneurialism, like you would have seen a lot of that kind of creativity coming to the fore on that side of things with the sales. One of the probably the negatives, I'd say, of the technology side is that farmers are so love, going for the farmer meetings, the discussion groups, the farm organisation meetings, meetings with the department, just going to the mart and talking to the farmers and kind of sharing knowledge and ideas and everything. And especially at the moment when you have the new CAP, new Common Agricultural Policy being developed in Europe, and there's so many changes coming with climate mitigation strategies and the refocus on the environment, that farmers would probably say that they don't feel that they can engage in that debate when it's all webinars and online conferences and online meetings, and they may not feel just as comfortable with the technology. So, and the departments and the authorities are aware of that, and I suppose it's about trying to come up with a solution that also adheres to the public health guidelines. But I would feel that there is farmers in a way have felt quite silenced and removed from debate on massive issues that are going to have huge implications for our production systems during COVID. So it's been really unfortunate, the timing of COVID. Not that the time would ever be good, but like the timing of it has been really unfortunate for agriculture in that way, because there are so many changes and challenges, and farmers probably feel they can't engage with these really, really important issues that really need the farmers' input. So that would be, one of the big kind of impacts, in addition to the labor side.
Yeah, and you pick up on an important cultural point as well. That some cultures actually getting together and talking together, like in your culture, in the Irish community, that's such an important part. In other parts, maybe like Australia, where people are used to living and working remotely, and their communities are extended over thousands of miles sometimes, then it's maybe less of an issue. So it's important for policymakers to understand that when they're creating policy for farming. It's a really important point.
Yeah, it's absolutely here. It's very much peer-to-peer learning. Even in your journalism, when you're writing it wanting the farmer to take something from it. Like it's very much farmers want to learn from other farmers, and it's all about that kind of shared experience, and they trust what another farmer, or they'll challenge another farmer, but they want to be very much part of the conversation. It's not a top, they want the bottom up approach, not the top down. So that social fabric, that's been a really tricky one, and I don't really know how we're going to get around that at the moment. Like, while there is some reopening and we have some farm walks and marts open to a certain extent, it's still pretty strict,
Yeah, that's such an important point. And Fionn, Wales, Brussels, you wear a lot of hats, but you're also very passionate about fairness in our food systems. How do you think the pandemic, how will it leave us?
That's a big question. But I think just kind of adding to what Claire said, for us in Wales as well, this is probably the biggest change for agriculture that we will see in decades in terms of agricultural policy. And I think Claire's comment about the Common Agricultural Policy, being part of civil society and representing civil society in Brussels itself, we've seen that space for dialogue shrink quite massively in the city itself. And so for those that are so far from the epicenter of policy making, be that from Brussels Island or from Cardiff to North Wales or London to, the north of England. That is a big problem that we're seeing. And I think that's something that we all have an obligation to keep an eye out for, that we don't see COVID used as an opportunity to take away the voice of people when it comes to policy making, when it comes to consulting, and when it comes to listening to the voices of communities that will be most affected. The CAP is in Brussels itself. It's a fierce debate. It's one of the biggest budgets of the European Union, and so heavily fought over. And I think we see COVID, we see climate change, Brexit, three very big events all happening at once while the Common Agricultural Policy is kind of turning over. So in the sense of civil society space shrinking, in that sense, maybe in policy making, I think the dialogue that we've had between one another, maybe where the world has shut down physically, I think maybe it has opened up digitally to a certain extent as well. And we saw, as you mentioned, particularly in the UK, from my own experience, a shifting on food, on the value of food producers. And I think we saw that maybe quite locally, people walking, spending more time in their local communities, spending more time outside, maybe reconnecting with food, reconnecting with nature in a way that they hadn't been able to do in a while. Whether that kind of pushes beyond the borders of that kind of local area. As you said, I've been interested in fair trade for a number of years, and I've been working with farmers in Uganda especially for a long time now. And it is it's shifting, I think, perception of food and the people producing it, and the true cost of our food, both on people and the planet. But when it comes to food and cost, whether that's the cost on the planet or the cost of the food, we have to think about how that fits into people's lives. I think the discussion around how much food costs is often very heated as well. Food is too cheap for some, too expensive for others. And so it's very difficult, I think, to talk about how we value food and how food should be priced when we don't take into consideration maybe how much people are paid, how much it costs people to go to the doctor, for example. So I think this debate is expanding, and I think we are starting to take it to places that we haven't done before. We have COP26 coming up in Glasgow. The UN Food Summit is it's a bit maybe it's not going in the way that it should have been going, but it still is shining a spotlight on this. But I think we maybe, again, are still coming to this discussion in a way that's a little too narrow, and hopefully as our world has expanded, hopefully we can bring more points of view and consider these issues across, I'm losing the word, sorry, across areas or thematic issues, living income, living wage, as well as kind of how much does it cost to see a doctor, city planning as well, urban planning. All of these are things that impact on food, and so often, sometimes, particularly if we are from food producing families or communities ourselves, we can say we find it maybe harder to think about the other end of the supply chain. So I think, our world maybe has contracted, but I think our horizons maybe have also expanded. And so hopefully that will bring a different discussion about food and the value of food and the people that produce it.
Thank you, Fee. Very, very wise words. And Jodie, for you, I know Labour's been a massive issue for you in Australia, that movement across borders within your country. What have been the main challenges and opportunities that you see for your agricultural sector going forward?
I think the big the big opportunity going forward is just simply that there are so many jobs. There is so much opportunity in agriculture. And so it's about just connecting the labour force with the positions that are available. And in some cases, that's just going to come down to, you know, that positive attitude about living on the land. And we've got some really progressive farmers on Twitter, actually, in Australia. They're very progressive, and they are talking about, you know, the importance of getting ahead on climate change. They're talking, you know, pushing climate change policies and policies that are going to protect the environment. And that presents a really positive image of agriculture to young people. And I think that's incredibly important. Whereas if you look at, you know, policy-wise, Australia as a whole has lagged behind, especially when it comes to climate policies. Whereas, and people can easily, young people can easily have a perception of agriculture that it's a little bit backwards, that they're not taking care of water resources, that they're not taking care of the environment. And so to have these farmers on the front foot and saying, you know, look, we are ahead of the game here, we are trying really hard, and it's important to, you know, have young people contributing to that, I think is really helpful. We've just employed a brand new rural reporter at the ABC in Toowoomba, where I live, and her background isn't in journalism, it's in agriculture. And it's really exciting to have someone who, you know, she didn't grow up in a rural family at all. She came from Tasmania, and her father's, I think her mother's a nurse and her father's a policeman. And she just decided, I think agriculture's, you know, where it's at. And so without any background at all, she just went off and did an agriculture degree, decided towards the end that she wanted to be in communications and to communicate about agriculture. And so that's really refreshing when you hear stories like that, that there are these great opportunities, and, you know, we just need to start to attract people to them.
That's such a lovely point to make. And I'm going to ask a question. There's been quite a lot of questions in the chat about young people coming into journalism, and also people taking leadership, young people taking leadership in journalism. So what are your thoughts on that, Jodie? You've mentioned a young woman that's been inspired to come into it, and that's probably a lot in part to do with ABC and the quality of what you output. But what do you think the opportunities are for young people in journalism going forward?
In rural journalism particularly, I think that we, my colleagues and I who are involved in recruitment of rural journalists, we are really keen to get more people into rural journalism who don't necessarily have a traditional journalism background. We're really keen to get people who have an agricultural background, because what we find is a lot of our rural journalists, they come through, they get a job as a rural journalist because they need a job. There's not a lot of jobs in journalism, so they might just be attracted to the fact that, you know, there's a job going, so they'll apply for it. And some of these people are very good, and they, you know, some do become really passionate about agriculture. For some, it is just a stepping stone to, you know, mainstream news. And so we see a real advantage in being able to get some of these people who have a strong agricultural background and strong agricultural, you know, training to work in rural journalism, because they bring those unique skills. They understand those industries, and one of our goals is to try to get that knowledge and tell those rural stories that can, you know, traditionally just become stories about agriculture for agricultural communities, but get those stories to the broader population so that people in cities and urban areas can understand, you know, how food is produced. And there's a real opportunity there, because as others have said, people have never been more interested in how their food is produced. You know, people are very keen to, especially, you know, they're concerned about their health. They want to know where their foods come from, and they're quite, you know, it's a really good opportunity. I think that people have that interest, we can capitalize on it.
Yeah, it's a lovely answer. And Wyatt and Claire, you're both Alltech young leaders. So you're looking to develop your leadership skills within the world of journalism. Wyatt first, what do you think the opportunities are for young leaders within journalism?
Yeah, I think there's lots of opportunities out there. There's fewer young journalists out there, but there are lots of opportunities for them to be active in leadership. I would say there's plenty of those at home here in the US for myself with the trade organizations that we have. And then looking at IFAJ, seeing some of the comments there that we've got majority of the folks that are on the leadership team participated in the Young Leaders program. So I think that's been a good way to help cultivate that next generation. When we look at it from the standpoint of getting more people involved in journalism at the rural level or agricultural level, in the US, I'd say there's been enough consolidation within publications in the last 20 years that we're seeing fewer opportunities for young people to take a position as an editor. That's unfortunately why I'm no longer in journalism, because there's fewer opportunities out there. But from a reporting in your own rural community, it seems like there's still support for local newspapers, local publications there in rural America still. My hometown, we still have a thriving newspaper that covers 2 counties, and there's more people on staff there than I can remember when I was growing up 15, 20 years ago. So I think there is some potential from a rural community coverage standpoint. Agriculture, maybe not so much, just because of the consolidation we see in pubs and within the industry.
Yeah, some great points you've made there. And Claire, you're another Old Tech young leader, and you've got a great career ahead of you. How has the program helped you, and what do you think the opportunities are for young leaders like yourself going forward in journalism?
Well, I think first of all, with the program, it's incredible to be able to engage and hear stories from other agricultural journalists over the entire world, and to see where the similarities and the connections, where the problems and the opportunities are. It's really fantastic, and it's actually, it can be reassuring in ways, because sometimes you think, oh, some maybe problems with, the volume of agriculture journalists. Is it just a problem in Ireland? But like when you hear other people speaking about the challenge of agricultural journalism in other countries, it's just kind of reassuring in a way that it's a broader problem. But then how do we address it? And I would see that like the young leaders of this course almost have a duty to kind of to tell students and young journalists, or anyone interested in English and from a farming background or rural background, to just make them aware of the opportunity of agricultural journalism and rural journalism that's out there. Coming from a mainstream media background and having experienced that for a number of years, and then going into agriculture, it is absolutely such an amazing sector to cover, because it's so diverse, it's so progressive in ways that people in the general public often don't realize, in its adoption of technology, and just the community feel to it. While it's really, really political and complicated, complex with policy and everything, it's a really terrific sector educationally to learn from, and it's so scientific based now. There's a duty to tell people about the opportunities that are there, because we have seen, definitely in an Irish context, the volume of agricultural journalists in the media system has reduced significantly over the last 20 or 30 years. When agriculture was really taken off in Ireland in the 70s, you know, when we joined the European Economic Area, you had a huge, in the 70s and 80s, you had a big volume of agricultural journalists, farming correspondents in mainstream media. And that's not there anymore. You know, even our national broadcaster at the moment, RTE, doesn't have an agricultural correspondent. For a country like our predominant industry, our domestic industry in Ireland is agriculture, and we don't have an agricultural correspondent. And I'm sure they will rectify that at some point. But the fact that we've gone a number of months now without an agriculture correspondent is astounding when you think of everything that's happening for agriculture right now. So I think there's huge opportunities in it. I think it's about banging the door down. I think local newspapers are a wonderful place to start, because generally local newspapers are immersed in agricultural and rural issues. So you get a real chance to develop your skills and just, you know, make your contacts and learn how to write stories, and you'll get exposure to print and radio and digital. You know, there's so much possibility really there at young people's fingertips. But I really do think that there is a sense of duty about it, because the sector comes under so much attack, and sometimes rightfully so. You know, like the sector is by no means perfect, but the debate can become very, very polarized, and I think we need a lot more influx of agricultural journalists in the mainstream to tackle those issues and come out with better outcomes then, you know. So, because sometimes we end up talking to ourselves a lot, you know. So.
Sorry, I'm on mute. That's so true. And I think also another route in that we've observed here in the UK is citizen journalism. So young people getting into, not just young people, but older people too, getting into journalism because they proved that they can write or they can broadcast through a podcast. So there's so many opportunities to see people's talent. I'm conscious of time, and I'm also conscious that Jodie, it's about 1:45 in the morning in Australia. So I'm going to wind up the panel discussion. So I'd really like to thank the four of you for joining us. I'm sorry that Pulak and Emmanuel from Bangladesh and Liberia respectively couldn't join us. I don't know what the issue was, but I think it would have been a richer conversation having Bangladesh and also Liberia in the conversation. So apologies to everybody for that. But a huge thank you, Claire, Fionn, Wyatt, and Jodie, for giving your time today, and for we've covered so many different topics. So thank you very much. And I'm going to hand over to Jodie now. So Jodie, I'm sorry that it's 1:45 in the morning for you, but Jodie was awarded, so you've heard about the Alltech Young Leaders Programme that the IFAJ and also the masterclass that the IFAJ gets involved with. Jodie was awarded another opportunity, which was the IFAJ Caterpillar Award. And you went to look at rural journalism or rural broadcasting, by comparing the ABC and the BBC. So I'm going to hand over to you to tell us more about what you found. Thank you, Jodie.
Thank you. Look, it was a really interesting trip. The proposal I put forward was to compare public broadcasting or public sector broadcasting with, you know, the ABC, which is our national broadcaster, and the BBC, obviously another national broadcaster. And so I wanted to see how things were done, you know, in the UK, particularly because we were in a real state of change. So about 6 years ago now, we had a national rural department for the ABC, and that was disbanded and it was brought into another department, which was just broadly regional and local, which encompassed just regular local radio and a number of other areas. So we lost that national manager of our ABC rural department, but we still had the rural journalists. So we didn't lose any jobs in terms of the actual rural journalists, for the most part at least. But it presented this challenge because we needed to try to maintain the integrity of what we do and had done for 75 years, but also we needed to take advantage of the opportunity that this gave us, because in the past we were very much doing radio for the most part. So we had a lot of reporters doing radio. They were broadcasting, for the most part, rural content for rural audiences. And I felt that this gave us an opportunity. There were some, there was some concern about it, that it would dilute our rural content, but also we saw that there was some potential benefits as well. So that was being able to, broadcast on different platforms and get more of our stories into the mainstream. So I put forward that proposal, which was fortunately successful. And even more fortunate, I was able to actually get out of the country and get to the UK just in time. I travelled in early March last year. It was getting very hairy just at that time. Wasn't quite sure what was going to happen. No one could have really predicted what did happen, but I remember booking my flights on the Sunday to fly on the Tuesday, because I just wanted to wait, and I was checking case numbers there and case numbers here. And anyway, I got over there and spent a week in Bristol. And while I was there, it was fantastic. It was about just, a week or two before things really shut down. So I was extremely lucky to get there and be able to have that opportunity. I spent time with the two key programs at the BBC Rural Affairs unit, Farming Today radio program that's broadcast on Radio 4, and also Country File television program, which is broadcast obviously in prime time and gets a very large audience. And it was very interesting. On my very first day, I turned up at an editorial meeting and found editorial meetings quite similar to our editorial meeting. It felt very familiar. I felt, I could even contribute to some of their editorial discussions. But then I went away and had a meeting with the head of rural affairs, and right from the outset, he said to me, he goes, "We at the BBC don't make any programs for rural audiences specifically, not a thing. We make rural programs for broader audiences. So we are creating specialist rural content for everybody." That was a very big shift from what we do, because we do, still make rural programs and rural content that is specifically targeted to rural audiences. So that was a little bit of a challenge for me just there, trying to sort of reconcile what is done at the BBC to what we do at the ABC, and thinking, do we need to be heading in this direction to some extent? What are the benefits of that? What are some of the potential disadvantages of heading in that direction? And so I spoke to a number of people about how things are done there and the differences. And one of the things I found was, Country File, for instance, they said to me very clearly when I, spoke with that team, that if Country File was broadcast just for rural audiences, it wouldn't be in prime time for a start, and it wouldn't get anywhere near the audience that it does. And so what they at Country File say to rural communities is that, even though I think they'll, there's criticism, people call it towny-file, it's a bit too, town focused, but they make the argument to rural communities that it is beneficial for them to have urban people in cities engaged in what happens on the farm. So even though they're not having those rural programs made specifically for them and about their issues, there is a benefit in having urban audiences understand life in the country. And so I went back to the ABC and did a bit of a comparison in my report, and it's really interesting. So it made me realise just how unique what we have in Australia is. So right now we have 55 full-time, specifically rural journalists working for the ABC, 55 of them. They create rural programs each day. We have rural reports out on local radio every single morning across the country. We have 1 hour country hour programs. There's one in every state. So each state has its own specific 1 hour of rural content on radio. We also have those reporters now as multi-platform reporters. So those reporters are making television programs as well. They're doing TV reports into local television bulletins, and they have opportunities, huge opportunities in the digital space as well. We have a specific rural portal, so abc.net.au/rural is just rural content. And so it made me very much aware of what we have and how amazing that is, because we are, you know, I know that the BBC struggles with funding, but we joke at the ABC that we would love to have the BBC's problems when it comes to funding, because we have less funding. So it is amazing still that we have all of that energy and commitment still in the rural space. So the question is now what we do with that. And so I put together this report. I was then involved in the, off the back of that, I was asked to lead the 75-year anniversary celebrations for ABC Rural. So I did that last December, and that was a really amazing opportunity to really showcase to the rest of the ABC and the country what it is that we do, and that long legacy, that 75 years of history in telling rural stories, which was great. What came out of that was I was then asked to use the report that I did for the IFAJ and turn that into a strategy for ABC Rural for the next 5 years. So that's what I'm working on at the moment. And it's been a really amazing opportunity to be able to really focus on what we do well, but what we want to do well in the future. And so one of the things we are looking at is taking on board what the BBC does in terms of being able to tell rural stories for broader audiences, and really honing in on that point that urban audiences, that rural communities benefit when urban audiences understand their issues. We do have a real divide in Australia between rural and urban communities. We do have big, you know, population of 30 million or so. We've got sort of 5 million in Sydney, 4 in Melbourne, big capital cities that have most of the population. And then, of course, you've got, you know, rural communities as well that, as has been mentioned, are quite remote in some cases. And so it is important that those people do, we need people in cities to understand rural issues, because it's important that, you know, that there's no misunderstandings. And I think there are a lot of misunderstandings, and other people have mentioned this as well. We find that we're often frustrated as rural journalists in the ABC when, you know, a report is done or a documentary is made by our journalist colleagues in a capital city in Sydney, because not that there's anything necessarily wrong with their report, it's not inaccurate, but there's just not a lot of nuance. It's very much a story sometimes that has been created by journalists who live in a city, and they're just not exposed to the nuances and the issues and the complexities of some of these rural issues. And those are the stories that we're able to tell, because we are living and working in rural communities. All our rural journalists are. We're living and working in rural communities. And so we feel like we can tell those stories and make them matter, not just for rural communities, but also for urban audiences. So that's the challenge we face. One of the things we want to do is, without any extra budget and with limited resources, we want to make sure that we are continuing to tell rural stories for rural communities, chiefly on radio. So radio is the platform where we do have primarily a rural audience listening to us. Most of our country hour programs aren't broadcast into into cities. Some of them are, but for the most part they're not. So that gives us the opportunity to continue to really focus on rural communities and tell those stories for them. We don't need to dilute it down. We can get into the intricacies of, you know, trade and, you know, extension and those things that really matter to them. But we can also devote a lot of our time and attention to telling rural stories and making sure that they have a big audience, and the platforms where we can do that, you know, for the most part is on television and online. And so we see real benefit in having rural journalists championing those stories. So, you know, we want rural journalists to be doing a lot of climate change stories and environment stories and water use stories, and so trade stories. So instead of, you know, we've had a lot of issues with China trade, and so we can have a business reporter tell those stories, but that'll have, you know, a certain business angle, which is fine. But what we can offer as rural specialists is we can tell those stories from a really rural perspective and make sure that people, you know, in urban areas understand exactly what it means, you know, when China bans a commodity overnight. And so we get to tell those stories and make sure that we've got a big audience. So I think that that's the sort of conclusion that we came to, was that, you know, it is important that that rationale for deliberately pitching rural programs to urban audiences is a sound one, but at the same time, it made me realise just how fortunate we are to have a very large team of rural specialists, which I believe is unique in the world. And so and also because we are, you know, we're not commercial, we aren't quite, you know, we're not subject to the same rationalisation that we're seeing in commercial media. So we do have that luxury of having, you know, a good number of journalists working in this space. And so we need to make sure that we take that opportunity to be able to make sure our stories from our unique rural perspectives get as broad an audience as possible. And, you know, I think that there's some really interesting opportunities for us as rural reporters to champion stories of significance in our local communities, but then make sure we get a national audience on those stories as well. And the final benefit of that is that we know that, you know, urban audiences do care. And when we put those stories in front of them, when we make them accessible, when we make those stories understandable to urban audiences, they engage with that content. And we get really strong results. It's great. That's the best thing about digital journalism. We get the metrics, you know, in television, we know the numbers as well. And we know that we get, you know, a really big audience for those stories because people care. And the more that they understand about rural issues, the better. So yeah, it's been an incredible opportunity. And that 1 week that I got to spend away has led to the opportunity to celebrate 75 years of ABC Rural, but it also led to that opportunity to be involved in our, you know, setting the agenda for the next 5 years, which has been a really exciting thing to do. So yeah.
Thank you, Jodie. And I put a link, have a read of Jodie's report. I put a link in the chat, and you made some really important points about urban and rural understanding, and I think for all of us that would love to see more rural journalism in our countries, I think your report is a really good example of how you do it, but also how important that journalism is for the understanding between a city or a town and its rural population. And I think in Australia you do it so well. You're very disarming in your communication. You're also very, very good at communicating across a lot of different platforms. So using the content first and putting it out on multiple channels. So if anybody hasn't had a look at ABC's rural coverage, then please have a look at the ABC's website and also the social channels, because it's well worth watching. But thank you so much, Jodie, for staying up late and for sharing your insights. And I'd please encourage you all to have a look at Jodie's report. It's really excellent. So I'm going to say thank you and goodbye and hand over to the next session, which is in 2 minutes time. So you've got time to go and grab a quick drink. So thank you to my panel, and good night, good day to all of you. The next session starting now is the freedom of the press, journalism under pressure. So thank you very much to everybody that's joined today.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jane. A great discussion. I'm sure we could, like the others, we could do another half an hour easily, right, before we're done. So again, the sessions will be posted on the website afterwards, and we'll circulate the contact information if you want to continue to correspond, connect, exchange with those who've been on the panel. So Mike, you're here.
Yes, hello. And Jessica is here too.
Jessica is here too.
Yes.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Great. Did you also see my shared screen?
Yes.
You saw it. Excellent.
That's okay. Yes. So how is it? Are we going to continue directly, or do we have half a minute to get a drink, or shall we just go on?
I think we can just go on.
Go on, yes, okay.
Yeah. And
so,
did you manage to get hold of Doug?
So then we will say welcome to Jessica Aro, the first speaker of this panel. I can see that our friend from Somalia, Dort, hasn't shown up yet, but anyhow, he still has a chance. But if he doesn't show up, we can spend some time in the end of the session to discuss the situation in Africa anyway, because I think that there are some challenges that we should talk about. But first, I will say very welcome to Jessica. I'm very happy, and we are all very happy that you are here to tell us about your experiences with working on the trolls of Russia, the Russian troll army. And you will speak about, we agreed about 25 minutes, and then there will be a possibility to ask questions to you. And that is all right, I think. So Jessica, the space is yours now.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here. It's such an honor. So yes, hi everyone. My name is Jessica Aro. I work with the Finnish broadcasting company. I'm a journalist, and I specialize in Russia, information warfare, and extremism. And today I'm telling you two stories, basically. I will tell you what I found out in my investigations, which I started back in 2014 to investigate the then new, the latest phenomenon of Russian information warfare, the social media trolls. And I will also tell you how that impacted my life and still continues to do so. And I'm looking forward to your questions at the end of this session. So feel free to ask me anything. So yes, I will start from the beginning. September 2014, you might remember that there was the Russia's war against Ukraine starting and ongoing. And as a journalist, it was quite a difficult situation to even find out what's happening there, because there was so much propaganda coming from Russian side and so much distorted messages. And also I found out, thanks to super brave Russian independent journalists, that in St. Petersburg, not so far from Helsinki, where I used to live, there is a special office, so-called troll factory, whose job it is to share online disinformation and distortion, and especially build fake profiles and anonymous blogs, which then share Russia's political leadership's points of view, and also terrorize internet discussions around, for example, the theme of war in Ukraine. So the Russian super brave journalists had already back in 2013 infiltrated into this factory and worked there, and then exposed everything they found out. But I wanted to specifically know, do these trolls, these social media warriors, these social media propagandists, can they actually influence real people? Can they, for example, change real people's attitudes or thinking or even behavior? So I started a crowdsourced investigation, and I made an article in which I asked people to share their information if they had witnessed trolling activities. And I specifically asked them to send me all information and investigate this with me. And even back then, we didn't have so much of the concept of Russia troll in Finnish language. So I also encouraged people to discuss about that on social media. So then, immediately, my own communications devices pretty much exploded and started ringing all night, all day long. And I started to receive hateful messages and harassment from Russian language people, so Russian speaking people, and also around Russia and Kazakhstan. And I even received a phone call from Ukrainian number, and there was only the sound of a shooting gun. And I was thinking, where is this coming from? Why is this all in Russian? Like, because my article was only in Finnish. So I found that there was a string of fake news stories in Russian language published about myself in Russian fake online medias. In these articles, of which you can see screen captures here, it's claimed that in Finland, there is a project of forming an illegal database of Putin's supporters in Finland, and that I'm the one in charge of that illegal project, and that I am famous assistant of NATO, the military alliance, as well as Baltic American special services. So basically, I was being framed as a foreign agent or a helper of foreign special services. And there were more problems. My contact information and my name were published at these sites. So I noticed why disinformation is so, can weaponize information, and why it's so dangerous, because disinformation in this case was being used to agitate feelings of hatred and maybe fear against myself. And then people were acting on that fear and hatred and sending me they were being triggered to send me these hateful messages. So this is the same synergy that all the fake news sites nowadays use. They frame people and institutions negatively, and by that create a wave of protests against those individuals and or institutions. This is basically propaganda. And of course, I need to mention who was the original source of that material. You could see the person in the pictures. It was actually a Finnish citizen who back in 2014 and many years after that used to work for a Kremlin supported think tank called Russian Institute of Strategic Studies. And his supervisors are and were at that time in fact Russian security service officers who have been appointed by President Putin himself. So later, so this was then, I continued my investigations. I still received some of these phone calls and harassment, but I continued with my really great colleague Mika Mäkeläinen, and we went to Russia. We wanted to see the troll factory, the infamous troll factory, which in Russia claims that it's so-called Internet Research Agency. So what we did was that we found, with the help of our really expert Russian stringer friend and colleague, we found their job advertisement from Russian normal job sites. So they were not looking for trolls or propagandists or information warriors or anything like that. Instead, they were looking for example, social media managers, copywriters, and even graphic designers to work in 12-hour shifts, also during nighttime. And they were looking for people who had the ability to do search engine optimization, as well as produce material online, also in English language. So we pretended that we want the job there, and we called there to the recruitment office, and we wanted some more information. So we asked, what kind of material do you want me to produce if I come to work there? Please. And they actually said it themselves: political material and political news. So it was obvious already, this was February 2015, that the Troll Factory was already attacking international discussion forums and social media channels. So that was also the reason why they operated 24/7, because of the time difference. So we also tried to interview the people who were at this time working in the factory, but no one wanted to speak with us, like from the employer level. We only managed to get interviews with one of the bosses who managed one of the fake news sites, which is operated from this troll factory called Riafan. And he told us that he claimed that no trolls work in his teams or in his company, that he's only doing business. And also we came across with a really stupid, probably one of the stupidest security guards, because when we were filming before the main entrance and taking photos, the security guard came out from inside and told us that we need to leave, because can't you see that this is regime izdani, so administrative building. So in Russia, administrative buildings are especially protected by presidential decree in the Russian law. And they are always places that are governmental, such as police stations or nuclear power plants or even military bases. So it was clear that this was not a private company, which it claimed to be. So then we came back to Finland and we made stories also in English, because there was a big interest also for this story also in other languages, because it was a new phenomenon. Not so many people knew about this back then. And of course, we again became attacked. Now this time also my colleague became attacked. At this time, I actually forgot to mention that only a few days after my original article was published in September 2014, there were new social media group to Facebook being formed called Russian Troll Army. And in this Russian Troll Army, they started these professional propagandists and anonymous administrators of the group. They basically started what I saw and analyzed to be a psychological information operation conducted on social media. So basically what they did was that they created an atmosphere for hate speech and threats against me and also other journalists and researchers who study Russia in Finland. And they would bully out and criticize away from the group anyone who tried to, for example, defend me or my work. So it was only allowed to either trash talk about me and other Finnish journalists, like Western ideals of journalists, or journalism, or then share Russian propaganda media's fake news. But other than that, there was no freedom of speech in the group. And also in the group, what they did was they collected my colleagues' email addresses, 260 of them, and sent false information about myself to them, so that I would be also marginalized in my own workplace. And they would also listen to all my presentations and all my interviews, which I gave about this topic, for example, on radio. And they would start 4 chains only trashing me and my performance, and how stupid I am, and how I must work in cooperation with American security services, how paranoid I am, how Russophobic I am, and how there are also comments saying that my stomach should be slit open. How would I feel if I would go outside with my baby and a bomb would be dropped on top of us, and stuff like this. And none of this was cleaned. And I even asked Facebook so many times to look at this group and take some of these comments down, but Facebook never cooperated. So anyways, when we came back from the troll factory, I continued with my investigation. And another interesting social media operation was launched, this time using Facebook feature called Event. You know, this feature which allows you to invite people, for example, to birthdays or some housewarming parties or somewhere else. So this time, anonymous trolls and harassers were inviting people to protest against Yle, my employer, troll factory. And they put out disinformation, claiming, they basically accused me and my colleague and Yle, my employer, the Finnish broadcasting company, for being way out of line with our work in Russia, in St. Petersburg. And they were threatening to do the same to us, which we did to the actual troll factory. So in their world, in their twisted troll universe, they saw and still see the Russian troll factory as a proper news agency, and Yle, the Finnish broadcasting company, in their world view would be troll factory. So they threatened to come over and basically come close by to me and my colleagues, anyone who works with Yle, and that also caused some security concern. And as you can see, not so many real people showed up, but still it caused some security measures and some worries. And it was an interesting example, remembering this was February 2015, this was summer 2015 in Finland, but only 2 years after this happening, they found out in United States, where they were investigating the Russian interference against the US presidential election 2016, they found out that similar events and Facebook features were being used also in the United States to, for example, organize pro-Trump protests, as well as protests which would fight each other from St. Petersburg to the soil of United States. Here then also, about simultaneously, I received to my private phone number a text message from a person who claimed to be my father, who at that time had been dead for already 20 years. So he claimed to be alive, and he claimed to be watching me and monitoring me. So, and it also included my father's first name's first letter and his last name, which were not public information. And this also showed me how brutal this harassment would get, and how there were no limits, and how also my family would not be let out to be able to push me away from my job. So anyways, I continued my investigation then, and I continued receiving so good hints and tips from Finnish audience members who were eager to investigate this new phenomenon with me, and I checked all their tips, and I also discussed with moderators of the comment sections of traditional medias, as well as, for example, the moderator and administrator of the biggest Russian language discussion board in Finland, as well as other experts. And what I found out was very worrisome, because it appeared that some Finns had already been silenced and scared by these attacker trolls. And for example, they had first been voicing out their opinion on social media, for example, about Russia's politics. And pretty soon after that, they would become smeared by anonymous trolls who would claim that they are going to kill them, or they are CIA or Russophobes. And even in some cases, for example, a really good blogger of security politics, Finnish blogger, became target of Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs tweeting and distorting content that he originally created, and hashtags. So kind of capturing hashtags too. Also, what I found out was that some Finns had lost the idea of what is true and what is not true. For example, in the war in Ukraine, because they said that there is so much information and disinformation that you just cannot be so sure anymore. And just to name some of the troll narratives that were being shared all over in international information space, for example, that it was Ukraine that started the war in Ukraine, that it's a civil war, like that it's not a real war, that there are no Russian soldiers inside Ukrainian soil, that it was European Union's and NATO's fault, and themes like this that the Russian trolls were keeping up and promoting and spreading in, not just in tweets or social media comments, but also as memes, pictures, even videos. So, for example, first someone would post a really skillfully made propaganda video portraying Ukraine as the aggressor of the war, and then it would be spread by bots and trolls on Twitter, and in only a couple of days it would receive 2 million views on YouTube. But so also one of the most worrying results of my investigation was that some Finns were also turned into propagandists. So unfortunately, some start spreading disinformation when they first consume it themselves. This is one of the sources of disinformation, the Russian embassy social media accounts in Finland. Here, some of also YouTube filth material that has been made about me. So basically there is still on YouTube a video which actually has employed a actress to play me and portray me as some kind of NATO and pro-US troll and propagandist. And also Facebook has been used to buy visibility to these posts promoting the filth material. Here are some of the filth stories. I have been targeted to over 300 filth stories by one of these fake news sites, which still today share Finnish translated versions of Russian state propaganda stories. So this is some of their material. Here is a small list of their headlines that have been created about me. And the problem with all of this is that there are so many people who believe this stuff about me because they are really well written, like propagandistically well, and they have their consumers who want to believe all this stuff is true. So, for example, I have lost friends to these lies, and according to police's estimate, I'm facing the threat of impulsive violence if I'm in the wrong place in the wrong time because of this ongoing campaign. Also, I have been followed and stalked, and just to end on the troll activity side, after my investigations, there have been so many revelations about Russian trolls being active internationally in so many different, trying to meddle in so many different political events and occurrences. For example, not just the US presidential election 2016, where they promoted Trump as the president of the United States, but also they have promoted Britain's exit from the European Union. They have promoted coronavirus conspiracy theories, claiming that coronavirus doesn't exist. They have, for example, lobbied for anti-vaccination campaigns. They have also been meddling in the Catalonia's independence wishes, promoting the idea of Catalonia's independence and sharing violent pictures from other protests instead of the real protests. And they have also been attacking German as well as French elections. So it's a growing international problem, and still there isn't enough investigation so that we would know where else they might be attacking. But I will continue, I will stop here and will be happy to answer your questions and continue discussions. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much, Jessica, for this interesting speech you had. And I can assure you, I read Jessica's book, and I can assure you that she has really documented all about what she is telling us. So there is a lot of investigation behind this work. Now, if some of you want to ask something, should we do it in this way, that you make a kind of hand marking? Is that okay, Hugh?
Yes, or you can put the question in the chat. There are a couple
in the
there
chat
already.
Okay. So we will see. There's one question here from Trevor. He wants to hear if you fear for your personal safety and what measures, if any, have you had to undertake to stay safe.
Yes, thank you so much, Trevor and Mikka. Yes, I have been really afraid for my own safety. There have been at some point, especially early in the beginning, like 2015, 2016, 2017, there was so much of these filth stories about me. For example, in some days there were like 3 stories published, which were all fake and all hate-mongering, horrible stories. And they were published on this site called What the Fuck Paper, which actually has still readers in Finland. And those readers of the paper, they were put in this really aggressive mindset, like brainwashed at this community that they were building on both online site as well as Facebook sites. So these people would then send me messages in which they would directly tell me that they would come and kill me, or that I should be raped, or they were presenting different types of fantasies, sexual fantasies about attacking me. And also then, before some of my court appearances, because I did make police complaints and I wanted to take these perpetrators to court, there were even more vicious campaigns against me. It was very mafia-like, very nightmarish, that when I tried to search for justice, then more attacks would come, and even people telling on YouTube chats how they would accidentally appear nearby me in the court hall and I would be dropped off the stairs. So all these types of threats I have been faced with, and I have about these measures. I did move away from Finland for a while, for a couple of years, to be able to live a normal life and without having to be afraid that someone will physically actually attack me, and to be able to write my book.
Okay, then we also have a question here from Hugh, and he's asking, aside from calling the big social media companies to account, regulatory measures will take time. What other measures can be taken to mitigate or eliminate the impact of these communications activities? Do you have some comment on that, Jessica?
Yes, definitely. So from my side, it's the job of the media houses. So all this started happening to me, for example, and all this similar stuff starts happening to my colleagues around the world after they have conducted their duties for the media companies that they have happened to work with. So the media company is in fact in charge of our job security. Mm-hmm. And obviously these types of operations, I love it, by the way, how you call it, these communications activities. It's brilliant concept. So yeah, these media companies should provide us safety. And in my case, it has been really well. My media house, Finnish Broadcasting Company, has conducted themselves really well and have really well protected me and continue to do so as well. So this is what I would hope that would happen in other countries as well, where I know it's not such an ideal situation. So, okay. But yeah, to mitigate and eliminate the impact, it's a super good question, because the impact happens mostly here. So in this case, journalists, I believe, need even more skills to deal with this type of stuff. And again, media houses can train those skills. Or then you just have to learn them while you're at it. And it takes just a lot of time to process all of this mentally. But then I actually just completed a master's thesis in journalism and communication about the counter activities of journalists' harassment. Mm. And I found out that it is especially about that, whether journalists can mitigate and downplay the impact. It then shows whether they will be able to continue in their job or not. But one way of mitigating them is to continue your job, just as you would normally do.
Okay, thank you. Then Mark has his hand up, and let's hear what you want to ask, Mark.
Yeah, I have two questions, actually. First, I was wondering, are you sorry about your activities? Would you do it again?
No, I'm not sorry. I'm so happy that I did them, because they were so useful for the community of Finland and also internationally. And I would do it again and again and so many times more. Yes.
Very good.
Okay.
And what I was wondering, it is still going on. So there are still vacancies also in other countries. Do you think?
I'm sorry, there are still what in other countries?
Vacancies for copywriters, social media experts.
I haven't checked in a while, but the last time I checked was that they actually moved into a bigger office in St. Petersburg. And the thing is that this one office that has been exposed, also later by the international press, really a lot, and also by Robert Mueller investigations in United States. Then there are so many secret troll factories that we haven't yet found where they are at, who's operating them, because basically anyone can start a troll factory on Twitter with just like a couple of euros if they want. It's not so difficult, so it can happen anywhere. That's the biggest problem with this.
And how do you recognize those vacancies?
It's difficult, and that's why this whole trolling scheme is so brilliant. I think I have to give some credit to the Russian security services and other architects of information warfare who found out about this strategy and started to implement it because it's brilliant. It's difficult to expose. And even Facebook or Twitter, they can only remove the accounts or groups which they can confirm are actually directed from, for example, the Internet Research Agency, the original troll factory. They don't know, for example, if there are individual people who work as freelancers trolling for Russia. They don't know, so they cannot remove those accounts, of course. And of course, one of the researchers who I interviewed for my book, he also said really interestingly, who also had become targeted, a Swedish researcher. He told me that actually in an open society, it's okay, you can act as Russian troll if you want. It's not illegal. So we're going to have to deal with this phenomenon of troll sites and fake news, I believe. And I think the law agencies, security agencies can only help so much.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Then we have a question from Rachel. How did you know who to take to courts, and were the courts sympathetic? And a lot of the time when journalists are attacked by trolls online, we do not know who they are, so no action is possible. Also, at what point did you decide legal action was needed?
Really good questions. Thank you. So I could only take to the court the people who did the most of these crimes and who were doing it with their own faces and names. So these were like kind of seemed like the masterminds of these operations, and who were not shy to show their own personal involvement in this. So let me be really precise. In Finland, you can only ask the police to investigate, and then the police maybe investigates, and then the prosecutor maybe takes them further and prosecutes. And then you also asked about the courts being sympathetic. Well, it has changed from court to court. So I have had different types of experiences, but mostly they have been safeguarding journalism, and mostly they have been understanding that this type of material in which, for example, I am being smeared with my name and face shown as an agent of foreign security services, or mentally ill, or drug user, or drug dealer, it's libelous according to Finnish legislation. Then what point did you decide legal action? Yeah, this was so tricky. I didn't want any of this, so I tried to avoid that decision as long as possible. But this was early 2016, when the situation had gotten so bad that I wasn't even allowed to or able to have a holiday and have a safe and sound, nice holiday without these horrible messages pouring in to my cell phone all the time, and so disgusting texts being everywhere on social media and on What the Fuck Papers comment section. So that's when I decided that this is now, I'm done with this.
Yes, we also have a question here from Tamba, but I think I'm going to wait a little with that question and then continue to Hugh. He's asking, would you advocate for curtailing the freedoms of the internet in order to deal with these very negative aspects that have evolved?
Yes, I understand this dichotomy, but I would not, no, I would not would be the answer to that. But I would, and I have approached the headquarters and leaders of social media companies, Facebook, Twitter, and Google/YouTube. And I have asked them to remove criminal or suspected criminal, libelous, harmful material from their platforms. So this shouldn't be too much from them to be asked. And also to react to user complaints about such suspected illegal stalking or threatening material, because it's just simply not okay to, for example, to receive death threats or other types of violent material. So they would have to fix that, and a lot of this would be better. But for your question, no.
Okay. Then we also have a comment here from Hugh. So everyone knows the IFAJ website too is regularly bombarded by denial of service attacks by what we think are bots operating out of China. We can only surmise that it's because we are an association of journalists. If the website is slow on the weekend, you will know why. And I would like now to ask, to present the question from Tamba, saying thanks for sharing your story, Jessica. And what can we take away as a message from your experience? And here I would like to supply a little bit, because I have been thinking a lot of this relation also to agriculture journalism. And it might be that in our area, special area, we perhaps haven't noticed those challenges as much as you have in our everyday life and in our everyday stories. But when I'm starting remembering, then there might very well be some connections also to our area about agriculture, pollution, climate change, and so on, that we perhaps should be more aware of, because what you are telling us is that in fact we have to turn the conditions of making journalism upside down, because there are things here that we have no possibility to control it. In your book, you mentioned the nuclear waste in the Barents area as an example. And I also have a memory from 2012 when we had a big fertilizer factory in Russia that had a very dangerous leak directly into the Finnish Gulf, and from the Finnish Gulf out to the Baltic Sea. And even though there was an agreement between the states around the nations around the Baltic Sea that we are going to make a common investigation on this, the local police in the area arrested respected investigator Seppo Knutila from Finland because he was taking some samples, and afterwards they tried to hide the whole thing, and they also wanted to make an influence of the results. do you have some kind of advice to us? What should we be aware of in our everyday reporting, also from this area? That was a little bit supplying to Tampa's question, but I'm curious to hear what you are telling us.
Yes, thank you so much, both of you, for the questions and the ideas and thoughts. My message would be that this isn't just happening to me, this is also happening to researchers, like Mika mentioned, also journalists in Norway. They are attacked from Russia, but with different types of methods. And especially this has been happening to Russian journalists ever since Putin's regime. So these dictators and autocratic leaders, and also security services and other powerful forces, they see journalism as what it is, an influential force of nature almost, that should be stopped and silenced. And that can only happen if us people are silenced, because practically what happens when we are attacked, we are not able to do our job. And our job is actually the thing that scares these trolls and propagandists and dictators so much. They are afraid of the truth. So we just need to continue with our job and need to build our own community if we feel alone or attacked or threatened, to be able to continue the work that is so super important. And because we have such an important job, which is to secure our audience's freedom of speech and expression and their freedom to form their opinions without anyone distracting them. So that's a guideline and my message to all of you. So we have so important job to do, and that's why we're attacked. So let's just continue.
Thank you, Jessica. Then we have a question from Chris. It's great you were able to take some identifiable trolls to court, but as a result, don't the non-identifiable one just simply multiply to attack you?
Yes, of course. Yeah, I have so many unidentifiable troll people, troll characters who have sent me filth or who have been writing filth about me and who should so much be taken to court, but no one would have the time in the world to do that. So yes, of course, but they are also not the most severe ones. And I trust that if more severe ones would appear, then the Finnish police would find out who they are and bring them to justice. Yeah, so let me also be precise. It's not individual or not even farm of trolls that I am afraid of, because they are unidentified, like they don't have so much impact. At least they have not been able to have so much impact. But it's these fake news architects that have real power to then mobilize trolls as well as real people, such as my own friends, against me. So that is so worrying, and also a societal phenomenon that we should really take into consideration as journalists.
Yes, I think that Higgins in your book are describing fairly well how you can learn to deal with the situations. But it really, you really need to have a thick skin, as we say in Swedish and Finnish, I think. We also have a question here from Rachel. Again, how do you protect your mental health during the attacks? Have you any advice for others who are attacked by trolls because of their reporting? And
excellent question.
Yes.
So basically it's about attitude and the feeling of justification of my own work. So it's easier to kind of look at all these attacks and have an attitude towards them when you realize that they are only there because of your work, and you did personally nothing wrong, and you're personally the same person as you were before, and you haven't changed, and none of that has changed. And of course, then concretely, it's important to know that some of these people, they are actually getting paid to attack you. So at least my mental health is really well protected when I think that they have a really shitty job, like one of the nastiest jobs there is, and I would worry about their own mental health sometimes more than myself, because they have to do it like every day. So, but seriously, of course, there are so many ways of protecting oneself. Just one of them, have someone else hold control over your social media account so that you won't be the one reading the filth material, because if you are the one reading it first, then you're the one impacted by it.
Okay. Thank you, Jessica. We have a lot of comments here about the fascinating session, and a lot of participants saying thanks for your wonderful session here, Jessica. One comment I would like to say, I think that you could have needed some more support from colleagues in your everyday work too. And I have sometimes had the same experiences, that we could stick a little bit more together than we do in everyday life. And I happen to know that you have got some support from your friends and also from your bosses and your close colleagues and your family. But I think that the colleagues in common could have stood up for you in a more effective and active way than we have. And that's including myself too. I could have been nearby in the courthouse, for instance. But it was very amazing to hear your story, Jessica, and thank you so much for visiting us. And we are wishing you good luck, and we are going to follow what is going to happen and supporting you as well as we can in the future. Take care, Jessica, and thank you.
Thank you so much. It was lovely. Take care.
So do you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. So we're still saying thanks to Jessica, and now I would like to ask, we haven't met Dort yet, but
so Mike, just to show you on the screen at the back of your program book are a link to Jessica's book.
Yes,
so
okay,
if
yes.
you want to read her story or be able to support her with that. And of course, Daud has been out now of communication for a week, perhaps, yes?
Yes, yes.
So we have some concerns, do we not, for his safety?
Yes, I don't think that he is in any kind of danger. I think that Mark has a conversation with his friend Ismail at the moment, okay. And but there are some difficulties with his connections. But it is a kind of challenge, this, when we are trying to keep up the contacts, especially in the countries where our members are threatened and where we don't have this freedom of the press. We sometimes make contacts to the members, and then after a while we'll lose them. And I'm a little bit afraid that this is related to different kind of regimes, and also different kinds of controls in those countries. And that is why I would like to use this possibility to have a kind of discussion with you. What can we do about this? I would like to hear some opinions, some suggestions, because we have also been now and then discussing this in the Committee of Freedom of the Press. How can we succeed in keeping contacts to colleagues and members who really need our help, but they are difficult to reach? Please, any opinions? There was silence. Tamba?
Yeah.
Tamba, please.
Thank you. The freedom of the press, I think it's fundamental and it's crucial for, especially for my country, an emerging economy. And for us, we are so happy as I speak. The 55-year-old law, which was called the 1965 Public Order Act, has been repealed by the government. And for that, we are so excited as journalists, practicing journalists in Sierra Leone, because that was one of the laws that was limiting the practice, because the freedom aspect was criminalized. So as a journalist, in your practice, you always think that, oh, yes, you have to be careful, but when it comes to politicians, they can use that law against you, because they can take you to the police, they can also take you to the CID, that is the Criminal Investigation Department. So many journalists were incarcerated as a result of that law. So when it was repealed recently by the Sierra Leone Parliament, we were excited, because for far too long, that has been our cry. During the Freedom Day, every May 12, we go out to the streets to actually galvanize support from the government and other arms of government to see how they can repeal that law. So what can we do? You know, for press freedom, I will say it is a bedrock for democracy. And if we have to ensure to see how journalists can protect themselves in the respective countries, yes, we have ethics. Ethics guides our profession. That's very clear. Nothing changes. But
okay, I think that you are
along the way, you must go into their difficult situations, but you also have to let us see how we can always portray. Hello.
I have a little. There's a little bit difficulties to hear you, Tamba. What I was going to ask you is that do you have difficulties now and then or problems when you are trying to reach colleagues or friends outside your country? But can you talk? But perhaps you can write it in the chat, write an answer in the chat, and then I can read it, if that's okay. We have a question here from Olivia Cooper. If we would have to have a kind of friend as another contact, so you mean there would be a kind of contact to the contact, which so we always can be in touch with some member. Did I understand you right, Olivia? Okay, that would be a possibility that we could discuss some practical arrangements when we are in touch with our friends around the world, that you will always be a kind of cluster in 2 or 3 persons, so one would be possible to reach. And I would very much like to hear your comment on this, Tamba, too. If you can speak to us, it would be nice. But if it's not possible, you can perhaps write in the chat. And that is, of course, right, as Olivia says, that there might be fear of some reprisals, or how do you say it, reprisals. That is, of course, obvious. And I'm afraid that is also what has happened at some places. And that has been a reason why we perhaps not have reached everyone, even though we have agreed of a contacts or a kind of meeting. But then there's also colleagues who have escaped from their own country, and I already know some, not only Dort, but also a couple of others trying to make their living in Kampala. And they might not be in a danger directly, but it's very difficult to make a living there when you don't have any regular income. So that's another reason. Now we have I see from Tamba here, to develop a contact list of colleagues across the globe to also partner to work on stories. So I think that would be a good idea, that we perhaps can continue working on also after this webinar. What do you think of that, the rest of you? I think this is a very good proposal. So I would like to see some comments on it. Yes.
Yes.
Mark, yes.
I think that's a good idea. But there is also the question, what actually is press freedom? I think in different countries, they have another definition of what free press is.
Yes.
I was in Nigeria, for example, and there was a colleague, and he said, we have total press freedom. We can write whatever we want. But he didn't get paid very well by the newspaper he worked for. So he had to take money from companies, from politicians, and he wrote everything down they told him, and he was totally free in what he did. The chief editor didn't call him back.
No.
It was, everything was okay. So is that press freedom? He said, yes, that's totally free.
Yes. Yes, and then I have also noticed when we are sometimes talking about this press freedom, for instance, in the mostly in the Nordic countries, it is press freedom or not press freedom. There's nothing, or freedom of speech or not freedom of speech. So there's nothing in between when we are talking about press freedom. But in other countries, it might be a kind of a continuum that, for instance, if the journalists are free to write or say or show what they want, then there is press freedom, of course, but that doesn't mean that you will have freedom of speech all over the country. So there is some distinction that I don't think that we are able to agree everybody on this topic, but it's good that we are aware of it, so that we might have, so that it might be easier to understand what our colleagues are thinking and saying. We have a comment from Hugh here. Within the IFAJ website portal, there is a discussion forum dedicated to exchanges on press freedom. And thank you for reminding, Hugh. It has been open for a while already. Of course, we would be very grateful to have some comments on it, but I don't think that there are many reactions yet on that website portal. So please sign up, and we could start a thread there and also change ideas and suggestions. So do we agree on this, or what do you think, folks? Is this okay? If some of you have any ideas or suggestions, they are very welcome. Here was from Olivia that you can find the portal, but Hugh sent you the link, so I think it's possible to find it, yes. In the beginning, I had some practical difficulties too with it. I couldn't use Safari when I was logging in on this, but with Google Chrome, I succeeded. But after a little bit of trying, it's possible. Yes. Was it Mark? Who wanted
yes.
to comment something? Yes.
Yes, I would like to thank those people. They are also in this forum today, who helped me to sponsor on my GoFundMe campaign. So thank you very much. I collected a bit over 300 euros. In total, we need about 1,000, so they can buy 2 laptops and a bit of equipment to start a radio station from Uganda for Somalia. They live in exile, and they can make free radio in Uganda, which is not possible if they stay in Somalia. It's the most dangerous country for journalists in Africa. So if anyone has ideas to raise this budget, they are very welcome. I already contacted Free Press Unlimited, International Media Support. I contacted RSF, Reporters Sans Frontières, but they don't have budget for this. So I keep on trying.
Okay, it is still open, this GoFundMe campaign of yours. Yeah. So perhaps before we will stop, then you can put the link. Put the link in front of us, because we were a little bit prepared on this. Then I should. So yes. So it was the link here below. Then I also have a comment here from Rachel. You say that you can feel lonely experiencing online attacks. If there's a potential for a private support group on the forum for journalists affected, I am not so sure, but we could found one. That would be quite possible. To be honest, I can feel I'm not very. I don't feel that I'm attacked from colleagues or from elsewhere, but sometimes I would like to have some friends to discuss journalist challenges with too. So I think it would be quite possible to found such a group if you're interested. So we can perhaps come back to that, as I think it's only a practical it's a practical question. What do you think, Hugh? You are our technical support. You have to put your microphone on, I think.
As I was saying.
Yes. Okay. This never happened to me. You believe that? Do you believe that?
It certainly is a good idea. It's the kind of thing that we would have to engage with other journalist organizations, just because the level of support that even if there are volunteers to staff the lines or be available to talk to others, you still need to have a certain administrative management capacity in order to support those volunteers, and so that's a significant commitment. But it is obviously. I've often wondered, what do you do when the tide turns against you, right? Even our local town mayor was over, just an issue of whether we should have a new town hall or not, was submerged in hate. There's no other way to put it. That's not a way to conduct a discussion of any kind. So as a result, he's not rerunning for election. He can't be bothered. Why would he? So it affects everybody. Yeah, it's certainly a good point to think on. I'm not sure I have the answer.
Thank you, Hugh. So we will come back to those two practical suggestions here that we had. So some kind of a contact lists or a network of colleagues, and then that we are trying to put some groups on 2 or 3 persons in the countries where we have got difficulties to reach our members, and then this website portal. So that was already 3 concrete suggestions that we had out of this that we got out of this webinar. So I think this was very useful. And then Myrna, of course, remind us on the IFAJ Facebook group. That is very useful, and that's a wonderful group, I think. And I use it often myself to ask some questions and to make some comments, and to follow what my friends are doing. So I think this was very useful, and if it's okay, some of you have been sitting here all day. I think so. I think yes, and then I had another that was from Mark here. We have this PAAG, Pan-African Association of Agricultural Journalists. Yes, that is also a good contact to turn to in these preparations. So if this is okay for you, perhaps we are done for now. Or do some of you have something on your mind? I'm very grateful that you have been following this seminar too. You have had a long day, some of you at least, and I hope I see that there's a lot of familiar faces, and I'm looking forward to meet you in real life again. And I hope it will be soon. And some of us might meet tomorrow already. So thank you very much, and take care of you, everybody. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lena, Adi or Steve, do you have any final words?
Well, no, I just want to thank all of you who have been attending this today. It's been a long day, especially for those who had to get up in the middle of the night. But as we have said several times today, you will be able to watch all the sessions from our website later. And please do if you have missed something, because it has really been an interesting day, I think.
It was a great day. It was full of great sessions, and I want to thank you all, everybody.
Yeah, it was tremendous. What a great opportunity to hear about not just the facts of the matters, but also just the value of being together to have, I mean, Jessica's comments about creating a community. I mean, that's exactly what IFAJ is about. And Mika, you were just busy finding new ways to create that community, make it even more valuable. So it's really been an inspiring day. And thank you to all the speakers and all the listeners.
And don't forget that Wednesday we have the Toast of Denmark. I get a sampling of next year's Congress, which we're going to do in person, right? Yes, yes. And the Star Prize ceremony, which we will reward the excellence in writing and broadcasting for the past year. All right, so that's it. Well done.
Thank you, everybody. Love you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hej.
Moi Micke.
Moi.